Story 1. It was the first night at a creepy roadside motel in Arizona I spent completely alone. I thought the silence would be peaceful, until I realized it wasn't silence at all. I was 24 at the time, driving cross-country for a new job. I had packed my life into a beat-up sedan, trying to make the trip as fast as possible. That meant driving long, punishing hours, pushing myself well past the point of exhaustion. By the time I hit the desolate stretches of the highway, it was well past 11. The road was a straight, endless line cutting through the pitch-black desert. There were no streetlights out there. The only illumination came from my headlights cutting through the heavy darkness and the faint green glow of my dashboard. For a long time, it was just me and the hum of the engine. But highway hypnosis is a real dangerous thing. The white lines on the asphalt started to blur together. My eyelids felt heavy. I would catch my head dipping, my chin hitting my chest, before I'd jolt awake in a sudden panic. My hands were gripping the steering wheel tight enough to turn my knuckles white. I knew I couldn't keep driving. It simply wasn't safe. I needed to pull over and get some sleep. The problem with that part of the state is that there isn't much civilization, just sand, dry brush, and empty space. I kept my tired eyes peeled for any sign of life, any cluster of lights that might indicate a small town. Almost 45 minutes passed before I finally saw something in the far distance. It was a tall, flickering neon sign standing out against the empty night sky. As I got closer, I could make out the letters. It was an old, independent motel. The kind that hasn't been updated since the 1970s. Half the neon tubes were burnt out, giving the place a tired, forgotten look. I didn't care. At that point, a bed was a bed. I pulled off the dark highway and turned into the cracked asphalt parking lot. The lot was massive, but almost entirely empty. There were maybe 3 other cars scattered around the property, all covered in a layer of pale desert dust. The silence of the place hit me as soon as I turned off my engine. It wasn't a peaceful quiet, it was heavy. It felt like you were cut off from the rest of the world. I grabbed my wallet and walked toward the dimly lit front office. The office smelled strongly of stale cigarette smoke and cheap lemon cleaning fluid. The air conditioning unit in the window was rattling aggressively against the lingering daytime heat. Behind the counter sat an older man, half asleep in a folding chair, staring blankly at a small television. He barely looked at me. He just slid a worn leather binder across the scratched counter and muttered the price. I paid in cash, filled out the registration card, and he handed me a heavy metal key attached to a plastic diamond tag. Room number 32. He pointed a long, bony finger toward the back of the property. He told me it was on the 2nd floor, all the way at the very end of the building. I thanked him, but he was already looking back at the glowing television. I stepped back out into the cool desert air. I got back into my car and slowly drove around the side of the L-shaped building to find my room. The motel was laid out with exterior walkways facing the parking lot. A series of thick concrete pillars supported the 2nd floor balcony. The further back I drove, the darker it got. A few of the orange lights mounted on the exterior walls were burnt out, leaving large stretches of the walkway bathed in deep shadow. I parked my car near the concrete stairwell at the far end of the lot. The only sound was the crunch of my tires on the loose gravel and the lonely howl of the wind. I grabbed my overnight bag and started up the concrete stairs. Each step echoed loudly in the quiet night. The stairs led up to the long, shared balcony walkway. I turned right and started walking toward room 32. It really was the absolute last room. The walkway ended abruptly in a solid brick wall just a few feet past my door. As I walked down the long corridor of identical, faded doors, I felt a strange sense of isolation. All the windows were dark, all the curtains were drawn tight. It felt less like a functional motel and more like an abandoned apartment complex. I finally reached my door. It was painted a dull, chipped green. I fumbled with the metal key, trying to get it into the lock in the dim light. That was the exact moment I felt it, the first undeniable sensation that someone was watching me. It's hard to describe the feeling if you've never experienced it firsthand. It isn't a sound or a sight, it's a primal physical reaction. The tiny hairs on the back of my neck stood up and a cold prickle of adrenaline washed over my shoulders. My body suddenly felt very tense. I stopped trying to unlock the door and just froze in place. I slowly turned my head and looked back down the long, shadowed stretch of the balcony I had just walked down. Nothing. The walkway was completely empty. The orange lights cast long shadows across the concrete, but there was absolutely no movement. I looked past the railing down to the parking lot below, just my car sitting alone under a broken street lamp. I took a deep breath, trying to rationalize it. I told myself I was just sleep deprived. My brain was running on fumes and playing tricks on me in the dark. I forced myself to turn back to the door, slid the key in, and turned it. The deadbolt gave way with a heavy clunk. I pushed the door open, reached inside the dark room, and flipped the light switch. The room was exactly what you would expect. A sagging mattress covered in a faded floral bedspread, a bulky old television, and a small bathroom with cracked tile. It wasn't pretty, but it felt secure. I stepped inside and immediately closed the heavy door behind me. I turned the deadbolt, slid the metal chain into place, and engaged the smaller twist lock on the handle. 3 locks. That made me feel a little better. I tossed my bag onto a small chair and sat down on the edge of the mattress. I was exhausted, but my heart was still beating a little faster than normal. That creeping feeling from out on the walkway hadn't completely faded. I decided I just needed some fresh air to clear my head before trying to sleep. The room smelled incredibly stuffy, like it hadn't been opened in months. I stood up, walked back to the door, unlocked the 3 locks, and opened it just a crack. I didn't step out. I just stood in the doorway, letting the cool desert breeze drift into the stale room. I looked out onto the empty walkway again. It was so incredibly quiet, too quiet. I stared toward the dark stairwell at the far end, and that's when I noticed something odd. The nearest light fixture, the one right near the top of the stairs, was completely out. I was almost certain it had been on when I walked past it just 10 minutes ago. Now that entire section of the walkway was submerged in absolute darkness. I stared into that black space for a long time. I strained my eyes, trying to see if there was a silhouette standing in the deep shadows. I couldn't see anything, but the heavy, sinking feeling in my gut was telling me that I wasn't alone out there. Something or someone was standing in that darkness, looking right back at me. I didn't wait to find out. A sudden wave of intense unease hit me. I quickly pulled the door shut. I locked the twist lock. I slid the metal chain firmly into its track. Finally, I turned the heavy deadbolt until it clicked solidly into place. I walked over to the window. The heavy, blackout curtains were slightly parted in the middle. I pulled them completely shut, overlapping the thick fabric so not even a sliver of light from the outside could get in, and no one could see inside. I took off my shoes, turned off the main overhead light, and collapsed onto the bed in my clothes. The only light left in the room came from a small gap under the door, where the faint orange glow of the exterior walkway lights spilled onto the cheap carpet. I lay there on my back, staring up at the popcorn ceiling, waiting for sleep to take over. I was so tired my bones ached, but my mind was racing. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that dark void at the top of the stairs. I lay there for what must have been an hour, tossing and turning. The silence of the room was deafening. It was so quiet I could hear the faint, erratic buzzing of the small refrigerator in the corner. Around 1:30 a.m., I finally started to drift off. The exhaustion was winning. My breathing slowed, and the edges of my thoughts started to blur. And then I heard it. It was faint at first, a soft, distinct sound coming from right outside the room. I opened my eyes instantly. I held my breath, straining to listen over the sound of my own heartbeat. There it was again, a quiet, scraping noise on the concrete walkway. It sounded like a shoe dragging slightly across the rough surface. Step, drag, pause. I froze completely. My eyes darted to the window, but the curtains were pulled tight. I couldn't see anything. I listened intently. The sound was definitely coming from the balcony, and it was moving. It was slow, methodical, and incredibly heavy. Step, drag, pause. Whoever it was, they weren't walking normally. They were packing. I tried to tell myself it was just another guest. Maybe someone from a room down the hall couldn't sleep and stepped out for a cigarette. But the logical part of my brain immediately shut that down. I was in room 32, the very last room at the end of the walkway. The balcony ended at a solid brick wall just past my door. There was absolutely no reason for anyone to be walking all the way down to this end unless they were coming to my room. The footsteps continued to creep closer. They were agonizingly slow. It felt like minutes passed between each deliberate step. With every sound of rubber dragging on concrete, the knot in my stomach tightened. I didn't move a muscle. I lay rigid on the bed, staring wide-eyed at the small strip of orange light showing under the bottom of the door. The footsteps reached the space just outside my window. I could hear the faint creak of the floorboards beneath the concrete. They paused. For a long, terrifying moment, there was absolute silence. I waited for them to turn around. I waited for the sound of them walking back toward the stairs, but the sound didn't fade. Instead, the person took 2 more slow, heavy steps, and then they stopped right in front of my door. I knew exactly where they were because the thin strip of orange light shining under the door suddenly vanished. It was replaced by a solid block of dark shadow, 2 large shapes blocking the light. Someone was standing exactly in front of my door, facing it. The panic that gripped me in that moment is impossible to articulate. My mouth went completely dry. My chest felt incredibly tight. I was terrified to take a deep breath in case they heard me. I just lay there in the dark, staring at the shadow under the door. Why were they just standing there? What were they doing? The silence stretched on for 5 full minutes of total stillness. They didn't knock. They didn't speak. They just stood there, completely motionless, as if they were listening to see if I was awake. Just as I started to feel a tiny shred of hope that they might give up and leave, a new sound shattered the silence. It was a tiny metallic click. The sound was so small, but in that silent room it sounded like a gunshot. It came directly from the doorknob. My eyes widened in the dark. I watched in absolute horror as the brass doorknob slowly, silently began to twist. Whoever was outside wasn't just standing there anymore. They were trying to open my door. They turned the handle as far as it would go. It stopped with a quiet thud against the deadbolt. The shadow remained there for hours. I didn't sleep a single second. It wasn't until the faint light of dawn seeped through the curtains around 6:15 a.m. that the footsteps finally retreated. When I found the courage to open the door, the walkway was empty. But right in front of my door, the pale desert dust had been swept away by dozens of overlapping footprints. Someone had paced there all night, just waiting for me to open it. Story 2. Back in the summer I lived in British Columbia. I worked the night shift at a gas station. I used to think the scariest thing I'd see was a drunk customer. I was wrong. The real nightmare started after my shift ended, when I was supposed to be safe at home. It was late July, and the heat that year was completely unbearable, even in the dead of the night. I lived in a massive, sprawling apartment complex with several identical buildings wrapped around a large central courtyard. The glaring fluorescent lights, the endless smell of cheap coffee, the unpredictable people who would wander in at 3 a.m. By the time my shift ended, I was always physically and mentally drained. All I ever wanted to do was wash the grime off my skin and find total quiet. But my apartment never felt cool enough. The ancient air conditioning unit would just rattle in the window. That was what gave me the idea in the first place. The complex had an indoor recreational building right in the center of the courtyard. It housed a small gym, a sauna that never worked, and a large indoor swimming pool. According to the rules clearly posted on the front glass doors, the pool area closed at 11 p.m. strictly. But I knew for a fact that the management office was incredibly lazy with their security. They never actually locked the secondary maintenance door that led through the back alley behind the dumpsters. So, stepping off the bus at 3:15 a.m., feeling the sticky, humid air clinging to my skin, I decided to take a late swim. The walk from the bus stop to my apartment building was completely dead. The suburbs at that late hour feel exactly like a ghost town. I quietly unlocked my apartment door, dropped my heavy work bag on the floor, and changed quickly. The concrete of the courtyard pathways was still warm from the afternoon sun. I walked around the perimeter of the recreational building, sticking closely to the shadows. I made my way to the back alley, stepping carefully around the large green dumpsters. I grabbed the cold handle of the heavy metal door, pressing my thumb into the latch. With a soft metallic click, it opened easily. I slipped inside quickly, pulling the door shut behind me. It latched with a heavy thud that seemed to echo endlessly down the pitch-black, narrow hallway. I was standing in the maintenance corridor. It was entirely dark, so I trailed my hand along the rough cinder-block wall, feeling my way forward blindly. The air in here was very different from outside. It was thick, heavy with the sharp, chemical smell of strong chlorine and deep dampness. It felt like walking into the lungs of the building. I reached the end of the hall and pushed open the swinging door that led into the main pool area. The indoor pool was absolutely cavernous. It was a large, rectangular room with a high, vaulted ceiling lined with dark wooden beams. The main overhead lights were turned off. The only illumination came from the emergency exit signs glowing a harsh red and 2 underwater lights at the deep end. One light was severely faulty. The erratic poolsing sent strange, shifting shadows dancing all across the ceiling and the tiled walls. It made the water look like it was moving aggressively, even when it was perfectly still. I stood there for a long moment, taking in the bizarre atmosphere. The silence in the room wasn't actually completely silent. There was a low, constant hum from the filtration system vibrating deeply through the floorboards. I dropped my towel on one of the white plastic lounge chairs near the shallow end. I sat on the edge of the pool, dangling my bare legs into the water. I took a deep breath, the heavy chlorine burning my nostrils slightly, and slid off the edge into the water. The initial shock of the cold made me gasp out loud, the sound bouncing sharply everywhere. The chaotic noise of my splash slowly died down into a series of smaller, rippling echoes. I pushed off the wall and started swimming a slow, relaxed breaststroke toward the deep end. The water felt incredibly heavy, dragging against my limbs as I moved, but it was intensely soothing. I swam to the deep end, right above the flickering underwater light, and just treaded water. It was relaxing, floating there in the semi-darkness. But then I noticed something strange about the acoustics of the room. Indoor pools are notorious for their loud, messy echoes. When you make a splash, the echo is almost instantaneous. But as I treaded water, kicking my legs gently to stay afloat, I realized the sound wasn't matching up properly. I would kick, creating a soft, rhythmic splashing noise in the water. And then a full second later, I would hear the splash echo back to me. It was delayed. It was just a tiny fraction of time, but it was enough to unsettle me completely. It felt fundamentally wrong. I stopped moving completely, letting myself just drift in the deep end. The water settled around me. The initial sound of my movement stopped entirely, but the echo took an extra second to fade out. It was exactly as if the room was holding onto the sound and playing it back to me on a strange delay. I frowned, treading water gently again to test it. Splash, pause, echo, it was undeniable. I immediately told myself it was just the strange architecture of the vaulted ceiling. I decided to test my theory one more time to be sure. I stayed perfectly still, floating backward, and clapped my wet hands together once. A sharp, loud crack rang out through the room. I waded in the water. 1, 2, and then from the shallow end of the pool, the crack echoed back to me. But it didn't sound like it came from everywhere at once, the way a normal echo should. It sounded hyper-localized. It sounded exactly like it had originated from the shallow end near where I had left my towel on the chair. I felt a sudden, cold knot form deep in my stomach. That simply wasn't how physics worked. This sound was entirely too precise. I flipped over, treading water frantically, and stared through the dim, red-tinted darkness toward the shallow end. There was nothing there, just my towel draped over the chair. I swallowed hard, my throat clicking loudly. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded incredibly small and vulnerable in the massive, dark room. I waited. The silence stretched out, thick and heavy. Obviously, no one was there. I was just creeping myself out for absolutely no reason. I started to turn around, feeling suddenly very done with my late-night swim. And then from the dark, shallow end, the echo finally returned. Hello, but it wasn't my exact voice. It was my word, my specific intonation, but it sounded completely flat, like a recording played back through a cheap, broken speaker, and it came entirely too late. It had been at least 5 full seconds since I actually spoke the word. I froze. The water around me felt suddenly freezing, biting into my exposed skin painfully. I couldn't breathe. My heart began to hammer against my ribs, a frantic rhythm that I could feel pulsing in my throat. I slowly, deliberately began to swim toward the nearest edge. I moved my arms under the water in slow, careful arcs, but even with my careful movements, the water rippled and sloshed gently against the tiled gutter. Slosh, pause, slosh. The echo returned from the shallow end again, but it was significantly louder this time. It didn't sound like a reflection of my gentle movements anymore. It sounded exactly like someone else, standing in the shallow water, deliberately mimicking the sound of my swimming. The flickering underwater light beneath me suddenly went out with a soft click, plunging the deep end into almost total darkness. Now, the only light was the distant exit signs. I gasped out loud, a short, sharp intake of breath. Pause. A full 2 seconds later, a gasp echoed back. A short, sharp gasp echoed loudly from the shallow end. The fear wasn't just a knot in my stomach anymore. It was a cold, suffocating blanket wrapping tightly around my entire body. Whatever was making those sounds, whatever was returning my echoes, it was learning. It was actively matching me. I finally reached the side of the pool and grabbed the metal gutter with wet, shaking hands. The tiles were incredibly slippery, coated in a thin layer of grime. I pulled myself up slightly, resting my chin on the cold ceramic edge, my body still entirely submerged in the freezing water. I didn't want to pull myself out entirely. I felt inexplicably exposed out there. The water felt like a twisted, dangerous kind of cover, but a cover nonetheless. I clung to the edge, my knuckles turning completely white. I stared down. The surface of the water was a smooth, dark mirror reflecting the red exit signs perfectly. There were no visible ripples coming from the shallow end. Nothing was moving, but the unseen presence was undeniable. Have you ever been in a dark room and just known, without seeing or hearing anything, that someone else was standing right behind you? It was that exact, horrible, primal instinct screaming at me. I needed to leave right now. I needed to get out of the water, grab my towel, and run back to the absolute safety of my apartment. But the thought of moving paralyzed me completely. I knew the sound would be loud. I prepared myself to climb out. I placed both hands flat on the edge of the pool, gripping the smooth tiles. I hoisted myself up violently. Water poured off my swimsuit, a heavy, cascading splash that entirely shattered the fragile silence of the dark room. I swung my legs over the edge and stood up on the wet concrete deck. The air outside the pool was much cooler, raising instant goosebumps on my wet skin. I stood there, shivering uncontrollably, water dripping onto the floor with a steady patter. I waited. I didn't want to, but I couldn't stop myself from listening for it. 5 seconds passed, 10 seconds, nothing happened. The only sounds were the ones I was actively making myself. A massive wave of profound relief washed over me. I let out a shaky laugh. I started walking much faster, no longer caring about the noise my wet feet were making on the cold concrete. I reached the plastic lounge chair and grabbed the towel. I wrapped it tightly around my shoulders, shivering violently now that the adrenaline was starting to wear off. I turned back toward the deep end of the pool to head toward the maintenance corridor door. I stopped dead in my tracks. The towel slipped from my shoulders, falling onto the wet concrete with a soft thud. I was standing near the shallow end, looking down the length of the pool toward the deep end. The surface of the water down there was no longer still. There were aggressive, heavy ripples spreading out from the exact corner where I had climbed out. It looked as if something moved. It looked like something very large had just slipped silently into the water right after I got out, but I hadn't heard a single splash, and that was when the heavy silence was finally broken. It didn't come from the water this time. It came from the air echoing off the high vaulted ceiling. It was a voice, but it wasn't a word I had spoken in this room. The voice that echoed through the cavernous pool area was undeniably mine. It was my exact pitch, my exact tone, but entirely stripped of all emotion. It sounded incredibly hollow, completely dead. "Mia," it whispered. The sound originated from the deep end. It was the delayed echo of a sound I had never even made. A scream ripped from my throat, raw and utterly terrified. I ran. I pushed through the heavy swinging door, sprinting blindly down the pitch-black maintenance hallway. I hit the heavy metal exterior door with my shoulder, slamming the push bar with all my weight. The door exploded outward, hitting the brick wall outside with a deafening clang. I stumbled out into the hot, humid night air, gasping for breath. I didn't stop running until I reached my apartment building. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking every single mechanism. The terrifying realization wasn't just that something was in the pool with me. It was the horrific nature of the echoes. It had been learning my voice, and then it had used my own voice to call my name. I never went back to that recreational building. I broke my lease 2 months later and left entirely. But the worst part isn't the memory of the dark water. The worst part is the silence. Because even now, years later, whenever I'm entirely alone in a quiet room, I find myself holding my breath. I sit perfectly still, terrified that if I speak into the empty room, I might hear my own voice answer me back, exactly 1 second too late. Story 3. This happened during my summer break working at my old high school in Ohio. Everyone was afraid of what was outside, but my fear came from inside my own house. To explain that, I have to take you back to the beginning of that summer. I was 19 at the time. I had just finished my freshman year of college and came back to my small hometown in Ohio for the break. Jobs were scarce. My mom worked as the head custodian for the local public school district. During the summer, her job was to deep clean the buildings before the kids came back in the fall. She asked if I wanted to help her out under the table. The school district allowed her to bring on some temporary help for the heavy lifting. The pay was decent, and I figured it would be easy money, just sweeping floors, wiping down desks, and throwing out trash. I had spent 4 years walking those exact halls as a student. I thought I knew every inch of that building. I was very wrong. There is something deeply unnatural about an empty school. When you are used to seeing a place packed with hundreds of loud, energetic teenagers, the complete silence of it is suffocating. The hallways look entirely different. They stretch on forever. The lockers look like long walls of metal teeth. We started working there in early July. The weather outside was brutally hot and humid, the kind of Midwestern heat that sticks to your skin the second you step out the door. But inside the school, the district kept the air conditioning blasting to prevent mold. It was always freezing. I had to wear a heavy hoodie just to stay comfortable while I worked. Our shift usually started around 3 in the afternoon and went until 11 at night. For the first few weeks, it was perfectly fine. We played music on a portable radio. We took breaks in the cafeteria. We mostly worked together in the same rooms, chatting and passing the time. But by the second week of August, we were falling behind schedule. The older wing of the school still needed to be completely scrubbed down. This wing was built back in the 1950s. It had narrow hallways, heavy wooden doors with small rectangular glass windows, and old linoleum tiles that always looked dirty no matter how hard you mopped them. Because we were pressed for time, my mom told me we had to split up. She was going to take the second floor, and I was going to take the first floor. I didn't think much of it at first. I grabbed my cleaning cart, loaded up with paper towels and spray bottles, and wheeled it down the ramp into the first floor of the old wing. It was around 7:30 in the evening. The sun was starting to set outside. The windows in the classrooms were large, but they faced a dense line of oak trees at the edge of the property. So, as the sun went down, the rooms got very dark very fast. I pushed my cart into the first classroom on the left. It was a history room. The smell of stale floor wax and old textbooks hung heavy in the air. I flipped the light switch. The fluorescent tubes flickered for a few seconds, buzzing loudly before finally staying on. The buzzing sound was annoying, but I welcomed it. It broke up the dead silence of the room. I started my routine. I went row by row, spraying down each desk and wiping it clean. I scraped off dried gum from the bottom of the chairs. I emptied the trash cans into my large plastic bin. It was mindless work. It allowed my mind to wander. But as I worked, I started to feel a strange sensation. It was that classic feeling of being watched. You know that feeling? It starts at the base of your neck, a slight prickle, a sudden urge to look over your shoulder. I stopped wiping a desk and stood up straight. I looked around the empty room. There was no one there. The door to the hallway was propped open with a rubber wedge. Beyond the door, the hallway was dark except for the emergency exit signs glowing red at the far ends. I told myself I was just being paranoid. It was just the creepy atmosphere of the old building getting to me. I went back to work. I finished that room and moved on to the next one, then the next. By the time I reached the middle of the hallway, it was completely dark outside. The only light in the rooms came from the harsh overhead fluorescence. The windows that looked outside were now just black squares. They acted like mirrors against the bright interior light. I was working in a math classroom when the first really strange thing happened. I was wiping down the teacher's desk at the front of the room. The desk faced the large exterior windows. As I leaned over to spray the wood, I caught a glimpse of myself in the dark glass of the window. I saw my reflection, I saw my gray hoodie, I saw the spray bottle in my hand. But something felt off. I stopped moving, I just stared at my reflection in the glass. For a second, my brain couldn't process what was wrong. Everything looked perfectly normal. Then I realized what it was. When I stopped moving, my reflection seemed to take an extra fraction of a second to stop. It was incredibly subtle. It was like watching a video with a very slight audio delay. I would move my arm, and the reflection would move its arm just a hair too late. I stood there frozen, staring at the window. A cold chill ran down my back. I raised my left hand slowly. The reflection raised its left hand, but again, it felt like there was a microsecond of delay. I let out a nervous laugh. I told myself it was just an optical illusion. The glass was thick, maybe it was double-paned. The lighting was weird. I was tired. I had been working for 6 hours straight. My eyes were just playing tricks on me. I turned away from the window and forced myself to keep working. I didn't look at the glass again while I finished that room. I packed up my cart and pushed it back out into the hallway. The hallway was still completely silent. I couldn't hear my mom upstairs. The concrete floors and thick walls swallowed all the sound. I felt completely isolated. I looked at my watch. It was 9:15 p.m. I still had almost 2 hours left. The next room on my list was room 114. It was a homeroom. I pushed the heavy wooden door open. The hinges whined loudly in the quiet hall. I reached in and blindly slapped the wall until I found the light switch. The lights buzzed to life. This room felt colder than the others. I could feel a draft coming from somewhere, but all the windows were shut tight. I started my routine again. I tried to focus entirely on the physical motions of cleaning. Spray, wipe, move, spray, wipe, move. I wanted to get this room done as fast as possible. I just wanted to go home. The door to room 114 had a tall, narrow pane of reinforced glass built into it. It was meant to let teachers look out into the hallway, or let the principal look in. Because the hallway outside was completely dark, the glass pane acted perfectly as a mirror. I was working near the back of the room, facing the front chalkboard. The door was closed. I had shut it behind me because the quiet darkness of the hallway was starting to unnerve me. I preferred being enclosed in the bright room. As I was scraping a particularly stubborn piece of tape off a desk, I glanced up. My eyes locked onto the glass pane in the door at the front of the room. I could see the reflection of the entire classroom in that narrow strip of glass. I could see the rows of empty desks. I could see the whiteboard, and I could see myself standing at the back holding my scraper. But this time I wasn't the only thing in the reflection. Standing roughly 10 feet behind my reflection, in the corner of the room, was a shape. My breath caught in my throat, my heart slammed against my ribs. I didn't turn around, I couldn't. I was paralyzed by pure, unadulterated terror. I just stared into the glass. The shape was tall, much taller than a normal person. It was completely black, like a silhouette cut out of the darkness. It didn't have any distinguishable features. No face, no clothes, just a dense, solid shadow standing in the corner of the bright room. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn around and look. But another, deeper instinct told me that if I turned around, it would be right in front of my face. My hands started to shake. The scraper rattled against the plastic desk. The sound seemed incredibly loud in the quiet room. In the reflection, the dark figure slowly turned its head toward me. Or at least I think it turned its head. It didn't have a face, but the massive shadow shifted in a way that made it clear it was now focusing entirely on me. I couldn't breathe, my chest felt tight. I wanted to scream for my mom, but my throat was completely dry. Slowly, terrified of making any sudden movements, I turned my head away from the glass. I forced myself to look back over my right shoulder, toward the corner of the actual physical room. The corner was completely empty. There was nothing there, just a blank cinder-block wall and an empty trash can. The bright fluorescent light illuminated every inch of the space. There were no shadows. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. A wave of intense confusion washed over me, mixing with the terror. I was looking right at the spot where the figure should be. There was absolutely nothing. I slowly turned my head back to the front of the room. I looked at the glass pane in the door again. The figure was still there in the reflection. It hadn't moved. It was still standing in the exact same spot, watching the reflection of my back. A sickening realization hit me. The figure wasn't in the room with me. It only existed in the reflection. I know how insane that sounds, believe me, I know, but I was looking right at it. I took a slow, trembling step to my left. In the glass, my reflection took a step to the left. The figure did not move, it just stood there. I needed to get out of that room. I needed to get out of that wing. But the door was at the front of the room. The glass pane was in the door. To leave the room, I would have to walk directly toward the glass. I would have to walk right up to the reflection of that thing. I stood frozen at the back of the classroom for what felt like hours. In reality, it was probably only a minute or two. The silence in the room was deafening. The only sound was the harsh, erratic buzzing of the overhead lights. I slowly reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. I didn't take my eyes off the glass. I dialed my mom's number. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Then it went to voicemail. She usually kept her phone on silent while she worked so she wouldn't get distracted. I was completely alone. I put the phone back in my pocket. My hands were sweating so much I could barely grip the fabric of my hoodie. I had to move. If I stayed in there, I felt like I was going to lose my mind. I took a deep breath. I gripped the plastic spray bottle in my hand so tightly my knuckles turned white. It was a pathetic weapon, but it was all I had. I started walking down the aisle between the desks, moving toward the front of the room, toward the door. I kept my eyes glued to the floor. I didn't want to look at the glass. I didn't want to see it getting closer. 10 feet. 5 feet. I reached the door. I grabbed the heavy metal handle. I couldn't help it. Human curiosity is a terrible thing. Right as I pulled the door open, I glanced up at the glass pane. The figure wasn't in the corner anymore. It was standing directly behind my reflection. It was so close that the dark mass of its body was overlapping with my own reflection. It was towering over me. I let out a choked gasp and yanked the door open. I practically threw myself out into the pitch-black hallway. The heavy door slammed shut behind me with a massive bang that echoed down the long, empty corridor. I didn't look back through the window. I didn't wait to see if it was still there. I ran. I sprinted down the dark hallway, leaving my cleaning cart, my supplies, everything behind. I ran blindly through the darkness, using the faint red glow of the exit signs to guide me. I burst through the double doors at the end of the old wing and ran into the main lobby. The lobby was well lit. It felt like stepping into a different world. I ran straight to the main stairwell and took the steps 2 at a time, sprinting up to the 2nd floor. "Mom," I screamed as I reached the top landing. "Mom." My voice cracked. I sounded like a terrified child. I heard the clatter of a mop bucket from down the hall. A few seconds later, my mom stepped out of a biology classroom. She looked annoyed at first, but when she saw my face, her expression instantly changed to concern. "What is wrong?" she asked, hurrying toward me. "What happened?" I was panting heavily. I couldn't form a coherent sentence. I just shook my head and pointed back down the stairs. "We need to leave," I gasped. "Right now, we have to go." She tried to ask me more questions, but I refused to answer. I just kept repeating that we had to leave. I was completely hysterical. Seeing how genuinely panicked I was, she didn't argue. She left her cart in the hallway, grabbed her keys, and we practically ran out of the building. The warm, humid summer air hit me as soon as we pushed through the front doors. I had never been so relieved to feel the miserable Ohio heat. We got into her car, and she locked the doors immediately. As she drove us out of the parking lot, I kept my eyes focused straight ahead. I refused to look back at the dark, looming shape of the school. It took me a long time to calm down enough to explain what happened. When I finally told her, she was quiet. She didn't laugh at me. She didn't tell me I was crazy. She just said that old buildings settle and tired eyes see things that aren't there. But her voice was strained. I could tell she didn't fully believe her own excuse. She never made me go back into that wing again. In fact, she requested that a different crew finish the old section of the building. I spent the rest of the summer working in the cafeteria and the gym, areas with big, open spaces and very few interior windows. I managed to push the memory of that night to the back of my mind. I convinced myself that my mom was right. I had been overworked, stressed, and my imagination had gotten the better of me. The summer ended. I packed up my things to head back to college. I was actually looking forward to leaving the town and that school far behind me. It was the night before I was supposed to leave. This is the part that brings me back to what I said at the very beginning, the hook of this entire nightmare. I was finishing up my packing in my childhood bedroom. My room was on the second floor of our house. It was late, around 11:30 p.m. The house was completely quiet. My parents were already asleep. I gathered my toiletries to put in my travel bag. I walked into the attached bathroom to grab my toothbrush. I didn't turn the bathroom light on. I didn't need to. Enough light was spilling in from my bedroom to see what I was doing. I walked up to the sink. I reached out and grabbed my toothbrush from the holder. As I pulled my hand back, I casually glanced up at the bathroom mirror over the sink. The light from my bedroom illuminated my face and my shoulders in the glass, and it illuminated the space directly behind me. Standing there in the reflection of my own safe, familiar bedroom was the same solid, black figure. It was towering over me, just like it had in the school door. I froze, my heart stopped. I didn't turn around to check the physical room. I already knew from the school that there would be nothing there. It didn't exist in the real world. It only existed in the glass. I stood there in the dim light, staring at the terrifying shadow standing right behind my reflection. It didn't move, it didn't reach for me, it just stood there watching. I slowly backed out of the bathroom, never taking my eyes off the mirror until I crossed the threshold into my bedroom. I grabbed my car keys, ran downstairs, and drove away from the house in the middle of the night. I didn't stop driving until the sun came up. I never slept in that house again. It has been 3 years since that summer. I live in a different state now. I have a normal life. I try not to think about Ohio or that old high school or my childhood bedroom. But the fear has never fully left me, because the terrifying truth is I still don't know what that thing was. I don't know what it wanted. All I know is that I haven't looked into a mirror in the dark since that night, and honestly I don't think I ever will again, because I am terrified of what I might see standing behind me. Story 4. This happened on a cold northern Ontario night. I thought the tapping on my window was just branches, but it was. My name is Luke. A few years ago, my two best friends and I decided to rent a cabin deep in the woods for a weekend fishing trip. We were all completely burned out from our demanding office jobs and just wanted to disconnect for a few days. We found a listing online for a place called Cabin 14. It was cheap, mostly because it was located miles away from any actual town. The owner warned us beforehand that cell phone service would be completely non-existent out there in the dense forest. That was exactly what we wanted at the time. I was 26, working a highly stressful job in the city, and the idea of silence sounded like heaven. The drive up there took almost 6 hours from where we lived. The final hour was just us navigating slowly down this narrow, unpaved logging road that seemed to drag on forever. The trees were so incredibly thick and tall on either side of the dirt path that they completely blocked out the late afternoon sun. By the time we actually pulled up to the rental property, it was already getting very dark. The air outside was freezing, that sharp kind of deep cold that instantly bites at your face the second you step out of the warm car. Cabin 14 was a single-story wooden structure that looked like it had been built decades ago and left to age. It had a dark, heavily weathered exterior and a steeply pitched metal roof designed to keep the heavy winter snow from piling up and collapsing the frame. It sat entirely alone in a small dirt clearing, with the dense, dark tree line pushing right up against the very edge of the gravel driveway. There were no other cabins around, no neighbors, no passing cars. Just us and endless miles of empty, silent forest. We grabbed our duffel bags from the trunk and headed inside the dark cabin. The interior was basic but comfortable. There was a main living area with an old wood-burning stove, a very small kitchen off to the side, and a short hallway that led to 2 bedrooms and a single bathroom. Dave and Mark claimed the larger bedroom with the twin beds. That left me with the smaller room situated at the very end of the narrow hallway. I didn't mind. I was just happy to have my own quiet space. That first evening was completely normal and actually very relaxing. We chopped some firewood outside, got a nice fire going in the old stove, and cooked some dinner together. We stayed up for a while in the warm living room, just having a few drinks and talking excitedly about our plans for fishing the lake the next day. The silence outside the cabin walls was almost overwhelming. Coming from a loud, chaotic city, the total absence of any background noise was quite jarring. You could hear every single tiny pop and crack of the dry wood burning in the stove. Around 11:30 p.m., we all decided to call it a night. We were physically exhausted from the long, stressful drive up the mountain. I walked back down the dark hallway to my room, shut the heavy wooden door, and crawled into the small bed. The room was absolutely freezing, so I pulled the heavy, thick quilt all the way up to my chin. For a long while, I just laid there flat on my back in the pitch black, listening to the absolute dead quiet of the surrounding woods. I was just starting to drift off into a deep sleep when I heard something strange. It was a faint, rhythmic sound coming from the small window above my bed. The tapping stopped after a few seconds. I let out a slow, quiet breath, telling myself it was just the heavy winter wind blowing a stray tree branch against the cold glass. I closed my tired eyes again, but then the sound changed entirely. It wasn't a soft, random tapping anymore. It was a very heavy, solid thud, and it didn't come from the small window. It came from directly above my head. It sounded exactly like someone stepping forcefully onto the cold metal roof. I instantly froze. My heart immediately started beating faster against my ribs. I lay there completely motionless beneath the blankets, staring up at the dark ceiling. A few tense seconds passed in total silence. I tried desperately to convince myself it was just a large pinecone falling from a tall tree, or maybe a heavy branch suddenly snapping off under its own weight. But then came another loud thud, and then another. These weren't random, natural impacts from falling debris. They were very deliberate, rhythmic, heavy steps. Someone or something was walking slowly on the roof. The awful sound of the cold metal groaning and bending slightly under the extreme weight was unmistakable. It sounded incredibly heavy, way too heavy to be a raccoon or any other normal forest animal. The heavy footsteps moved very slowly across the entire length of the cabin roof. They started near the front living room area, and I could clearly trace their terrifying path as they walked steadily toward the back, right over my dark room. My chest felt incredibly tight. I didn't want to make a single sound or move a muscle. I just listened in horror as the heavy boots, or whatever they were, crunched loudly against the freezing metal surface. The frightening steps stopped right above my small bedroom. I held my breath, just waiting for them to continue walking past, but they didn't. Whatever was up there had just stopped walking and was standing completely still, directly over my bed. I laid there in the dark for what felt like hours, too absolutely terrified to even shift my own weight on the squeaky mattress. The sheer, crushing weight of the silence in the room was suffocating. I kept nervously waiting to hear the heavy steps walk away or climb down off the building, but there was absolutely nothing. Eventually, my sheer physical exhaustion completely took over, and my body forced me to fall asleep sometime around 3 in the morning. When I finally woke up the next morning, the bright sun was streaming directly through the small window. Everything in the cabin felt incredibly normal and safe again. The absolute terror of the night before almost felt like a silly, overactive bad dream. I quickly got out of bed, threw on a warm hoodie, and walked out into the main living area of the cabin. Mark and Dave were already wide awake, casually making hot coffee in the small kitchen. They looked completely rested and perfectly fine. I sat down at the small wooden dining table and nervously rubbed my tired eyes. Mark looked over at me and laughed out loud, saying I looked like I hadn't slept a single wink all night. I quietly told them that I kept hearing weird, heavy noises on the roof. Dave just waved his hand dismissively at me. He chuckled lightly and said it was probably just hungry squirrels or raccoons running around up there looking for food. He confidently said that the hollow metal roof probably just amplified the tiny sounds, making a very small animal sound like a large, heavy person. I really wanted to believe him. It was broad daylight now, and terrifying monsters and crazy intruders don't usually walk around on steep roofs in the middle of nowhere. I just nodded my head and drank my hot coffee, trying hard to push the very uneasy, sickening feeling out of my stomach. We spent the entire day down by the freezing lake, quietly fishing and just enjoying the cold, crisp nature air. It was a really good, relaxing day. For a few peaceful hours, I actually managed to completely forget about the terrifying footsteps. But when we slowly walked back up the dirt path toward the isolated cabin late that afternoon, my deep sense of creeping dread came rushing right back. As we approached the dirt clearing, I suddenly stopped walking for a second and just stared intently at the cabin structure. In the clear daylight, I could finally see the full design of the place. The roof was made of very smooth, slippery corrugated metal, and it was pitched at an extremely steep angle to quickly shed heavy winter snow. It was a sheer, very slippery surface that looked dangerous to even stand on. More importantly, I finally noticed the surrounding trees. There were absolutely no trees hanging directly over the cabin roof. The careful owner had clearly cut back the entire area around the wooden structure to prevent large branches from falling on it during storms. The nearest tall pine tree was at least 20 or 30 feet away from the very edge of the metal roof. There was absolutely no logical way an animal could have safely jumped from a distant tree directly onto the roof, and there was certainly no ladder sitting anywhere on the property. The four exterior walls of the cabin were just straight vertical wood siding, with zero handholds, pipes, or any possible way for anyone to climb straight up. I just stood there frozen in the freezing dirt, my tense stomach slowly tying itself into a painful knot. If there was absolutely no way up and no trees to jump from, how did something get up there in the dark? And how could a very small animal possibly make the strong metal roof groan under pressure like a fully grown, 200-pound man? I didn't say a single word to Mark or Dave about my disturbing realization. I really didn't want to sound crazy or needlessly paranoid. I just kept my head down and quietly followed them inside the dark cabin. That second long evening felt entirely different to me. While my two friends were casually laughing and loudly playing card games by the warm fire, I was completely on edge. Every single time the wind blew outside or the dry wood shifted loudly in the stove, my eyes immediately darted toward the ceiling. I just couldn't shake the terrible feeling that we were entirely isolated out here. If something horrible went wrong, no one would ever hear us screaming for help. We didn't even have a single bar of cell service to call the local police. Around 10:45 p.m., Mark and Dave decided they were tired and wanted to go to bed. I nervously stayed out in the main living room for a little while longer, just staring blankly into the dying, glowing embers of the fire. I really didn't want to go back into that very small, freezing bedroom at the dark end of the hall. I absolutely dreaded having to lie in the pitch dark and just wait for the horrible sounds to start again. But sitting out in the completely open living room wasn't making me feel any safer. The large, uncovered windows overlooking the dark, endless forest made me feel incredibly exposed. Anyone secretly standing in the dark tree line could easily see straight inside. I eventually stood up, made absolutely sure the heavy wooden front door was fully locked, deadbolt and all, and slowly walked down the short hallway to my room. I didn't even bother changing my day clothes. I just quickly kicked off my shoes and immediately got beneath the heavy, cold blanket. I made sure to leave the small bedside lamp turned on this time. The dim, yellow light cast very long, distorted, creepy shadows across the wooden panel walls. I laid completely flat on my back, staring straight up at the wooden ceiling planks. An entire hour slowly passed. The dark cabin was completely, terrifyingly silent. I nervously checked my bright phone screen. It was exactly 12:15 a.m. I was really starting to confidently think that maybe I really had just imagined the whole terrifying thing the night before. Maybe my exhausted, stressed mind had just played cruel tricks on me in the highly unfamiliar, silent environment. My tired eyelids actually started getting very heavy. Then it happened again. Thud. My heavy eyes quickly snapped wide open. My panicked breath instantly caught deep in my throat. It was exactly the same sound as before. A heavy, booted footstep stepping squarely onto the cold metal directly above the front porch. I laid there paralyzed. I listened closely as the slow, deliberate footsteps started moving again. The freezing metal buckling under the weight was terrifying. They were taking their time, walking with heavy, purposeful steps straight toward my bedroom. The dark packing felt incredibly unnatural. I couldn't just lay there again. Slowly, without making a single sound, I carefully slid out of the squeaky bed. I stood still on the floorboards. I took one single step toward the hallway. Immediately, a heavy footstep violently shifted on the roof above me, matching my exact movement. I took another slow step forward. Thud, the footstep above me instantly followed. Panic took over. I rapidly walked into the hallway. The heavy boots violently crunched on the metal roof above, matching my frantic pace. They were tracking my exact movements through the ceiling. I abruptly stopped walking. The aggressive footsteps above me stopped at the exact same second. Someone was standing right up there, just listening. I stood frozen in the hallway until the sun finally started to rise. We packed our car and left the moment daylight broke. I didn't explain anything. As we sped away down the dirt logging road, I looked back at the steeply pitched roof one last time. Near the peak, I saw deep scratch marks gouged into the metal. To this day, I refuse to sleep on the top floor of any house. Story 5. During the night at the station with no trains, I was staying in a basement apartment. At first, the noises upstairs seemed normal, until I realized they weren't coming from upstairs. They were coming from inside the walls right beside my bed. It was my second week visiting Australia, and I rented a cheap place on the outskirts of Sydney. It was a very quiet suburb. But that night, the scratching sounds inside the walls got so loud that I could not take the anxiety anymore. I packed my backpack in a total panic. My hands were shaking as I shoved my laptop and clothes inside. It was almost 2 in the morning and the basement air felt entirely suffocating. My plan was simple. I would walk to the local commuter rail station, sit securely under the bright lights, and wait for the first morning train back into the city. It felt like a completely safe idea. The walk took about 25 minutes. The suburban streets were completely dead. There were no cars driving by, no dogs barking, and no wind blowing. The air was freezing, and I kept my hands shoved deep inside my thick jacket pockets. Every time I passed under a flickering street lamp, my own shadow stretched out distorted in front of me, making me feel totally exposed. When I finally saw the dull glow of the transit station, I felt a massive wave of pure relief. It was a small, open-air commuter platform built elevated just slightly above street level. A steep set of concrete stairs led up to the main waiting area. I hurried up those steps quickly, my shoes echoing loudly. But as soon as I reached the top, my feeling of safety completely vanished. The station was entirely empty. I expected it to be pretty quiet at 2:15 in the morning, but this was completely different. There were no overnight security guards, no transit workers sweeping the dusty floors, and obviously no other stranded passengers. It was just a wide expanse of dirty concrete, harsh buzzing fluorescent lights overhead, and empty metal benches. I walked slowly over to the digital schedule display board. I pulled out my phone to check the local transit application. That was exactly when my stomach dropped. The screen showed that the last train had already run at 1:30. The very next train was not scheduled until 5:45 in the morning. I was completely stuck there for hours. I looked around the wide open platform, feeling very small and alone. The harsh white lights overhead continued buzzing. There was a small row of brightly lit vending machines standing against the far back wall. I walked over to them just to be near something that felt vaguely normal. I bought a cold bottle of water, listening to the heavy plastic bottle thud loudly down into the bottom metal slot. The sudden noise made me jump slightly. I picked the bottle up, walked over to the closest metal bench, and sat down. For the first full hour, sitting there was incredibly boring. I scrolled aimlessly on my phone, desperately trying to distract my mind from the creepy basement apartment I had just escaped from. The steady mechanical hum of the vending machines was actually kind of comforting. It was a predictable noise that filled the otherwise empty space around me. It made the old station feel a little less abandoned. I told myself everything was fine. I leaned my tired head back against the concrete wall behind the bench and closed my eyes. I thought about calling a ride-sharing service, but I was miles away from the busy city center. The app showed absolutely no drivers available in this remote area. I was entirely on my own out there. I took a deep, shaky breath and told myself I just needed to calmly wait it out. But right around 3:30 in the morning, the atmosphere completely changed. I was staring blankly down at my phone when a very loud, sharp mechanical click echoed forcefully across the platform. I jumped in my seat and quickly looked up. The bright lights on the vending machines had all turned off at the exact same time. The low, comforting hum of their internal motors completely stopped. They must have been on a timer. The sudden absence of that comforting noise hit me physically, almost like a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. The open station was instantly plunged into a silence so deep and heavy that it actually began to hurt my ears. It was not a peaceful quiet at all. It was an incredibly eerie, suffocating silence. It felt as if the air itself had simply stopped moving. I sat completely frozen on the bench. It is genuinely hard to explain just how unnatural that profound silence felt. Without the mechanical hum masking things, there was absolutely nothing hiding the tiny sounds I was making. When I nervously shifted my weight on the bench, the thick fabric of my jeans scraping against the seat sounded as loud as rough sandpaper. I forced myself to stop moving immediately. I suddenly felt like I was not supposed to make a sound. I quickly realized I could clearly hear my own breathing echoing all around me. Every single inhale and exhale sounded incredibly harsh and raspy in the freezing night air. I tried very hard to breathe much more quietly, taking short, shallow little breaths through my nose. But then I could hear my own heart beating inside my chest. I could feel it thudding hard against my ribs in a fast, nervous rhythm. It rapidly started to feel like I was actively disturbing something unseen just by being there. It felt like the abandoned station rightfully belonged to the heavy silence, and I was simply trespassing on its territory. I carefully looked down the long length of the empty platform. The remaining fluorescent lights cast very long, distorted shadows hiding behind the concrete support pillars. Beyond the edge of the platform, the tracks disappeared completely into pure darkness. I kept staring nervously into the dark tunnels where the tracks vanished from sight. My tired eyes started playing cruel tricks on me in the dim lighting. I genuinely thought I saw slight movement just at the very edge of where the light met the dark. It was nothing specific or clear, just a subtle shifting of the deep shadows. I blinked my eyes hard and rubbed my face, desperately telling myself it was exhaustion. But the sickening feeling of intense unease just kept growing stronger. It felt exactly like static electricity slowly building up in the freezing air all around me. I tried to look back down at my phone screen, but I simply could not focus my eyes on the words. The intense feeling of being watched from the dark was becoming totally overwhelming. It was that deep, primal human instinct making my hair stand up. I slowly and carefully turned my head to look directly behind me. There was absolutely nothing there except the firmly locked doors of the ticketing office and the darkened, useless row of vending machines. But the terrible feeling of being observed did not fade away at all. I slowly stood up from the bench, my stiff legs feeling a little bit unsteady beneath me. The sudden movement felt incredibly loud in the dead air. I suddenly remembered those awful scratching sounds coming from the walls of the dark basement apartment earlier that same night. Now, standing alone in this dead train station, I swore I heard a very faint, similar noise coming from down the empty tracks. It sounded exactly like a heavy shoe slowly dragging against the loose gravel. Just one long, slow scrape. Then absolute, crushing silence returned once again. My entire body instantly froze in terror. I strained my ears as hard as I could, listening so intensely that my head actually started to ache from the physical effort. Was someone really walking out there in the absolute dark? The long train tracks were totally unlit and dangerous. Nobody should be out there wandering around at this specific hour. I held my breath tightly, simply waiting to hear the awful sound again. A full minute passed. Nothing happened. I slowly let my breath out and took a cautious step back toward my metal bench. I desperately tried to convince myself it was just some loose trash blowing across the tracks in the wind, even though there was absolutely no wind blowing that particular night. I sat back down nervously, clutching my heavy backpack tightly against my chest like a protective shield. The bright numbers on my phone screen read 3:45. Then, without any kind of warning at all, a sharp, violent burst of audio static exploded directly above my head. I literally screamed out loud and quickly covered both of my ears with my hands. It was the public address speakers securely mounted along the ceiling of the platform. The sudden, incredibly aggressive noise was completely deafening after sitting in so much total silence. The loud static continuously cracked and hissed sharply, echoing aggressively off walls. I looked up in terror at the nearest speaker box, my heart hammering violently in my throat. I fully expected to hear a pre-recorded automated voice announcing a schedule change, or even a stern security warning telling me that the station was entirely closed for the night. The loud static continued blaring for a few more agonizing seconds, sounding incredibly harsh and extremely abrasive. I waited anxiously for the professional voice to start speaking. But no human voice ever came through the speaker. Instead, the loud blaring static suddenly stopped completely, instantly replaced by a very low, unsettling open microphone hum. The speaker system was totally live. Someone somewhere had deliberately keyed the microphone, but they were not saying a single word into it. The creepy sound of an open, empty audio channel hissed quietly through the entire station. It was the distinct sound of broadcasting dead silence. I sat completely paralyzed on the bench, staring up wide-eyed at the dirty white box of the speaker. Through the low, steady hiss of the live microphone, I could hear very faint, indistinct background noises. It sounded unsettlingly wet, like the slow, steady dripping of water, or maybe someone breathing very softly and very heavily, extremely close to the microphone itself. It was honestly impossible to tell for sure, but the disturbing sound made my skin crawl. I nervously whispered a shaky hello into the empty, freezing air. The exact moment I spoke, the open microphone clicked off with a very sharp, loud pop. The station was instantly and aggressively plunged right back into that suffocating, heavy silence. But the silence felt fundamentally different now. It felt entirely malicious and angry. The terrible realization hit me like a physical punch straight to the stomach. Someone was definitely sitting in the control room right now. I stood up very slowly, making sure not to take my eyes off the speaker above me. I started backing away from the metal bench, moving carefully toward the concrete stairs I had walked up earlier. I honestly did not care about catching the morning train anymore. I just needed to leave this elevated platform immediately. I desperately needed to get back down to the street level, even if it meant I had to walk. As I backed slowly toward the stairs, a single long fluorescent light tube directly above my head violently flickered and buzzed loudly. The sudden noise made me flinch hard. When the light finally steadied again, the silence rushed back in instantly, feeling even thicker than before. I finally reached the top of the concrete stairs and looked down nervously. The steep staircase was just a narrow, intimidating tunnel of gray concrete walls. I cautiously took the very first step down the stairs. My rubber shoe squeaked incredibly loudly against the hard concrete edge. I paused immediately, wincing at the sharp noise I made. Then I heard something that made the blood in my veins run entirely cold. From the very far end of the train platform, the exact end I was walking away from, came a distinct, deliberate sound. It was the slow scrape of a shoe sliding forcefully. Someone was definitely up here on the platform with me. I didn't wait around to hear the terrifying sound again. I turned around instantly and practically threw my entire body down the steep concrete stairs. I took the steps 2 at a time, my heavy backpack bouncing violently against my shoulders with every leap. I didn't care how much noise I was making anymore. The protective silence was completely broken, and I just wanted to get out. I burst out of the bottom of the stairwell and practically fell onto the sidewalk at the main street level. The air felt slightly different down here, but still freezing cold. I didn't stop running. I ran straight down the middle of the empty asphalt road, purposely staying directly under the orange glow of the street lamps overhead. I kept frantically looking back over my shoulder, but the dark street directly behind me stubbornly remained totally empty. My lungs were burning painfully after just a few blocks, and I eventually had to slow down to a fast walk. I was panting heavily, my warm breath forming thick white clouds in the freezing night air. I quickly pulled out my phone again, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the device right onto the hard asphalt. I nervously opened the ride-sharing app once more, silently praying that a driver had miraculously appeared. The little digital loading circle spun and spun endlessly. The internet connection was absolutely terrible out here in the suburbs. I kept walking fast, nervously glancing at every dark driveway and narrow, shadowy alleyway I passed. The neighborhood was purely residential, mostly small dark houses hiding behind tall fences and overgrown bushes. There were absolutely no lights turned on in any of the windows. It truly felt like the entire world had simply been abandoned. Finally, the app made a loud ping sound. A driver had actually accepted my ride request. He was 15 long minutes away. I let out a very shaky, shuddering breath of pure relief, but the intense fear absolutely didn't leave my body. 15 minutes is a genuinely long time when you're standing completely alone in the dark, totally convinced that something unseen from the train station is actively coming after you. I nervously found an empty bus stop bench near a small intersection and sat down awkwardly to wait. It was positioned directly under a bright street lamp, which honestly made me feel just slightly better. But the silence down here on the street was beginning to feel exactly like the heavy silence up on the platform. It was way too quiet. The specific kind of quiet that literally feels like a constant ringing deep inside your ears. I pulled my freezing knees up tightly against my chest, trying desperately to make myself look as small as physically possible. I carefully watched the digital timer on my phone screen slowly tick down. 14 minutes, 13 minutes. I started paying extremely close attention to the dark shadows stretching out from the trees and fences across the quiet street. My anxious mind kept replaying the sharp click of the vending machines shutting off and the terrifying hiss. Then I heard it again, a very faint, familiar scratching sound. At first, my completely exhausted brain tried to logically tell me it was just a rat moving around in the thick bushes right behind the bus stop. But as I sat there, holding my breath, I instantly recognized the specific rhythm. It was the exact same scraping, heavy shuffling noise I had heard coming from inside the walls of my basement apartment several hours earlier. The terrifying sound was definitely not coming from the bushes behind me. It was coming directly from the dark street I had just walked down. It sounded exactly like someone slowly and purposely dragging their heavy feet along the concrete sidewalk. Scrape, pause, scrape. It was moving at a very slow, deliberate pace, and it was steadily getting closer to the intersection where I was sitting completely alone. I stood up slowly from the bus bench, my heart slamming painfully against my ribs once again. I stepped completely out of the bright light of the street lamp and backed carefully into the dark shadows of a nearby wooden fence. I stared intently down the dark road, straining my tired eyes. The awful scraping sound continued, methodical, loud, and totally unhurried. Whatever was making that specific noise was absolutely not rushing. It felt like it knew me. The timer on my glowing phone said exactly 3 minutes left. Come on, I whispered frantically to myself in the dark. I kept my eyes completely locked on the very edge of the darkness, right where the orange glow of the street lamp finally faded away into pitch black. The dragging sound slowly grew louder and closer. It was just a few dozen yards away now, completely hidden in the dark, empty space between two streetlights. Suddenly, a pair of bright headlights quickly swept around the corner of the intersection, cutting sharply through the dark and blinding me completely for a second. It was the car I had ordered. I didn't even wait for the driver to fully pull over to the curb. I ran straight out into the street and grabbed the back door handle, pulling it open quickly and diving headfirst into the backseat. Drive, I told the driver immediately, my voice cracking with pure panic. Please just drive right now. The driver looked back at me in the rearview mirror, clearly confused and looking a little concerned by my sudden panic. He asked if everything was all right, putting the car into gear and quickly pulling away from the dark curb. I didn't answer him at all. I just turned around in my seat and looked intensely out the back window of the car. As the car quickly sped away, the red glow of the taillights washed briefly over the empty bus stop I had just been standing at. For a very brief, terrifying second, the red light clearly illuminated the sidewalk just beyond the bench. Standing there perfectly still, right at the edge of the dark shadows, was a tall, unnaturally thin figure. It was completely motionless, just watching the car drive away into the cold night. I slid down low in my seat, turning around to face forward, my entire body violently trembling. I spent the rest of the long car ride in complete stunned silence, just listening closely to the soft hum of the engine and the tires rolling on the road. I had genuinely never been so entirely grateful for the sound of a moving vehicle in my entire life. I ended up going straight to the busy airport and paying to change my flight immediately. I didn't even go back to that awful basement apartment to pack the rest of my luggage. I completely left my clothes, my toiletries, absolutely everything behind. I just desperately wanted to be surrounded by people, loud noise, and normal, safe life again. I flew back to the United States the very next afternoon. It has been several months since that terrifying night outside Sydney. I am now safely back home, living right in the middle of a busy city where there is constantly loud background noise. Heavy traffic, loud sirens, people always talking. But sometimes, usually around 3 in the morning, my apartment gets completely, perfectly quiet. And whenever that unnatural, heavy silence finally falls, I always freeze. Because I know that if I listen closely enough, I might just hear the faint sound of a heavy shoe slowly dragging across the floor. Story 6. Around the time I was helping my uncle clear out his storage unit in Nevada, I started getting strange notifications from my security camera. The weird part was the camera wasn't even plugged in. It was sitting at the very bottom of a heavy cardboard box, buried beneath a pile of old winter coats and tangled extension cords. I had packed it up myself earlier that same afternoon, making sure to wrap the power cable tightly around the base so it wouldn't get damaged in transit. There was absolutely no way it had a power source, and it didn't have a backup battery. Yet my phone buzzed in my pocket 3 separate times that evening, alerting me to motion detected in a completely dark space. I brushed it off as a weird software glitch or a delayed notification from earlier. I simply swiped the alerts away and tried to focus on the task in front of me. I really didn't want to be doing manual labor that night in the first place, and the strange phone glitches were just adding to my growing bad mood. My Uncle Dave had rented a very large unit at a massive, climate-controlled storage facility located just outside the city limits of Las Vegas. He was in the middle of moving to a smaller apartment and desperately needed a temporary place to dump his extra belongings while he figured out his next living situation. Because he worked incredibly long, tiring shifts at a casino during the day, the only time we could actually manage to move his heavy furniture was late at night. It was well past 11:30 p.m. when we finally pulled his rusty pickup truck into the empty parking lot of the storage facility. The desert air outside was still uncomfortably warm, a heavy blanket of dry heat that clung to my skin the moment I stepped out of the passenger side door. The storage building itself was massive and intimidating. It looked like a giant, windowless concrete fortress painted in a dull, faded shade of beige. There were no other cars parked in the lot. It was just us, the buzzing electrical hum of a single flickering street lamp overhead, and the vast, empty stretch of dark highway stretching out behind us. I walked slowly up to the main gate to punch in the access code Dave gave me. The keypad beeped loudly with each press, breaking the absolute, dead silence of the desert night. A few seconds later, the heavy metal security gate slowly began to slide open with a harsh, grating sound that echoed loudly across the empty asphalt. We drove the truck inside the perimeter and parked near one of the side entrance doors. The entire facility was designed so you could drive right up, load your heavy things onto flatbed metal carts, and push them down the long interior hallways. It was supposed to be a convenient setup, but at this late hour, the place just felt incredibly isolated and lonely. The property was surrounded by a tall chain-link fence topped with coils of sharp barbed wire. It was obviously meant to keep trespassers out, but standing there looking at the featureless concrete walls, I couldn't help but feel a strange wave of unease. It felt less like a place to store old couches and more like a place designed to keep something locked inside. Dave unlocked the heavy side door and pushed it open with his shoulder. We grabbed an empty metal flatbed cart from the small vestibule area and wheeled it inside. The moment the heavy exterior door swung shut behind us, locking with a loud click, the heat of the Nevada night was completely cut off. The industrial air conditioning in the building was running on full blast. It was instantly freezing. The air inside felt strangely sterile, completely devoid of any moisture or natural smell. It smelled intensely of cold concrete, old cardboard boxes, and cheap industrial floor cleaner. We were standing at the very beginning of a long, narrow main hallway. The walls were lined with identical bright orange roll-up metal doors on both sides. The floor was made of polished concrete that perfectly reflected the harsh, white glare of the fluorescent lights mounted on the ceiling. Those lights stretched down the hallway in a perfectly straight line, eventually disappearing into the distance where the corridor seemed to just end in shadows. It was the kind of repetitive environment that totally messed with your sense of depth perception. Every single hallway looked exactly the same as the last one. Every orange door was completely identical. If you didn't pay very close attention to the small white numbers painted above each unit, it would be incredibly easy to get completely lost in the maze. We started the slow process of loading heavy boxes from the bed of the truck onto our metal cart. It was a tedious and frustrating process. My uncle wasn't exactly organized, so everything was just thrown together into mismatched, flimsy boxes with absolutely no clear labels written on them. We pushed the fully loaded cart down the long main corridor. The hard wheels squeaked rhythmically against the concrete floor, the annoying sound bouncing off the metal doors and amplifying loudly in the narrow, enclosed space. Dave's unit was located near the very back of the massive building, down a secondary, smaller hallway that branched off from the main spine. We had to take 2 separate left turns just to reach his specific section of the facility. As we walked further and further into the building, I started to notice that some of the ceiling motion sensor lights weren't working properly. Entire sections of the hallway would remain cast in deep, heavy shadows until we were standing directly underneath the fixtures. Only then, with a delayed clicking sound, would the light finally flicker on, buzzing slightly as it struggled to warm up and illuminate the space. We finally reached his assigned unit, number 418. My uncle pulled a small silver key from his pocket, slid it into the heavy padlock, turned it smoothly, and pulled the metal latch free. The roll-up door was incredibly heavy and stiff. He had to use both of his hands and his full body weight to heave it upward off the ground. It retracted up into the ceiling with a deafening metallic crash. The noise was so sudden and loud it actually made me flinch backward. The awful sound echoed violently down the empty hallway for what felt like 10 full seconds before finally fading away into a heavy, oppressive silence. Inside, the storage unit was a completely chaotic mess. It was a tight 10 by 15 foot space packed almost completely to the ceiling with old wooden furniture, black garbage bags stuffed full of clothes, and tall stacks of poorly sealed cardboard boxes. The single dim light bulb hanging from a wire cage inside the unit cast long, strange, distorted shadows across the massive piles of junk. Our main job for tonight was to completely clear out the front half of the unit so Dave could finally reach a specific heavy antique dresser that was buried all the way in the back corner. It meant pulling out dozens of heavy, awkward boxes, stacking them neatly out in the hallway, and then putting them all back inside once we managed to retrieve the wooden dresser. I knew immediately it was going to take us hours to finish. I pulled my phone out to check the time. It was almost midnight. The weird security camera notifications had thankfully stopped for now, but I noticed my battery was draining unusually fast for some reason. I shoved the phone deep into my pocket, sighed heavily, and grabbed the first heavy box to drag it out. We worked together in relative silence for about 45 minutes. The only sounds in the entire building were our own heavy, tired breathing, the rough scraping of thick cardboard sliding against the concrete floor, and the occasional grunt of effort as we lifted heavier, awkward items. The intense isolation of the large building was really starting to get to my nerves. I hadn't heard a single car drive by on the highway outside. I hadn't heard any other metal doors opening or closing anywhere in the facility. We were completely, entirely alone in this massive, freezing concrete warehouse, or at least that's what I firmly believed. I was kneeling on the cold floor in the hallway, trying to use a roll of tape to fix a box that had ripped completely open, when I heard it for the very first time. It was faint, muffled slightly by the distance, but it was completely distinct. A sound echoing from somewhere deep within the confusing maze of adjacent hallways. I paused immediately, keeping my hands perfectly still over the cardboard. I tilted my head to the side, straining my ears to listen closely over the low, constant hum of the air conditioning vents blowing above us. It was a knocking sound, 3 heavy, deliberate knocks against metal. I waited, holding my breath and staring down the dark hallway. The silence stretched out for a long, very uncomfortable moment. I slowly looked over my shoulder at my uncle. He was wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, clearly not paying attention to anything around us. I was just about to convince myself that I had simply imagined the noise, or that it was just the large metal pipes settling somewhere up in the ceiling. Old buildings make weird noises all the time, right? But then it happened again, 2 knocks. They were slightly louder this time. There was another long, tense pause. My heart started to beat a little bit faster in my chest. It wasn't the sound itself that was scaring me. It was the specific rhythm of it. It felt entirely intentional. Like someone was knocking politely on a door, waiting for an answer to come, and then impatiently knocking again when no one responded. I stayed perfectly still on my knees, my eyes fixed firmly on the bright orange door of the locked unit directly across from ours. Then the sound echoed out once more, 3 more heavy knocks. 3 knocks, then a pause, 2 knocks, then another pause, 3 knocks. It was a clear, unmistakable repeating pattern. The deep sound was definitely coming from somewhere down the main hallway, the exact one we had walked down earlier to get here. I slowly stood up, my knees popping softly in the quiet air. I walked over to the edge of our unit and poked my head out into the main corridor. The long row of identical orange doors stretched out endlessly to my right side. The motion sensor lights at the far end of the hall had timed out again, leaving the distant part of the corridor shrouded in pitch black, impenetrable darkness. The only source of light was the harsh fluorescent bulb glowing directly above where I was standing. I kept staring deeply into the dark section of the hall, half expecting to see someone finally step out from the shadows. I stood there and waited for almost 2 full minutes. Absolutely nothing moved. There were no sounds of footsteps walking away. There were no muffled voices talking, just the steady, icy breeze blowing from the ceiling vents pushing against my face. I stepped back inside our messy unit and rubbed my arms, suddenly realizing just how cold my skin actually was. I tried hard to push the creeping feeling of unease entirely out of my mind. This was a public 24-hour storage facility. It was totally possible that someone else was just here late at night, moving their stuff around just like we were doing. People have weird, unpredictable schedules in Vegas. Maybe someone was just struggling with a rusty, jammed door lock a few rows over. I tried to firmly convince myself there was a totally logical explanation for the pattern, and I forced myself to go back to stacking the heavy boxes. Another half hour passed by slowly. We had finally managed to clear a narrow, walkable path all the way to the back of the cramped unit. The large antique dresser was finally visible, sitting safely beneath a dirty, gray plastic tarp. I was completely exhausted. My lower back ached painfully, and my bare hands were covered in a thick, dry layer of gray dust. I took a short break, leaning my weight against a tall stack of plastic crates to catch my breath. The utter silence of the large building felt much heavier now. It physically pressed in on my ears, making them ring slightly with the lack of background noise. I closed my tired eyes for a second, wishing more than anything that we were already done and driving back home. And then the strange knocking pattern started again. This time it was so incredibly loud it made me physically jump backward. It wasn't coming from the main hallway anymore. It sounded like it was right around the closest corner, somewhere in the adjacent row of units directly parallel to ours. 3 incredibly heavy strikes against a hollow metal door. The sound actually vibrated through the solid concrete floor right beneath my sneakers. I froze in place. I looked over at Dave, and this time he was staring right back at me. His face had gone completely pale under the harsh light. He accidentally dropped the heavy roll of packing tape he was holding. It hit the concrete ground with a loud, sharp clatter that made me flinch again. He quickly put a dirty finger to his lips, silently signaling for me to stay perfectly quiet. We both stood completely motionless in the center of our cramped storage unit, listening intently to the silence. We waited there in agonizing, tight silence. 5 seconds passed slowly. Then 10 seconds. I could actually hear my own rapid pulse thumping loudly in my ears. Then the inevitable response finally came. 2 loud, crashing knocks. They were much slower this time, more deliberate and aggressive. The sheer physical force behind them sounded immense. It didn't sound like a normal person knocking lightly with their bare knuckles. It sounded exactly like someone slamming the heavy base of their closed fist against the thin metal siding as hard as they could. Dave slowly reached into his canvas tool bag and grabbed a heavy, solid metal flashlight. He clicked the button on, the bright white beam cutting sharply through the dim light of our open unit. He silently nodded his head toward the open hallway. We moved together slowly, our cautious footsteps sounding impossibly loud against the smooth concrete floor despite our best efforts to walk softly. We slowly reached the corner where our narrow secondary hallway met the adjacent parallel row. My uncle took a deep, shaky breath, gripped the heavy flashlight tighter in his hand, and quickly stepped around the concrete corner, shining the bright beam straight down the new corridor. It was completely, entirely empty. The motion sensor lights in this specific section were entirely dead and broken. The strong beam from his flashlight illuminated row after row of undisturbed, locked orange doors, ending completely at a solid cinderblock wall at the far end of the large building. There was absolutely no one there. There were no open units anywhere in sight. Nothing was out of place, but the loud sound had been so incredibly close. It had to have come from one of the closed doors within 50 feet of where we were standing. Before either of us could even whisper a single word, the terrifying sound echoed out again. 3 rapid, violent knocks, but it wasn't coming from the dark, empty hallway right in front of us anymore. The location of the sound had inexplicably shifted again. Now it was coming from directly behind us, from the very back of our own, brightly lit hallway. The exact direction we had just cautiously walked away from. My stomach completely dropped. A horrible wave of pure, freezing cold dread washed over my entire body. It was physically impossible. We would have easily seen a person walk past our open unit to get to the back of that hall. There was no other way around. These hallways were complete blind alleys. Whatever was making that awful noise was somehow moving without being seen at all, and it felt like it was playing some kind of sick game with us. Dave didn't hesitate for another second. He grabbed my shoulder, his grip painfully tight through my shirt, and pulled me forcefully back toward our unit. We didn't care about being quiet or stealthy anymore. We ran quickly back down our short corridor. When we reached our open door, he immediately started grabbing the heavy boxes we had painstakingly stacked outside and throwing them roughly back in. He wasn't organizing anything. He was just tossing them blindly and desperately into the cramped space. The antique dresser didn't matter anymore. We were leaving this place right now. I rushed to help him, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the edges of the cardboard. The air in the hallway felt completely different now. It felt thick, heavy, and charged with an awful, unseen energy that made the small hairs on my arms stand straight up. I kept nervously looking over my shoulder, terrified that I was suddenly going to see someone standing perfectly still at the end of the hall, just watching us pack. But the long hallway remained completely empty and silent. We shoved the very last box roughly inside the unit. Dave reached up, grabbed the bottom handle of the heavy metal roll-up door, and pulled downward with all of his body weight. The metal door slammed shut against the concrete floor with a final, echoing crash. He quickly slid his heavy padlock into place and snapped it permanently closed. The sharp sound of the lock clicking shut felt like a tiny, desperate victory. We immediately turned away, ready to fast walk all the way back to the truck and never look back at this place. We took exactly 2 steps away from the newly locked unit, and then the knocking started one last time. It didn't come from down the long main hall. It didn't come from the adjacent dark row. It came from directly inside my uncle's locked unit, from the very back wall. 3 heavy, booming strikes against the solid concrete. Dave and I both froze dead in our tracks, staring wide-eyed at the bright orange door we had just securely locked shut. 2 more deafening knocks immediately followed. The physical force was so incredibly strong that the entire metal door actually rattled violently in its metal frame. The terrifying pattern finished with 3 final, floor-shaking blows. The absolute worst part wasn't the sound itself. It was the sudden, horrifying realization that hit me as we slowly backed away in pure terror. I clearly remembered the exterior layout of the massive building from when we first drove up. Dave's unit was located against the extreme back corner of the entire facility. The solid wall that the violent knocking was coming from was the exterior boundary wall of the building. There was no hallway behind it. There was no other unit back there. There was absolutely no empty space back there at all. It was just a solid, thick wall of concrete, and then the dark, empty Nevada desert outside. We didn't say a single word to each other. We just turned and ran. We sprinted recklessly down the long, freezing corridors, leaving our metal flatbed cart completely abandoned in the middle of the main hallway. We burst out the side door, piled frantically into his rusty truck, and sped recklessly through the front gate before it had even fully opened. We drove all the way back to the bright lights of the city in complete, stunned silence. My uncle never went back to that specific storage unit again. He abandoned every single thing inside it and immediately stopped paying the monthly rental fee. A few weeks later, my phone buzzed loudly on my nightstand in the middle of the night. It was a brand new motion notification from that same security camera. The exact same one that was still sitting completely unplugged, trapped inside a taped cardboard box, locked inside a storage unit we would never return to. Story 7. This happened while I was house-sitting for my aunt in Melbourne. The creaking floors didn't bother me until they started following me. I had been staying at her place for about a week while she was out of town on a business trip. It was an older 2-story house in a quiet suburban neighborhood, the kind of place with heavy wooden doors and floorboards that groaned under your weight. I was already feeling a little on edge that night. It was late, probably around 11:30 p.m., and the neighborhood outside was completely dead quiet. I was sitting alone in the downstairs living room trying to get some late-night work done on my laptop. Every single time I got up to go to the kitchen to get a glass of water, the house would make these strange, settling noises. I tried my best to ignore it. I kept telling myself it was just an old building adjusting to the temperature dropping outside. But then something happened that completely ruined my nerves. I had walked out into the main hallway to check the wall thermostat because it was getting chilly. I took about 5 steps across the hardwood and stopped to look at the dial, but the footsteps behind me didn't stop. I clearly heard 2 distinct, heavy creaks on the floorboards right after I stood still. It sounded exactly like someone had been walking right behind me and took a second to realize I had stopped moving. I froze instantly. I stood there in the dim hallway, holding my breath, just listening to the absolute silence. The quiet that followed was suffocating. I really didn't want to turn around. I slowly looked over my shoulder, fully expecting to see a person standing there, but the hallway was completely empty. There was nothing there, but the feeling of being watched was so intense that my stomach completely dropped. I immediately knew I couldn't stay in that house, not for the rest of the night. My mind was racing, trying to come up with a logical explanation, but my gut was screaming at me to leave. I walked back to the living room, grabbed my laptop, shoved it into my work bag, and grabbed my car keys off the table. I didn't even bother turning off the living room lamp or the kitchen lights. I just unlocked the front door, stepped out into the cold night air, and locked the deadbolt behind me. I practically jogged down the driveway to my car. I sat in the driver's seat for a minute, catching my breath and trying to calm myself down. I felt a little ridiculous running away from a creaking floorboard, but I just couldn't shake that horrible, heavy feeling of someone standing right behind me. I needed a place to go where I felt safe. I had a huge project due for work the next morning, and I couldn't focus at my aunt's house anyway. I worked for a corporate finance firm downtown. Our office was located in a massive high-rise tower right in the middle of the city's commercial district. Since I had my employee keycard, I figured I would just drive to the office and finish my paperwork there. The building had 24-hour security guards, bright lights, and camera systems everywhere. It felt like the safest place I could possibly be. At least there, I wouldn't have to worry about creepy old floorboards or feeling like I was isolated in an empty house in the dark. The drive downtown was eerie in its own way. The city streets were mostly deserted. It was a Tuesday night, so there wasn't much traffic at all, just a few delivery trucks and empty buses. I kept the radio playing low and tried to shake off the lingering anxiety from my aunt's house. By the time I pulled into the underground parking garage of my office building, it was around 12:45 a.m. The garage was massive, spanning several huge concrete levels beneath the tower itself. At this hour, it was completely desolate. The harsh fluorescent lights buzzed softly overhead, casting long shadows across the empty parking spaces. I parked my car as close to the elevator lobby doors as I possibly could. The echo of my car door slamming shut sounded way too loud in the massive concrete cavern. I walked over to the thick glass doors and swiped my employee badge against the scanner. The little light flashed green, and the heavy door unlocked with a loud metallic click. I stepped inside the lower-level lobby. It felt very strange being there when it was so incredibly quiet. During the normal workday, this place was always packed with people in suits, delivery drivers, and constant noise. Now, it was just me and the low, constant hum of the air conditioning system. I walked over to the main bank of passenger elevators. I pushed the glowing up button and waited patiently. The soft chime sounded a few seconds later, and the polished metal doors slid open. I stepped inside the brightly lit cab and hit the button for the 24th floor. The ride up was incredibly smooth and completely silent. I leaned my back against the mirrored wall, feeling my heart rate finally start to go back to a normal rhythm. The sterile, bright lights of the elevator were weirdly comforting after my scare. The doors chimed and opened on the 24th floor, and I stepped out into the main reception area of my company. The bright overhead lights were turned off for the night to save energy. Only the emergency track lighting and a few scattered desk lamps were left on, casting long, strange shadows across the thick corporate carpet. The darkness didn't bother me, though. It was a highly familiar place. I walked down the main central corridor, passing rows and rows of completely empty cubicles. The dark monitors sitting on the desks looked like blank eyes staring blindly back at me. I made my way to my personal desk, which was located near the very back corner of the floor, right by a row of large glass windows overlooking the city skyline. I sat down in my rolling chair, unpacked my laptop from my bag, and plugged it into my docking station. The dual screens lit up the dark corner, and I got straight to work. For a long while, everything was perfectly fine and normal. I put my noise-canceling headphones on and listened to some quiet acoustic music while I typed out my financial reports. The beautiful view of the glowing city lights outside my window was actually very relaxing. I completely forgot about the terrifying scare back at my aunt's house. I was just hyper-focused on getting my project finished so I could go back to my own apartment in the morning and finally get some sleep. Time slipped by pretty quickly while I was working. I eventually checked the digital clock on my computer screen, and it was already 2:30 a.m. I took off my glasses and rubbed my tired eyes. I was definitely starting to hit a wall. I took off my headphones and stretched my arms over my head. That was the exact moment I noticed how intensely quiet the office floor really was. Without my music playing in my ears, the complete silence of the room was almost heavy. The massive building felt incredibly huge and completely dead. I could only hear the faint, low hum of the ventilation system pushing cool air through the ceiling vents above me, but that was it. There were no office phones ringing, no keyboards clacking, no coworkers talking over each other. Just me, completely alone on the entire 24th floor. I decided to stand up and walk over to the break room to grab a cold bottle of water from the fridge. I walked slowly down the dim, narrow aisle between the tall cubicle walls. For some strange reason, the shadows seemed a little darker and deeper than they had before. As I was standing in the break room, filling my plastic cup at the water cooler, I heard a sound that made me freeze in my tracks. It was a faint, sharp tapping noise. It sounded exactly like a heavy pen dropping onto a hard wooden desk, coming from the complete opposite side of the office floor. I stood perfectly still, clutching my plastic cup, just listening intensely to the dark room. I waited for another sound, but absolutely nothing came. I told myself it was just the massive building settling on its foundation, or maybe some ice shifting randomly in the freezer right next to me. But my tired mind immediately went straight back to the creepy creaking floorboards at my aunt's house. That exact same horrible feeling of paranoia started creeping right back up my spine. I suddenly felt extremely exposed standing there in the middle of the dark, open break room. I quickly turned around and walked back to my desk, my eyes nervously scanning the dark shadows inside the empty cubicles as I passed them. Everything looked perfectly normal, but my nerves were completely shot again. I sat back down heavily in my desk chair and stared blankly at my bright monitor. I tried my best to focus on the complicated numbers on my screen, but I couldn't concentrate at all anymore. I kept pulling my headphones off of one ear, totally convinced I was going to hear someone walking quietly up behind my chair. After another 20 minutes of sitting there pretending to work, I decided I was completely done for the night. I couldn't take the heavy isolation of the dark office anymore. The creepy, unsettling vibe of the night had caught up with me again. I just wanted to go to my own apartment, lock my front door, and go straight to sleep. I quickly saved my document files, shut down my computer screens, and shoved my laptop back into my leather work bag. I grabbed my jacket off the back of my chair and put it on. I reached over and turned off my small desk lamp, immediately plunging my entire corner of the office into deep shadows. I walked very quickly back toward the main reception area, my fast footsteps muffled slightly by the thick carpet. When I finally got to the main elevator bank in the lobby, I pressed the down button. I stood there waiting patiently, checking my phone screen for any new messages. A full minute passed, then 2 whole minutes went by. The little digital screen above the elevator doors didn't light up at all. The directional arrows didn't change color. I pressed the plastic button again, a lot harder this time. Nothing happened. I let out a loud, frustrated sigh in the empty room. I suddenly remembered reading a company email earlier that week about the building management doing heavy maintenance on the main passenger elevators during the overnight hours. They always shut down the main elevator cabs between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. for safety testing and mechanical checks. I had completely forgotten about the warning. That meant I had absolutely no choice but to use the freight service elevator to get down to the parking garage. I groaned out loud in frustration. The service elevator was located on the complete opposite side of the massive building, located at the very end of a long, narrow, windowless utility hallway. It was strictly used by the nighttime cleaning staff and the delivery workers moving heavy office furniture. I really didn't want to walk all the way over there in the dark, but I didn't have any other option. I certainly wasn't going to take the emergency concrete stairs all the way down 24 flights in the middle of the night. I turned around and started walking back through the dark office floor. I walked right past my empty desk and pushed hard through a heavy metal fire door that led directly into the back utility corridors. As soon as the heavy door swung shut and latched behind me, the entire atmosphere of the building changed completely. There was no soft carpet back here, just bare, heavily scuffed concrete floors and thick, exposed water pipes running all along the low ceiling. The stagnant air felt noticeably colder in the hallway, and it smelled faintly of strong bleach and old, settling dust. The lighting was absolutely terrible. Bare, cheap fluorescent tubes flickered weakly overhead, buzzing constantly with a really irritating, high-pitched electrical noise. I walked slowly down the long, gray concrete hallway. The sharp sound of my dress shoes smacking against the hard floor echoed loudly off the bare walls. It honestly sounded like someone else was walking right behind me, matching my exact pace step for step. It made my heart start beating a little faster in my chest. I kept nervously glancing over my shoulder into the dim light, but the long hallway was always completely empty. I knew it was just an auditory illusion caused by the tight concrete space, but I still hated it. I picked up my pace considerably, practically jogging the last few yards until I finally reached the dead end where the large service elevator was located. The elevator doors were incredibly wide and made of heavy, badly scuffed industrial steel. There was a single round metal button bolted to the concrete wall next to it, glowing weakly with a dull orange light. I pressed it firmly. Deep inside the dark concrete shaft, I could clearly hear heavy metallic clanking and the loud grinding of massive gears turning. It sounded incredibly old and purely industrial. A few agonizingly long seconds later, the heavy metal doors finally slid open with a loud, terrible grinding screech that echoed down the empty hallway. I stepped cautiously inside. The interior of the cab was massive, easily big enough to fit a small forklift or a dozen people. The 3 metal walls were completely covered in thick, dark blue protective moving blankets that smelled strongly like damp mildew and stale sweat. The floor was made of heavily scratched diamond plate steel. The lighting inside the cab was awful. It was just a single harsh light bulb caged in a thick metal mesh box on the ceiling. It cast harsh, ugly shadows across all the padded walls. I walked over to the metal control panel, which looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1980s. I pressed the heavy button for the first floor lobby. The massive metal doors slowly ground shut, completely sealing me inside the cold metal box. The elevator began to drop with a sudden, stomach-churning jolt. I immediately reached out and grabbed the metal handrail bolted along the wall to steady myself. The descent was definitely not smooth and quiet like the front passenger elevators. It felt incredibly heavy and very unstable. I could clearly hear the thick steel cables squealing and the heavy metal wheels grinding roughly against the guide rails just outside the cab walls. I stared up at the digital floor indicator above the door, watching the red numbers slowly tick down. 20, 19, 18. It was taking absolutely forever to get down. I just wanted to get to my car, lock the doors, and get out of there. The enclosed, padded space was really starting to make me feel slightly claustrophobic. I just stared blankly at the scratched metal doors, watching the red numbers continue to change. 14, 13, 12. Suddenly, right as the number 11 flashed brightly on the digital screen, there was a massive, incredibly violent shudder. The entire massive elevator cab jerked downward so hard that I completely lost my grip on the handrail and stumbled sideways into the padded wall. A horrible, deafening screeching sound echoed violently down the concrete shaft, sounding exactly like thick metal tearing forcefully against metal. And then the elevator stopped completely dead in its tracks. I quickly caught my balance and stood frozen in the middle of the floor. My heart was pounding frantically out of my chest. I just stared wide-eyed at the closed metal doors. The red floor indicator had stopped glowing entirely. I waited in silence for a few seconds, fully expecting the cab to reset and start moving down again, but it didn't do anything. It just hung there motionless in the dark shaft. I let out a shaky, nervous breath. I walked slowly over to the control panel and pressed the lobby button again. Absolutely nothing happened. I pressed the door open button repeatedly. Still nothing. I started frantically pressing every single button on the panel, but the entire elevator system was completely dead. I immediately reached into my jacket pocket to grab my cell phone, desperately hoping I had enough cellular service inside the thick concrete shaft to call the security desk downstairs. But before my shaking fingers could even touch the glass screen of my phone, the single overhead light bulb flickered violently. It buzzed loudly like an angry wasp trapped in a jar. It flickered brightly again, casting crazy strobe light shadows rapidly across the dark padded walls. And then, with a sharp, loud electrical pop, the light went out completely. Total, absolute pitch blackness instantly swallowed the entire elevator cab. It wasn't the kind of normal dark where your eyes eventually adjust to the shadows. It was the kind of unnatural dark that feels physically thick and suffocating, where you can't even see your own hand when it is pressed directly against your face. I gasped loudly in shock, stumbling blindly backward until my back hit the soft, padded wall of the cab. I stood completely rigid against the fabric, staring wide-eyed into the total void. The sudden silence in the shaft was incredibly heavy. The mechanical grinding and electrical buzzing were completely gone. It was just dead, empty, silent space. I patted my pockets frantically with both hands, trying to locate my phone so I could use the flashlight app. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely even feel the fabric of my own pockets. I couldn't find my phone anywhere. I realized I must have dropped it on the steel floor when the elevator violently jerked to a stop. I slowly dropped down to my knees, feeling around the cold, textured metal floor in the pitch blackness. My own breathing sounded ragged and incredibly loud in the small, enclosed space. I patted the steel floor blindly, sweeping my bare hands back and forth in wide arcs. Then I stopped moving completely. I froze perfectly still on my hands and knees in the dark, every single muscle in my body locked up tight. I suddenly realized something absolutely impossible. The silence inside the cab wasn't complete. Right over the loud sound of my own panicked heartbeat, I heard something else in the dark. It was very faint at first, so incredibly faint I honestly thought it was just the blood rushing loudly in my ears from the adrenaline. But as I held my breath and focused my hearing, the wet sound became horribly distinct. It was a slow, wet inhale of air, followed by a long, heavy, raspy exhale. Someone else was breathing in the dark with me. My mind went completely blank with shock. Pure, unfiltered terror flooded through my veins like ice water. The elevator was completely, totally empty when I first got in. I knew that for an absolute fact. I was the only person standing in that metal box when the doors ground closed on the 24th floor. But the terrifying sound was undeniable. It was the incredibly heavy, rhythmic breathing of a very large person.
Inhale, exhale.
It wasn't coming from outside the metal ceiling, or echoing up from the floor, or coming from outside the heavy doors. It was coming from right behind me. I was still kneeling awkwardly on my hands and knees on the steel floor, facing the front elevator doors. The horrible breathing was so incredibly close to me that I could literally feel the subtle displacement of the air against the bare skin on the back of my neck. With every single raspy exhale, a wave of sickening, unnatural warmth brushed softly against my skin. It smelled strongly like old, dirty copper and stagnant, rotting water. The person was standing directly over me. I physically couldn't move a single inch. I couldn't scream for help. My throat felt like it was permanently sealed shut with fear. My brain was screaming wildly at me to stand up, to turn around, to fight back in the dark, but my body completely refused to obey. The primal survival instinct of playing totally dead took over my entire system. I just knelt there frozen in the pitch black, hot tears pricking my eyes, listening helplessly to the impossible, heavy breathing located right behind my head. The breathing didn't speed up with excitement. It didn't slow down. It remained perfectly, terrifyingly calm and steady. It sounded incredibly patient, like whatever was standing over me in the dark was just waiting for me to finally acknowledge it, just waiting patiently for me to turn around and look at it. I squeezed my eyes tightly shut, even though it made absolutely no difference in the total darkness. I prayed desperately for the power to come back on. I prayed for the entire elevator to just fall down the shaft. I prayed for literally anything to break the agonizing, suffocating tension in the room. A full minute must have passed, but it felt like hours in that box. Just me, completely trapped in a metal cage suspended high in the air, with something horrible standing mere inches away from my spine. Suddenly, the breathing shifted slightly. It sounded exactly like whoever, or whatever it was slowly leaning down toward me. The warm, metallic-smelling air blew directly into my right ear. The heavy breath hitched slightly in the dark, sounding exactly as if it was about to speak or whisper something directly into my ear. Right at that exact second, a deafening mechanical clank echoed loudly from the cables above. The entire elevator cab violently jerked downward again. I screamed out loud as the floor dropped heavily under my knees. Instantly, the harsh overhead light slammed back on, totally blinding me with sudden, painful brightness. The heavy gears shrieked loudly, and the elevator immediately began descending rapidly down the shaft again. The very second the bright light hit my eyes, I scrambled forward in pure panic, practically crawling across the metal floor until my hands hit the opposite wall. I spun around violently, pressing my back hard against the cold steel doors, gasping desperately for air, fully expecting to be completely face to face with a person. The elevator cab was completely empty. There was absolutely no one there, just the heavily scuffed metal walls and the dirty blue moving blankets hanging quietly. I stared wildly at the empty space in the center of the floor where the horrible breathing had just been. My chest was heaving up and down. There were no hidden trapdoors, no missing ceiling panels, absolutely nowhere for a real person to hide or quickly escape. Yet the air in the center of the cab still felt physically thick and strangely warm to the touch. The digital indicator above me suddenly beeped loudly. We had finally reached the first floor lobby. The heavy metal doors slowly ground open behind me. I didn't even bother to look back into the cab. I quickly scrambled to my feet and threw my body out of the elevator into the bright, empty hallway. I didn't stop at the front desk to report the incident to security. I didn't even stop to look for my phone. I sprinted frantically across the polished marble floor, shoved the heavy glass exit doors open, and ran full speed into the cold parking garage. I got to my car, instantly locked the heavy doors, and sped out of the concrete structure so fast my tires squealed loudly on the pavement. I didn't stop driving wildly until I was miles and miles away from the downtown district. I quit my corporate job the very next morning over a brief, vague email to my boss. I absolutely never went back into that building again. I asked a good friend to go pack up my personal desk and retrieve my phone, which they somehow found sitting perfectly upright in the exact center of the service elevator floor. I still live and work in the same city, but I completely refuse to use elevators anymore, no matter how many stairs I have to climb. Most people just think I have a weird, quirky phobia of tight spaces, and I always just let them believe that. It's so much easier than trying to explain the terrifying truth, because the grim reality is, I'm really not afraid of the elevator suddenly breaking down or getting stuck between floors. I'm just absolutely terrified of being trapped in the dark again, and finally having to turn around and see exactly what was breathing on my neck. Story 8. I used to take late-night walks during my part-time job at a public library in Massachusetts. One night, I realized someone else had been walking the exact same route as me for weeks. My name is Brandon. At the time this happened, I was 22 years old and trying to scrape by while taking a heavy load of online college classes. Paying rent in a city like Boston is brutal on a student budget, so I was constantly looking for ways to make extra cash. Eventually, I managed to land a part-time position working the evening and closing shifts at one of the oldest public libraries in the city. It was a massive, historic building made of thick stone, complete with high vaulted ceilings, intricate woodwork, and miles of narrow, dusty aisles. During the day, the place was always packed with people. Students studying for exams, elderly locals reading the daily papers, and people just trying to escape the bitter New England cold. It felt alive and bustling. But at night, when the sun went down and the crowds thinned out, the atmosphere of the building completely changed. It became hollow. The grand architecture that looked beautiful in the daylight suddenly felt heavy and oppressive in the dark. Every tiny sound was amplified. If someone dropped a pen on the second floor, you could hear the echo all the way down in the main lobby. As the closing shift worker, my job was pretty straightforward but incredibly tedious. I was responsible for reorganizing returned books, tidying up the reading tables, and most importantly, doing the final security sweep of the building before we locked up for the night. The closing routine always started at exactly 8:45 p.m. That was when I would get on the public address system and make the closing announcement. I would tell any remaining patrons that they had 15 minutes to bring their materials to the front desk and exit the building. By 9 p.m., the heavy brass front doors were locked from the inside. From that point on, it was usually just me and a single overnight security guard named Marcus, but Marcus rarely left his post at the front desk. He was an older guy who mostly just watched the camera monitors and listened to sports radio on his phone. The physical sweeps were entirely my responsibility. I had to walk through every single floor, check every aisle, and make sure no one had fallen asleep in a chair or decided to hide in the bathrooms. My route was always exactly the same. I would start in the basement archives, which were creepy but very small. Then I would clear the bustling first floor. After that, I would take the stairs up to the second floor, which held the computer labs and the vast fiction section. Finally, I would end my shift on the third floor. The third floor was the oldest and quietest part of the entire library. It was the historical reference section. It had original dark mahogany shelving, heavy oak reading tables, and ancient iron catwalks that connected the upper shelves. Very few people went up there even during the day, and at night it was completely dead. The lighting up there was entirely motion activated to save electricity. Because the aisles were so narrow and tightly packed, the sensors didn't always pick you up right away. You often had to walk a few feet into pitch darkness before the old fluorescent tubes would aggressively click and hum to life. Over my first few weeks working the job, I got very used to the routine. I actually liked the quiet at first. It gave me time to think. But as the winter dragged on and the nights got darker earlier, I started to develop a strange feeling during my final sweeps. It wasn't anything obvious at first. It was just a subtle, creeping sense of unease, a feeling like the heavy silence of the building was pressing against my eardrums. Sometimes, when I was walking down the long rows of bookshelves on the second and third floors, I would feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I would get this sudden, overwhelming feeling that if I turned around quickly enough, I would catch someone standing right behind me. But whenever I looked back, there was nothing but empty aisles and dust floating in the dim light. I convinced myself it was just paranoia. Being alone in a massive, ancient building will naturally mess with your head. Your brain starts trying to fill the empty silence with things that aren't there. I pushed the fear down and just focused on getting my work done as fast as possible. But then came a Tuesday night in late November. The weather outside was awful. A freezing rain was coming down hard, completely washing out the streets. Because of the storm, the library was basically a ghost town all evening. By 8 p.m., the last handful of people had packed up their laptops and gone home. When I made the final closing announcement at 8:45 p.m., my voice echoed through completely empty floors. At exactly 9 p.m., I walked to the front entrance and threw the heavy deadbolts. The loud metallic clack echoed across the marble floor of the lobby. Marcus gave me a tired nod from his desk, already pulling his headphones over his ears. I grabbed my metal book cart. One of the wheels had a bad bearing, so it made a rhythmic squeaking sound every time I pushed it. I loaded it up with a stack of returns and started my nightly routine. The basement was clear. The first floor was completely empty. I pushed my squeaky cart onto the elevator and rode it up to the second floor. The doors slid open, and I stepped out onto the thick carpet. The second floor was mostly dark, illuminated only by the emergency exit signs casting a faint red glow on the walls. I started walking my usual path, weaving up and down the long rows of fiction books. I was about halfway through the section when I heard something that made me stop dead in my tracks. It was a sound coming from somewhere above me, from the third floor. It was very faint, but in the absolute silence of the library, it was unmistakable. It sounded like murmuring. It was a hushed, rhythmic noise, like two people having a quiet argument behind a closed door. I stood perfectly still, holding my breath, straining my ears to listen. The sound continued. It was definitely coming through the ceiling. My first thought was that a couple of teenagers had managed to hide up in the historical section to pull a prank or just hang out after hours. It happened sometimes. People thought it was funny to try and spend the night in the building. I let out an annoyed sigh. I really didn't want to deal with kicking people out in the middle of a rainstorm. I grabbed my radio and pressed the button. I told Marcus that I heard voices on the third floor and that I was heading up to clear them out. Marcus didn't respond, which wasn't unusual. He was probably deeply invested in his sports talk show. I pushed my cart toward the stairs. I decided to take the stairs instead of the elevator so I wouldn't make too much noise arriving on the floor. I wanted to catch whoever it was before they could run and hide in the massive maze of shelves. I left the cart on the second floor landing and quietly walked up the heavy stone steps. When I opened the heavy fire door to the third floor, I was met with total darkness. I stepped out, waving my arm slightly to trigger the motion sensors. With a series of loud electrical clicks, the lights in the main walkway flickered on. The long, shadowy rows of historical reference books stretched out in front of me. The reading tables were perfectly empty. But sitting on the very edge of the closest oak table was a massive, leather-bound book with a cracked green spine. It looked incredibly old and out of place. It was pushed so far to the edge of the wood that it looked like it was about to fall off. I stared at it for a second, confused. I always made sure the tables were completely clear before my shift ended. I must have missed it earlier in the day. I made a mental note to grab it on my way back out. I took a few steps into the room and stopped. I listened closely. The murmuring sound was completely gone. The third floor was dead silent. The only thing I could hear was the faint, rhythmic drumming of the freezing rain hitting the tall glass windows along the far wall. I cleared my throat loudly. The sound echoed harshly across the room. I called out, saying that the library was closed and that anyone up here needed to leave immediately or I was calling the police. No one answered. There was no sound of footsteps running away, no nervous laughter, just silence. I shook my head, feeling a little stupid. I figured the sound I heard downstairs must have just been the wind rattling the old ventilation pipes or maybe the ancient HVAC system kicking on. Old buildings make weird noises. I relaxed my shoulders and started my final clearing route. I walked to the far left corner of the floor, which was where the narrowest, darkest aisles were located. This was the local history section. The shelves here were easily 10 feet tall and packed tight with dusty volumes. I stepped into the first aisle. The motion sensor at the end of the row clicked, and a single dim fluorescent tube buzzed to life above my head. I walked slowly down the aisle, glancing left and right, making sure no one was crouched down hiding. I reached the end, turned the corner, and stepped into the second aisle. The light above me flickered on. That was when the sound started again, but this time it wasn't a faint murmur from another floor. It was right here in the room with me, and it wasn't murmuring anymore. It was whispering. It was a fast, frantic, wet whispering sound. It sounded exactly like someone rapidly reading a book out loud, but their voice was entirely hushed. The words were completely scrambled. I couldn't make out a single distinct phrase or sentence. It was just a continuous, breathless string of frantic syllables. My stomach completely dropped. The heat immediately left my face. The sound was incredibly close. It sounded like it was coming from the very next aisle over. I froze, terrified to even shift my weight for fear of making a sound on the floorboards. I was completely alone on the top floor of a massive, empty building, and someone was standing mere feet away from me in the dark, whispering to themselves. I slowly reached into my pocket and pulled out my heavy metal flashlight. I gripped it tightly in my hand like a weapon. I took a deep, shaky breath and forced my feet to move. I stepped as quietly as I possibly could to the end of my aisle. I pressed my back against the wooden end cap of the bookshelf. The frantic whispering was still going. It was so clear now. It sounded wet, almost like the person speaking had too much saliva in their mouth. I quickly swung around the corner and shined my flashlight straight down the neighboring aisle. The bright beam of light cut through the dusty air. The aisle was completely, totally empty. There was no one there. But the terrifying part was that the whispering didn't stop. The moment I stepped into the empty aisle, the sound immediately shifted. It moved. It didn't fade out or walk away. It instantly relocated to the next aisle over. It was as if whoever was making the sound had effortlessly glided through the solid wooden bookshelf to keep exactly one row away from me. Panic started to flood my chest. I couldn't breathe right. I walked forward, my footsteps feeling heavy and clumsy. I reached the end of the aisle and turned the corner again, pointing my flashlight down the next row. Empty. And again, the immediate second I turned the corner, the frantic whispering shifted. It moved perfectly to the next aisle over, maintaining the exact same distance, always staying just out of sight. I started moving faster, walking briskly up and down the rows. I was practically chasing the sound through the maze of books. But no matter how quickly I turned a corner, the aisle was always empty, and the wet, frantic whispering was always waiting for me in the next row. It was toying with me. It was matching my pace perfectly. Suddenly, I stopped walking. I stood perfectly still in the middle of a dark row, surrounded by towering walls of books. A deeply horrifying realization washed over me like ice water. I wasn't just chasing the sound. The sound was leading me. I realized that the path I was blindly running down right now was the exact same path I walked every single night. The whispering entity was moving flawlessly through the aisles, perfectly mimicking my daily closing route. It knew every turn, it knew every blind spot. It had memorized the exact way I moved through this floor. My mind flashed back to all those weeks of feeling watched, the cold spots, the paranoia, the feeling of someone standing right behind me. It hadn't been paranoia, something had been walking right behind me during my late-night sweeps for weeks, following me in the dark, learning my routine. And tonight, it finally decided to let me know it was there. I dropped my flashlight. It hit the wooden floor with a loud, heavy thud and rolled under a shelf, leaving me in the dim, flickering overhead light. I didn't care. I just needed to get out of that building immediately. I turned around and started power walking back toward the main entrance of the floor. I abandoned my route. I didn't care if the building was secure. I just wanted to be near the stairs. As I burst out of the narrow aisles and back into the wide open reading area, I froze in horror. The motion sensor lights in the reading area had timed out. The space was mostly submerged in dark shadows. But standing in the absolute center of the main walkway, directly between me and the exit doors, was the heavy leather book with the cracked green spine. It was no longer sitting on the edge of the reading table. It was resting perfectly flat on the floor, deliberately placed right in the middle of my escape path. I stared at the book, my mind completely short-circuiting. I couldn't comprehend how it got there. I hadn't heard a single footstep. I hadn't heard anything move. Suddenly, the motion sensor lights directly above me clicked off. I had been standing still for too long. I was plunged into almost total darkness. The only light was the faint red glow from the exit sign above the distant stairwell door. I opened my mouth to yell for the security guard, but my throat was completely locked up. I couldn't make a sound. In the absolute pitch-black darkness, the wet, frantic whispering returned. But it wasn't coming from the aisles anymore. It wasn't echoing from across the room. It was right behind me. It was so incredibly close that I could actually feel the cold, damp air of the breath hitting the back of my neck. The chaotic string of syllables hissed directly into my left ear. The words were still impossible to understand, but the tone had changed completely. It no longer sounded like someone reading. It sounded angry. It sounded aggressive and violent. Every single instinct in my body screamed at me to run. I didn't look back. I didn't try to fight. I just bolted. I launched myself forward, sprinting blindly through the dark reading room. I vaulted over the old book sitting on the floor and slammed my shoulder violently into the heavy fire door leading to the stairwell. I practically threw myself down the concrete steps. I didn't care how much noise I was making. My heavy boots slammed against the stairs, echoing wildly all the way down. I ran down 3 flights of stairs in record time. I burst out into the main lobby on the first floor, panting heavily, my chest burning. Marcus jumped up from his desk, startled, his headphones falling around his neck. He asked me what the hell was wrong. I was shaking so badly I could barely speak. I pointed toward the ceiling and told him there was someone up there. I told him someone was waiting in the dark on the 3rd floor. Marcus immediately pulled out his heavy flashlight and his radio. He told me to stay at the desk while he went up to check. He drew his baton and walked cautiously toward the elevator. I stood frozen by the front doors for what felt like an eternity, staring at the ceiling, waiting to hear a shout or the sound of a struggle. 10 agonizing minutes later, the elevator doors chimed and slid open. Marcus walked out looking annoyed. He shook his head and hooked his baton back onto his belt. He told me he checked every single aisle, checked behind the desks, and checked the bathrooms. He told me the third floor was completely empty. There was no one up there. The doors were secure and the windows were locked tight. He looked at me like I was crazy and told me I probably just got spooked by the storm. I didn't argue with him. I knew exactly what I heard, and I knew exactly how close it was to my face. I didn't say another word. I just grabbed my jacket, unlocked the heavy front door, and walked out into the freezing rain. I called the head librarian the very next morning as soon as the sun came up. I told her I was quitting immediately and that I would never set foot in that building again. I didn't even ask for my final paycheck. It has been several years since that night, but I still have trouble walking through large, empty buildings. I constantly find myself looking over my shoulder when I walk down long hallways. Because the most terrifying part of that entire experience wasn't the whispering itself. It was the crushing realization that whatever was haunting that old library hadn't just appeared out of nowhere. It had been quietly observing me. It had spent weeks silently trailing right behind me in the dark, matching my every footstep, perfectly learning my routine. It was just waiting for the right moment to let me know it was there. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night and it gets too quiet, I can still clearly hear that frantic, wet whispering echoing right behind my ear. Story 9. My roommate traveled a lot for work around the time I took the last ferry back to Vancouver Island. So when I heard him talking in his room at 3 a.m., I knew something was wrong. He wasn't home. That was the exact moment my life started feeling like a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. My name is Jasmine. I had been living in a cheap ground-floor apartment on the mainland for about a year. My roommate Mark worked for a logistics company and was almost never around. I was totally used to having the place to myself. I actually preferred the quiet, but that night the quiet was completely shattered. I was lying in bed, wide awake in the dark. The only sound was the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Then I heard the voice. It was coming from Mark's bedroom right down the hall. It was a low, muffled, rhythmic whispering. It sounded like a man having a very intense conversation with someone in the dark. But Mark had left for Seattle 3 days ago. I knew his door was locked. I knew the apartment was supposed to be empty. I just froze. I lay there under my blankets, barely breathing, listening to this voice. It wasn't a burglar. A burglar wouldn't just stand in a dark bedroom and have a casual, whispering conversation with themselves. I didn't get out of bed to investigate. I didn't grab a weapon. I did what I think any normal person would actually do. I panicked. I waited for the whispering to stop. When it finally did, the silence that followed felt even heavier. I knew right then I couldn't stay in that apartment. The atmosphere felt wrong. It felt toxic and unsafe. As soon as the sun came up, I packed a large duffel bag. I didn't care about my job or my rent. I just needed to get out of that space. I decided to head back home to Vancouver Island, where my parents lived. I just wanted to be somewhere familiar. It took me all day to get my things together and settle my nerves enough to actually drive. By the time I finally hit the road to the terminal, it was incredibly late. I ended up arriving just in time to catch the very last passenger ferry of the night. The drive to the terminal had been a blur of anxiety. The roads were mostly empty, slick with a fresh coat of coastal rain. The streetlights reflected off the wet asphalt, creating long, distorted, glowing lines that stretched out endlessly in front of my car. I had the heater blasting on high, but I still felt a deep, chilling cold settling into my bones. It wasn't just the weather outside. It was the lingering adrenaline from the night before. When I pulled up to the massive toll booths at the ferry terminal, the place was practically a ghost town. The digital clock on my dashboard read 11:15 p.m. There was only one booth open, manned by a tired-looking guy in a neon yellow vest. He barely looked at me as he handed me my ticket. I drove past the gates and pulled into lane 4, taking my place in the massive, painted parking grid. I shut off my engine. The sudden silence in the car was deafening. There were only a handful of other vehicles scattered across the massive concrete lot. A rusted pickup truck sat 2 lanes over. A dark minivan with heavily tinted windows was parked way up front. Everyone was completely isolated in their own little metal boxes. Outside my window, the fog was already starting to gather around the tall streetlights. I could hear the distant, hollow sound of seagulls and the dark ocean water slapping aggressively against the concrete pilings of the dock. The smell of salt, old diesel fuel, and dead fish seeped in through the air vents. I locked my car doors and just waited in the dark, watching the heavy mist swirl across the pavement. I still felt like I was being watched. The trauma from the apartment was following me. About 30 minutes later, the massive green boarding light finally flashed on. The terminal worker waved a glowing orange wand, signaling my lane to move. I started my car and slowly drove up the massive, steep metal ramp. The clanking sound of my tires rolling over the heavy steel grids echoed loudly in the night air. I parked my car deep in the bowels of the ship. The lower vehicle deck was completely claustrophobic. It smelled heavily of strong exhaust fumes and old grease. The ceiling was low, lined with thick pipes and dim, yellow cage lights. I grabbed my purse, locked my doors, and followed the painted yellow signs pointing toward the passenger decks. Walking up the narrow, steep metal stairwells, I could feel the intense vibration of the ship's massive engines kicking on. A deep, rattling hum shook the floorboards under my boots. I pushed open the heavy, reinforced door leading into the main passenger cabin. The contrast was blinding. The harsh, buzzing fluorescent lights overhead instantly gave me a headache. The cabin was massive, filled with row after row of empty plastic seating and tables. The carpet had a weird, faded geometric pattern that made the whole place feel like an abandoned hospital waiting room from the 90s. There were maybe 5 or 6 other people scattered across the entire massive deck. A guy was slumped over in a corner booth, sleeping with his baseball cap pulled down over his face. An older woman was sitting near the center aisle, quietly reading a thick paperback book. Nobody was talking. Nobody even looked up when I walked in. The only background noise was the steady, heavy drone of the engine and the loud hum of a row of vending machines against the far wall. I bought a stale black coffee from a machine just to have something warm to hold. I walked over and sat in an empty booth right next to the large exterior windows. I just wanted to look out at the water and calm my racing mind. A few minutes later, the ferry's loud horn blasted, rattling the glass next to my head. The massive ship slowly began to pull away from the dock. I sat there, staring out the window, watching the mainland lights slowly fade away into the blackness. And then the fog rolled in. It wasn't just normal, patchy coastal fog. It was a thick, heavy, unnatural blanket of gray mist. Within 20 minutes, it completely swallowed the ocean outside. I couldn't see the water. I couldn't see the dark shapes of the nearby islands. I couldn't even see the stars above. It was just a solid wall of moving, swirling mist pressing directly against the glass. Because it was so dark outside, the windows just turned into giant black mirrors. All I could see was the reflection of the brightly lit cabin behind me, the reflection of the empty chairs, the reflection of my own tired, pale face. The air inside the cabin started to feel incredibly stuffy. It was way too warm, smelling strongly of old coffee and wet wool from the other passengers' coats. A wave of intense claustrophobia suddenly hit me. The walls felt like they were slowly closing in. I felt trapped inside this bright, floating metal box surrounded by endless nothingness. I desperately needed to get some fresh air. I left my coffee on the table and stood up. I walked past the sleeping man and the reading woman, heading straight for the heavy exterior doors at the very back of the passenger deck. I grabbed the cold metal latch and pushed hard. It took a lot of physical effort to force the door open against the pressure of the wind outside. I stepped out onto the open-air outer deck, and the door slammed shut heavily behind me, instantly cutting off the hum of the cabin lights. The sudden assault of the freezing, damp air took my breath away. The wind was absolutely howling, roaring past the metal structure of the ship. The wooden planks of the deck were slick with slippery moisture. The outdoor security lights cast a sickly, pale yellow glow directly into the thick fog, making it look almost like glowing smoke. It was incredibly disorienting. I couldn't see the front of the ship. I couldn't see the dark water directly below me. It honestly felt like I was floating in a total void. The isolation was terrifying, but the freezing air was exactly what I needed to clear my head. I walked slowly over to the thick metal railing. I leaned over slightly, looking down toward the lower levels of the ship. Below me was the open-air section of the rear vehicle ramp where the cars had driven on. That was when I saw it. Down on the metal grating of the lower deck, standing directly in the pale yellow light of a security bulb, it was a shadow. At first, my brain tried to process it as a crew member, but it wasn't. It was a completely person-shaped outline, but it was pitch black, not like a person wearing dark winter clothes. It looked like an actual absence of light. It was a solid, three-dimensional silhouette cut out of the surrounding fog. The most unsettling part wasn't just how dark it was the absolute, unnatural stillness of it. The wind out on the water was whipping violently. It was blowing my hair directly into my eyes and making my heavy winter jacket flap loudly against my sides. But the figure down below was completely frozen, like a stone statue, like a bizarre glitch in reality. There were no clothes rustling in the wind. There was no shifting of body weight to maintain balance on the moving ship. It was just standing there, facing directly toward the wall of the ferry. I rubbed my cold eyes with the back of my hand. I immediately blamed the lack of sleep. I blamed the terrifying incident with my roommate the night before. I told myself my exhausted mind was just playing tricks on me, turning a shadow from a piece of machinery into a human shape. I took a deep breath, looked away for a brief second to wipe the freezing mist from my cheeks, and then looked back down. My heart completely stopped in my chest. It was closer. It was no longer standing near the back edge of the ramp. It had moved up the metal incline, moving directly toward the base of the outdoor stairs that led up to the deck I was standing on. I didn't see it walk, it didn't take normal human steps. I had only looked away for one single second, but it was just suddenly in a new position, still totally frozen, still completely motionless. A wave of pure primal panic set in. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The freezing air suddenly felt suffocating, like I couldn't pull enough oxygen into my lungs. I stared down at it, gripping the wet metal railing so hard my knuckles turned white. I refused to blink. My eyes started to water heavily from the freezing wind and the strain of staring. I tried to mentally force the shape to turn back into a normal shadow. I tried to force it to make sense. But it didn't. It remained a solid, featureless void. My eyes were burning. I couldn't hold them open any longer. I had to blink, just one quick, unavoidable flash of darkness. I blinked. When my eyes opened a fraction of a second later, the shadow figure was standing at the very bottom of the metal stairs. I gasped out loud, stumbling backward away from the railing. The figure was now looking up. I couldn't see a face. I couldn't see eyes or a mouth or any human features at all. It was just a dense, vibrating darkness staring directly at me. I turned my head quickly and looked over my shoulder toward the glass doors of the passenger cabin. I could clearly see the warm, safe fluorescent lights inside. I could see the older woman calmly turning the page of her paperback book. I reached out and tapped frantically on the thick glass of the window, hoping anyone would look out and validate what I was experiencing. I just needed another human being to see this thing. I tapped harder. Nobody looked up. They were completely absorbed in their own isolated worlds, totally oblivious to the nightmare happening just a few feet outside. I turned my head back toward the metal stairs. The shadow was now halfway up the steps. It was only about 20 feet away from me. The fog seemed to swirl violently around its edges, but the mist never actually touched it. It felt like a black hole standing on the steps. I couldn't hear any heavy footsteps over the roaring engine, but those metal stairs should have been clanging loudly under the weight of a person. There was absolutely no sound. I didn't wait for my eyes to water again. I didn't wait for it to move closer. The sheer terror completely took over my body. I turned around, stumbled over my own boots, and grabbed the heavy handle of the exterior door. I yanked it open with all the frantic strength I had left. I threw myself inside the bright cabin and let the heavy metal door slam violently shut behind me. The loud bang of the door echoed through the quiet cabin. The sleeping man jerked awake. The woman looked up from her book with a highly annoyed expression. I didn't care. I pressed my back hard against the glass door, breathing heavily, my chest heaving up and down. I fully expected to see that dark shape press itself against the window from the outside. I expected to see featureless black hands slapping against the glass right next to my head. But there was nothing. When I looked out the window, I only saw the reflection of the brightly lit cabin and the endless, gray wall of fog. I slowly walked back to my booth on shaky legs. I sat down heavily. My hands were trembling so badly I actually knocked over my cold cup of coffee, spilling it all over the plastic table. I didn't even try to clean it up. I just sat there, staring blankly at my shaking hands. I didn't look out the window for the rest of the entire trip. I didn't get up to use the restroom. I just sat perfectly still, listening to the drone of the engine, waiting for the nightmare to end. It felt like hours passed in that booth, the longest, most terrifying hours of my entire life. Finally, the ferry's loud horn sounded again, signaling our approach. The massive engines began to slow down, changing their deep pitch. The intercom above me crackled to life, and a muffled voice announced our arrival at the terminal on Vancouver Island. The few passengers in the cabin slowly started gathering their coats and bags. I didn't wait. I was the very first person down the stairwells. I practically ran down the steep metal steps back to the dark vehicle deck. I didn't care if I looked completely crazy to the crew members down there. I just wanted the physical safety of my own locked car. I practically dove into the driver's seat. I locked all the doors immediately and started the engine. I turned the headlights on, illuminating the dark metal walls of the ship. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the massive metal doors at the front of the ferry began to lower with a loud, grinding mechanical screech, revealing the dark, foggy island terminal outside. As soon as the worker waved his flashlight, I hit the gas. I drove quickly down the ramp, feeling an immense wave of relief as my tires finally hit the solid concrete pavement of the island. I was safe. I was finally off that floating trap. I sped through the empty toll booths and merged immediately onto the dark highway heading toward my parents' town. The coastal fog was still incredibly thick out here. The road was slick and completely deserted. I gripped the steering wheel tight, trying to control my breathing. I checked my rearview mirror. It was just a nervous habit, just making sure no one was tailgating me in the dangerous weather. I looked into the mirror, expecting to see the empty, fog-covered road behind me. Instead, standing directly in the middle of the dark highway, illuminated blood-red by my glowing taillights, was the shadow figure. It was just standing there in the mist, watching my car drive away, completely, unnaturally still. I didn't blink. I just pressed my foot hard on the gas pedal and drove into the night. I never looked back again.
Story 10.
I found a hidden folder on my laptop one morning after my stay at the motel on Route 9. When I opened it, the pictures inside showed me sleeping every single night. My name is Alyssa, and to understand how I ended up finding those photos, I have to take you back to a late October night in upstate New York. I was driving back home after a long, exhausting trip. I had been visiting family a few towns over, and I originally planned to make the entire drive in one afternoon, but things never really go as planned. A massive storm had rolled in just as the sun started to set. It wasn't just a light drizzle. It was the kind of heavy, blinding rain that makes the entire world look like a blurry, gray photograph. The sky turned a dark, bruised purple, and the wind was howling so loudly I could hear it over my car radio. I was traveling down Route 9, which is a notorious stretch of highway. If you have ever driven through upstate New York, you know how desolate some of those roads can be. There are long stretches where you won't see another car, a gas station, or even a street lamp for miles. It is just you, the pavement, and endless walls of thick, dark pine trees on either side. By the time the clock on my dashboard read 8:45 p.m., I was gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were turning white. The rain was coming down in thick sheets, bouncing off the asphalt. My windshield wipers were on their highest setting, slapping violently back and forth, but they were barely making a difference. I was exhausted, my eyes were heavy, and the hypnotic rhythm of the rain hitting the glass was making it incredibly difficult to stay awake. I kept blinking hard, trying to force myself to focus on the faint yellow lines painted on the wet road. I knew that if I kept driving, I was going to end up running my car off the shoulder and into a ditch. I needed to pull over, I needed to sleep, but there was nowhere to stop. The sides of the highway were completely muddy and washed out, and I had lost cell phone service about 20 minutes earlier. I was completely cut off from the world, isolated in a moving metal box in the middle of a torrential downpour. After what felt like an eternity of tense, white-knuckle driving, I saw a faint glow in the distance. Through the heavy curtain of rain, a neon sign flickered to life. It was a tall, rusty sign planted near the edge of the road. Most of the letters were burnt out, but the red neon tubing spelled out the word motel. Underneath it, a smaller, duller sign read vacancy. I didn't even hesitate. I hit my turn signal and pulled my car onto the gravel driveway. The tires crunched over deep, water-filled potholes as I rolled slowly into the parking lot. The motel looked like something out of a forgotten decade. It was a long, two-story building shaped like an L, with exterior doors facing the open parking lot. The paint on the walls was a faded, sickly yellow, peeling away in large flakes. There were maybe 3 other cars in the entire lot, all of them parked far away from the main office. I parked my car right in front of the lobby door. I grabbed my purse and my laptop bag from the passenger seat, threw my jacket over my head, and made a run for the office. The rain soaked right through my clothes in the few seconds it took to reach the awning. I pushed the glass door open and a small bell jingled loudly overhead. The lobby was cramped and smelled strongly of stale cigarette smoke, damp carpet, and cheap pine cleaner. The lighting was painfully fluorescent, buzzing with a low, constant hum that made my teeth ache. Behind a scratched plexiglass window stood the night clerk. He was an older man with thin, graying hair and deep bags under his eyes. He didn't smile when I walked in. He just stared at me blankly as I stood there dripping water onto the faded floor mat. I asked if he had a room available for the night. He didn't say a word. He just nodded slowly, pulled a heavy, leather-bound registry book onto the counter, and slid it toward me. I filled out my information, my hands shaking slightly from the cold. When I handed him my credit card, he finally spoke. His voice was rough, like he hadn't used it in days. He told me the card reader was down because of the storm. He asked if I had cash. I dug into my wallet and pulled out a $50 bill. He took it, handed me a heavy brass key attached to a faded plastic tag, and pointed toward the door. He told me I was in room 214. It was on the second floor, right near the corner of the building. He warned me that the ice machine was broken and that the Wi-Fi was spotty, but I didn't care. I just wanted a place to lie down and close my eyes. I walked back out into the freezing rain. I moved my car to a spot closer to the staircase on the far end of the lot. The metal stairs clanged loudly under my boots as I climbed up to the second floor. The wind was whipping across the open walkway, stinging my face with freezing raindrops. I found room 214. I fumbled with the old brass key, my fingers numb from the cold. The lock was sticky, but after a hard twist, the deadbolt clicked and I pushed the heavy door open. I reached inside and flicked the light switch. A single bulb in a cheap glass fixture illuminated the room. It was exactly what you would expect from an isolated roadside motel. The carpet was a dark, stained brown. There was a small, ancient television bolted to a wooden dresser. The bed was pushed against the far wall, covered in a thin, scratchy-looking floral bedspread. The air in the room felt heavy and stagnant, as if no one had opened the door in months. But it was dry and it was warm. That was all that mattered. I immediately closed the door behind me. I turned the deadbolt until it locked into place. Then I slid the heavy metal chain lock across the doorframe for extra security. I have always been slightly paranoid about staying in places like this alone, so securing the door is always my first priority. I dropped my bags on the small table near the corner and walked further into the room. To the left of the bed, there was a large window. It was covered by thick, heavy blackout curtains that were drawn completely shut. I walked over and pulled the edge of the fabric back just a few inches to look outside. Because I was on the second floor, the window looked directly down over the empty parking lot. There was no balcony outside my room. There was no exterior walkway in front of the window either. The walkway only ran past the front door. The window was built completely flush against the smooth, flat side of the building. Below it was a straight drop to the concrete parking lot. There weren't even any tall trees near the building. I let the heavy curtain fall back into place, ensuring there were no gaps where someone could look in. I felt a small wave of relief. Being on the second floor with a sheer drop outside my window meant no one could possibly access it. It made me feel just a little bit safer. I spent the next 20 minutes drying off in the tiny, cramped bathroom. The water from the shower was barely lukewarm, but it helped wash away the tension of the drive. I changed into a set of dry pajamas and walked back out into the main room. The storm outside was only getting worse. I could hear the wind throwing heavy sheets of water against the exterior walls. It sounded like small pebbles hitting the siding. It was loud, but it was a steady, constant noise. I wasn't quite ready to sleep yet. My body was exhausted, but my mind was still racing from the stressful drive. I unzipped my bag, pulled out my laptop, and carried it over to the bed. I set it on the nightstand right next to the window, opened it up, and climbed under the thin covers. I figured I would try to watch a movie or do some light editing work to help myself wind down. I connected to the motel's unsecured Wi-Fi network. It was incredibly slow, just like the clerk had warned. Pages took minutes to load, and video streaming was completely out of the question. Instead, I just organized some files on my desktop. I remember clearly leaving the laptop open on the nightstand right beside my head. The screensaver eventually kicked on, plunging the room into darkness, save for a slow, floating logo that cast a faint blue glow across the ceiling. I lay there in the dark, listening to the rain. I tried to force my eyes closed, but I felt strange. It wasn't a specific fear. It was just a heavy, uncomfortable feeling settling deep in my chest. You know, that quiet, primal instinct that tells your brain when you're not in a safe place. My body was practically screaming at me, but my logical mind kept telling me to ignore it. I was in a locked room on the second floor. I was fine. Eventually, sheer exhaustion won over my anxiety. My breathing slowed down. The sound of the heavy rain outside began to blur into a comforting white noise. I felt myself drifting down into that heavy, dreamless space just before deep sleep. And then I heard it. It was faint at first. It cut through the chaotic noise of the storm like a needle, a distinct, deliberate sound. Tap, my eyes fluttered open in the dark. I lay perfectly still, staring at the ceiling. The faint blue glow of my laptop screen illuminated the dark edges of the room. I held my breath, listening intently. For a long moment there was nothing but the sound of the wind. I convinced myself it was just the building settling. Old motels make strange noises in bad weather, or maybe the wind had blown a piece of loose debris against the wall. It was nothing. I closed my eyes again, pulling the scratchy blanket up closer to my chin. I told my racing heart to calm down. I rolled over onto my side, facing the heavy curtain that covered the window. 2 minutes passed, the storm raged outside. I started to drift off again. Tap, tap, my eyes snapped open. The sound was closer this time. It wasn't coming from the wall, it was coming from the window, right next to my head. A cold wave of dread washed over me, starting at the base of my neck and spreading down my spine. I didn't move, I didn't make a sound. I just lay there, frozen in my bed, staring at the heavy fabric of the curtain. I tried to rationalize it again. I told myself it was just the rain, heavy raindrops hitting the glass. But the logical part of my brain, the part that was now wide awake and terrified, knew that wasn't true. Rain doesn't sound like that. Rain is random and chaotic. This sound was solid, it was distinct. It sounded exactly like the hard edge of a fingernail striking the surface of the glass. I lay there for what felt like an hour, though it was probably only a few minutes. The silence between the noises was almost worse than the sound itself. The anticipation was making me feel physically sick. My stomach tied itself into heavy knots. I slowly reached out and grabbed the edges of my blanket, clutching the fabric tightly in my trembling hands.
Then it happened again.
Tap, tap, tap. It was a slow, deliberate rhythm. Someone was tapping on the glass. Someone was outside my window, trying to get my attention. My breathing became shallow and fast. Panic began to claw at my throat. I tried to process how this was possible. I was on the second floor. I had looked out the window myself. There was no balcony. There was no ledge. There was nothing outside that window but a sheer drop to the asphalt below. Yet the tapping was right there. It was so close I could almost feel the vibration of it through the wall. Tap, tap. It was slightly louder this time, more insistent. I couldn't handle the not knowing. The fear of what might be behind that curtain was completely paralyzing, but the fear of doing nothing was somehow worse. I slowly pushed the blanket off my body. I carefully swung my legs over the edge of the bed, wincing as the old mattress springs creaked loudly in the quiet room. I stood up. The floor was freezing against my bare feet. I stood entirely still for a second, listening. The tapping had stopped. I took a slow, agonizing step toward the window. My legs felt like they were made of heavy lead. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run to the door, to unlock it, and to run away. But a terrifying curiosity pulled me toward the glass. I had to know. I had to see what was out there. I reached out with a trembling hand. My fingers brushed against the rough, dusty fabric of the curtain. I took a deep, shaky breath, bracing myself for whatever nightmare was waiting on the other side. I grabbed the edge of the curtain and quickly yanked it back. I expected to see a face. I expected to see something horrible staring back at me from the darkness, but there was nothing, just the black, rainy night. The parking lot below was completely empty. The glow of the neon motel sign barely reached this far down the building. There was no ladder, no ropes, nothing that could explain how someone could have reached my window. I let out a long, shaky exhale. My knees felt weak with relief. My mind immediately scrambled to find an excuse. A bird, a bat, a weird trick of the wind, something completely normal and easily explained. I laughed a nervous, pathetic little laugh. I was letting my imagination get the best of me. I leaned closer to the glass, squinting into the darkness just to be absolutely sure. The window was covered in thick condensation from the cold rain hitting the warm glass. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, my heart stopped completely. Right in the center of the glass, perfectly illuminated by the faint blue glow of my laptop screen behind me, was a shape in the condensation.
It was a handprint.
It wasn't a smudge, it wasn't a trick of the light. It was a clear, perfect imprint of a large human hand. I could see the individual pads of the fingers. I could see the palm. And then the most terrifying realization hit me. The handprint wasn't on the inside of the glass, it was on the outside. As I stood there, frozen in absolute terror, the handprint began to change. The heat from whatever had pressed against the glass was melting the condensation. Slowly, the thick streaks of water began to slide downward. The handprint was fresh. Whatever had made it had just been there, seconds before I pulled the curtain back. I didn't scream. My throat closed up completely, trapping the sound in my chest. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet and crashing hard into the edge of the nightstand. My laptop slammed shut, plunging the room into total, suffocating darkness. The darkness broke my paralysis. Pure, blind panic took over. I didn't bother changing my clothes. I didn't care about the rain. I grabbed my purse from the table, grabbed the laptop from the floor, and lunged for the door. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely slide the chain lock free. I twisted the deadbolt, ripped the door open, and ran out into the freezing storm. I didn't look back at the window. I didn't look up at the roof. I sprinted down the metal stairs, completely ignoring the rain soaking through my thin pajamas. I reached my car, threw my things into the passenger seat, and locked the doors the second I was inside. I started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and tore out of the parking lot, spinning my tires in the wet gravel. I drove straight through the storm. I didn't stop driving until the sun came up and I crossed the border back into my home state. I told myself it was over. I told myself it was some freak occurrence, some horrible prank, or something I would never be able to explain. I just wanted to forget about it. I went back to my apartment. I locked my doors. I felt safe again. A week passed, and the memory of the motel started to feel like a bad dream. Then one morning, I sat down at my desk to catch up on some work. I opened my laptop. It was the same one I had left open on the nightstand at the motel. I hadn't used it much since I got back. I was clearing off some old files from my desktop when I noticed a folder I didn't recognize. It was completely unnamed, just a blank folder icon sitting near the bottom of my screen. I felt a strange prickle of unease. I hovered my mouse over it. I hesitated, then I double-clicked. The folder opened. Inside were hundreds of image files. I clicked on the first image. My blood turned to ice in my veins. It was a picture of me. I was asleep in my own bed at my apartment. The angle was high, taken from the corner of my bedroom ceiling. I frantically clicked the next arrow. Another picture, me sleeping, the next, me sleeping, different pajamas, different positions. I looked at the timestamps on the image files. My stomach dropped violently. The dates on the photos went back exactly 1 week. They started on the exact date I stayed at the motel on Route 9. But the most terrifying detail wasn't just the dates. It was the angle of the very first picture in the folder. The first photo wasn't taken in my apartment. It was taken in a dark room with ugly floral bedding. It was a picture of me sleeping in room 214. And the photo wasn't taken from outside the window. The angle was low. It was taken from inside the room, from underneath the bed. The tapping on the window wasn't someone trying to get in. It was a distraction. It was trying to get my attention, trying to make me look away, while something else was already inside the room with me. And the dates on the rest of the photos proved one horrifying truth. When I ran out of that motel room in a panic, carrying my bags to the car, whatever was hiding under that bed had quietly followed me home. Story 11. It was the first winter break at my boarding school I spent completely alone. I thought the silence would be peaceful, until I realized it wasn't silence at all. My name is Caleb. At the time, I was a junior at a massive, incredibly old boarding school tucked away in the dense woods of western Pennsylvania. The campus was essentially in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by miles of winding mountain roads and heavy forest. During the regular semester, the main residential wing was loud, chaotic, and packed with hundreds of guys. You could never get a moment of real quiet. There was always music playing, doors slamming, or people shouting down the long corridors. But when winter break rolled around, the entire atmosphere of the building shifted dramatically. My parents were going through a really complicated divorce back in California, and things at home were extremely tense. They decided it would be better for everyone if I just stayed on campus for the 3-week winter break. I was actually fine with it. I liked the idea of having the dorm room to myself, playing video games late into the night, and not having to worry about strict curfew checks or early morning classes. Out of the hundreds of students who lived in the residential wing, only a tiny handful of us were left behind. My roommate, a guy named Liam, lived about 2 hours away but had to stay an extra week to finish up some makeup exams. For that first week of break, it was just me, Liam, 3 guys up on the 4th floor, and one totally exhausted resident assistant named Marcus, who mostly stayed in his room. The sheer size of the building felt totally different when it was empty. The hallways in our dorm were exceptionally long, with heavy wooden doors lining both sides. Without the constant noise of the student body, every single sound became amplified. If you dropped a pen on the floor, it sounded like a gunshot echoing down the corridor. The old heating pipes hissed and clanked constantly behind the plaster, sounding almost like someone dragging heavy metal chains through the walls. It was deeply unsettling from the very first night. By the 3rd day of break, the isolation really began to mess with my head. The days felt incredibly short. The winter sun would start setting behind the tree line around 4:30 p.m., casting these long, distorted gray shadows down the empty corridors. After eating dinner in a massive, completely silent dining hall, Liam and I were basically confined to our room on the 2nd floor. Our dorm was located at the very end of the north hallway. It was a long, straight stretch of dim lighting and closed, locked doors. To get to the communal bathroom and shower room, you had to walk all the way down that long corridor, turn a sharp corner, and push through a set of heavy, wooden double doors. It was around the fourth night that I first started noticing things feeling slightly off. I was sitting at my desk, wearing my noise-canceling headphones, trying to knock out an essay for my history class. Liam had gone downstairs to the first floor to get some snacks from the vending machine. I had my music paused for a minute because I was trying to focus on a complicated paragraph. That is when I heard it for the first time. Someone clearly called my name. It wasn't a loud shout or a scream. It sounded exactly like Liam, just casually saying my name from right outside our dorm room door. I took my headphones off and stared at the heavy wooden door. I just figured he had forgotten his keycard and needed me to get up and let him in. I pushed my chair back, walked over, and pulled the door open, ready to hand him his card. The hallway was completely empty. There was just a long stretch of dim, flickering fluorescent lights reflecting off the polished linoleum floor. There was no sign of Liam. There was no one out there at all. I stepped out of the room and looked down toward the distant stairwell, expecting to see him walking toward me, maybe trying to mess with me. But the corridor was totally dead. The only sound was the faint rattling of the old window frames at the end of the hall as the winter wind pushed against the glass. I just stood there feeling genuinely confused for a few seconds. I eventually convinced myself that I had just imagined it. When you spend enough time isolated in a completely silent building, your brain starts inventing sounds to fill the quiet void. Or maybe it was just the building settling, or the pipes groaning in a weird way that vaguely sounded like a human voice. I went back inside, locked the door behind me, and put my headphones back on. When Liam finally came back about 20 minutes later carrying a couple of sodas, I didn't even mention it. It felt too stupid to bring up out loud. But the weird auditory tricks didn't stop there. Over the next 2 days, they kept happening, and they only ever seemed to happen when I was completely isolated. One afternoon, I was organizing my closet while Liam was taking a nap. I suddenly heard Marcus, our resident assistant, telling someone to keep their voice down in the hallway. I clearly heard his distinct, deep voice tell someone to quiet down. I poked my head out of the door to see who he was talking to, but again, the corridor was entirely abandoned. I even walked all the way down to the raw room to see if he was around, but his door was wide open. The lights were off, and he wasn't even on our floor. It was slowly chipping away at my nerves. I started really hating the walk to the communal bathroom. During the regular school year, you could never walk into that bathroom without running into at least 2 or 3 other guys. Now, it felt like walking into a damp, echoing cave. The shower room was this large, open space with rows of old sinks on one side and a line of shower stalls with cheap plastic curtains on the other. The acoustics in there were terrible. Even a single drop of water hitting the tile sounded abnormally loud and metallic. Whenever I took a shower during that week, I felt this strange, heavy sensation pressing against my chest. It always felt like I wasn't completely alone in the room. I would constantly peer around the edge of my shower curtain, half expecting to see someone standing perfectly still by the sinks, just watching me. But it was always just me, the thick steam, and the endless dripping sounds echoing off the walls. By the time the weekend finally arrived, the weather took a massive turn for the worse. A severe winter storm rolled through western Pennsylvania, dumping almost 2 feet of snow across the campus overnight. The wind was howling so aggressively against the stone walls of the dormitory that it sounded like a physical presence trying to tear the roof off. The power even flickered a few times in our room, which really put me on edge. Liam was scheduled to leave the next morning. He had finally finished his makeup exams, and his dad was driving up early to get him out before the mountain roads got completely blocked by the snow. We spent that entire evening just packing up his heavy bags and watching random videos on his laptop. I was genuinely dreading him leaving. Once he drove away, I would be the only student left living on the entire second floor. The incident happened that night, his final night in the dorm. It was really late. I checked the time on my phone, and it was almost 1:30. Liam had already passed out hours ago. He was buried under a massive pile of heavy blankets, snoring softly from the other side of the room. The room was absolutely freezing because the school always turned down the central heating system after midnight to save money during the break. I was wide awake. I couldn't sleep at all. I felt sticky, anxious, and restless, so I figured a long, hot shower would help me relax my muscles and finally get some rest. I quietly grabbed my towel, my plastic shower caddy, and slowly unlocked our dorm room door, trying my best not to wake Liam up. The hallway was freezing. It honestly felt like stepping inside a meat locker. The wind outside was vicious, violently rattling the heavy glass panes at the far end of the corridor. I pulled my towel tighter around my shoulders and quickly started walking down the long, empty hall. Every single step I took squeaked loudly against the cold linoleum, echoing uncomfortably in the silence. I finally reached the end of the hall, turned the corner, and pushed through the heavy wooden double doors into the bathroom. The fluorescent lights flickered aggressively for a few seconds before fully humming to life, casting a sickly, pale yellow glow over the rows of sinks and empty shower stalls. The room was completely dead. I walked all the way to the very last stall. It was the one furthest away from the entrance doors, mainly because it always had the most consistent hot water pressure. I turned the metal knob as far as it would go, waited for the thick steam to start rising over the top of the curtain, and stepped inside. The hot water felt incredible against the freezing air. I stood under the heavy spray for a few minutes, just closing my eyes and letting my tense shoulders finally relax. The loud, rushing sound of the water echoing violently off the tile walls was oddly comforting. It completely drowned out the unsettling, quiet sounds of the empty building. I stood there, letting the heat soak in, and finally felt my deep anxiety start to slowly fade away. I had just grabbed my shampoo and started washing my hair when the water pressure suddenly dropped. It didn't completely shut off, but it instantly slowed down to a very weak, pathetic trickle. I groaned in frustration, blindly wiping thick soap out of my eyes. I reached out with a wet hand and twisted the heavy metal knob, trying to force the pressure back up, but nothing happened. It just kept weakly trickling out of the shower head. That is when I suddenly realized something terrifying. The lack of rushing water made the absolute silence in the large room incredibly obvious. I stood perfectly still in the stall, listening closely. The thick steam was swirling slowly around the cheap plastic curtain. Then I clearly heard the heavy double doors of the bathroom slowly swing open. The old metal hinges gave a loud, distinct, drawn-out squeal. It was immediately followed by the soft, heavy thud of the wooden doors swinging back shut. Someone had just walked into the bathroom. I froze completely in place. My heart instantly started hammering violently against my ribs. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal at all. It was a shared communal bathroom. But at 1:30 a.m., during a nearly deserted winter break, while a massive snowstorm raged outside, it felt entirely wrong. I held my breath, listening intensely over the faint sound of the trickling showerhead. I heard footsteps, wet, heavy, deliberate footsteps slapping slowly against the cold tile floor. They were moving very slowly, walking directly past the long row of sinks. They didn't sound like someone who was just rushing in to use the restroom in the middle of the night. They sounded like someone packing, like someone slowly looking for something specific. "Caleb." The voice echoed sharply and clearly through the humid, empty room. I instantly let out a massive, shaky breath of relief. My shoulders slumped. It was Liam. It sounded exactly like my roommate. It had the exact same pitch, the slight rasp he always had in his voice when he was tired, and the very specific way he always pronounced my name. It was definitely him. "Yeah," I called back out, loudly wiping the remaining soap from my face and neck. "What's wrong? I'm all the way in the back." The wet footsteps instantly stopped. There was a sudden, heavy pause. It probably only lasted about 3 seconds, but standing naked in that freezing stall, it felt agonizingly long. The silence in the large room was so thick it felt like physical pressure against my ears. "Caleb," Liam's voice called out again. But this time it sounded entirely wrong. It was louder, echoing harshly off the ceramic tiles, but it sounded completely flat. It was entirely emotionless. It sounded like a digital recording of his voice being played back over a really cheap, distorted speaker. "You need to hurry back to the room," the flat voice stated. I frowned deeply, my wet fingers tightly gripping the edge of the shower curtain. A sudden, sharp spike of raw anxiety hit the bottom of my stomach. "Why? What's going on out there?" "There's someone in our room," Liam's voice clearly said. My blood ran completely cold. The lingering warmth of the shower vanished entirely, instantly replaced by a deep, terrifying, paralyzing chill that shot straight down my spine. "What do you mean?" I stammered loudly, my voice genuinely shaking. "Who is it? Are you okay?" "Hurry," the flat voice immediately replied. It didn't answer my panicked questions. It just casually repeated the exact same command. It perfectly imitated Liam's exact tone, but with a stiff, unnatural, robotic rhythm. "There's someone in our room. Come back." Pure panic took over my entire body. If someone had somehow broken into our dorm from the outside, if Liam was in serious trouble, I needed to get back down that hallway right now. I didn't even bother rinsing the rest of the thick soap out of my hair. I violently threw the plastic curtain open, grabbed my towel from the hook, and roughly wrapped it tightly around my waist. I stepped heavily out of the stall and into the main aisle of the bathroom, fully expecting to see Liam standing near the sinks, maybe panicked, maybe hiding from whoever was in our room. But the massive bathroom was entirely empty. There was absolutely no one standing there. I looked desperately up and down the row of sinks. Nothing. The only wet footprints on the tile floor were my own leading to the shower. A fresh, sickening wave of pure terror washed over my entire body. The heavy wooden double doors were completely closed. The large room was totally silent except for the incredibly weak trickle of water hitting the floor in my shower stall. Where had the voice just come from? It had sounded perfectly clear. It sounded like he was standing right in the absolute middle of the room, just a few feet away from my stall. I didn't waste another single second trying to figure it out. I shoved the heavy double doors violently open and bolted down the freezing, dark hallway. My wet, bare feet slapped loudly and painfully against the hard linoleum floor. The long corridor suddenly felt twice as long as it usually did. The flickering, pale fluorescent lights overhead seemed to strobe violently as I sprinted past them. I kept my wide eyes completely fixed on our heavy wooden dorm door at the very end of the hall. It was completely shut. When I finally reached the door, my wet hands were shaking so violently that I could barely grip the metal handle. I fully expected it to be locked. I fully expected to have to nervously fumble around for my plastic keycard while whoever was inside waited for me. But when I aggressively turned the metal handle, the heavy door just swung open easily. I burst into the dark room, my heart pounding so incredibly hard that I could actually feel the thumping in my teeth. I flicked the bright overhead light switch on immediately, fully bracing myself to find a dangerous stranger actively going through our things, or worse. The room was instantly flooded with harsh, bright light. Everything was perfectly in its place. Nothing was disturbed. The window was closed and locked. And Liam was still completely in his bed. He was fast asleep, buried deeply under his heavy pile of blankets, in the exact same position I had left him in 15 minutes ago. He let out a loud, annoyed snort as the sudden, bright light hit his face. He groaned quietly, shifting his heavy weight on the mattress, and pulled the thick blanket directly over his head to block the harsh glare. I stood completely frozen in the open doorway, cold water dripping constantly from my wet hair onto the floor. My chest was heaving up and down as I desperately tried to mentally process what I was looking at. Liam was asleep. He had been asleep this entire time. He hadn't been to the bathroom. He hadn't just spoken to me. I felt a massive, sickening drop in my stomach. If Liam was right here, fast asleep in his bed, then who, or exactly what, had just spoken to me in that empty shower room using his exact voice? I slowly stepped into the dorm room, gently pushing the heavy wooden door completely shut behind me. I locked the handle. I reached up and threw the heavy metal deadbolt. I slowly backed away, staring intensely at the solid wood, my exhausted mind racing through every single rational explanation and violently rejecting all of them. It wasn't a complex prank. It couldn't have been. There was no one else on our floor, and the voice was a perfect, impossible copy. I slowly turned around to walk toward my own bed. I desperately needed to sit down before my shaking legs completely gave out from underneath me. The small room was completely quiet, save for the muffled, distant howling sound of the winter storm outside and Liam's incredibly soft, rhythmic breathing from his bed. I was about halfway across the carpeted floor when I suddenly stopped walking. The air inside the small room suddenly felt incredibly dense and heavy. A freezing cold sweat instantly broke out across the back of my neck. Directly across from my bed was my small closet. It was built directly into the wall, securely covered by a heavy, slatted wooden door that I aggressively made sure to keep tightly shut at all times. I stood there, staring blankly at the wooden slats. The silence in the small room was absolutely deafening. Then, coming very clearly from inside the dark, confined space of my completely closed closet, a voice whispered, "Caleb." It was Liam's voice. I stood completely paralyzed in the middle of the floor, the damp towel clinging to my violently shaking legs. The mimicking voice didn't say anything else. It didn't try to open the door. It just stood inside the dark space, breathing heavily against the wooden slats from the inside. I didn't sleep a single second that night. I never opened the closet door. I just backed away, sat stiffly on the edge of my bed, and stared unblinking at the slatted wood until the morning sun finally came up. When Liam woke up and left with his dad a few hours later, I frantically packed a single bag and walked 3 miles through the deep snow to the nearest town. I never stepped foot back inside that specific dorm room, and to this very day, I still get a horrible feeling in my chest whenever I hear my own name. Story 12. It was the first night I parked in the underground garage beneath a closed shopping center in Adelaide. I spent completely alone. I thought the silence would be peaceful, until I realized it wasn't silence at all. I was working at a corporate firm located on the fourth floor of a massive commercial building attached to the shopping complex. By day, the entire area was bustling with people and loud music, but by night, the structure essentially turned into a ghost town. The mall closed its doors to the public at 9 p.m. sharp. After that, the security guards would lock the main entrances and leave the place abandoned until morning. Normally, I was out of the office by 6 at the latest. I would take the elevator down and walk out without a second thought. But this particular week, my manager had piled an impossible amount of paperwork onto my desk. I watched as my coworkers slowly trickled out of the office one by one. By 10 p.m., I was the only living soul left on the entire fourth floor. It wasn't until I saved my last document and glanced at the clock that the reality of the situation hit me. The digital numbers read 11:45 p.m. I took off my headphones, and the sudden silence of the empty office was almost deafening. The central air conditioning had automatically shut off for the night, leaving the room feeling heavy and stagnant. I stretched my arms, let out a tired sigh, and started packing my laptop into my bag. As I zipped my bag, the harsh sound echoed down the empty rows of cubicles. I grabbed my keys, threw my coat over my arm, and headed for the exit. Walking down the carpeted hallway toward the elevators, I couldn't shake the feeling of being completely isolated. I pressed the call button and listened to the heavy steel cables grinding inside the shaft. It was a slow, mechanical sound that normally wouldn't bother me, but tonight it felt unsettling. When the elevator door slid open with a loud chime, I stepped inside and hit the button for level -3. That was the absolute lowest level of the underground parking garage. The upper levels were reserved for retail customers, but the bottom level was designated for employee parking. I always hated parking down there because it felt damp and gloomy. But that morning I was running late, and -3 was the only place left with an open spot. I had parked my car in the very back corner, as far away from the elevator bank as possible. The elevator doors closed, sealing me inside. I watched the digital floor indicator tick down until it flashed -3. The doors slid open slowly, grinding slightly on their tracks. Instantly, a wave of cold, stale air washed over me. The garage smelled strongly of wet concrete and old car exhaust. I stepped out of the elevator and into the cavernous space. The parking level was overwhelming. It was a sprawling expanse of gray concrete supported by thick, cylindrical pillars stretching off into the darkness. The lighting down here was terrible. Half of the industrial fluorescent tubes were burned out entirely. The ones that did work cast a sickly, yellowish glow over the empty parking spaces, leaving large pockets of deep shadow between the rows. I stood by the elevator bank for a moment, just looking out. It was completely deserted. Not a single car was parked in the central area. The silence was heavy and oppressive. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic dripping of water coming from a leaky pipe somewhere far off in the darkness. It was a slow, steady drip. It echoed off the concrete walls, making it impossible to tell exactly where it was coming from. I pulled my coat tighter around my shoulders and started walking toward where I knew my car was parked. I had to cross almost the entire length of the garage. My sharp footsteps sounded incredibly loud against the bare floor, echoing through the empty space. It almost sounded like someone else was walking with me just a few paces behind. I actually stopped twice and looked over my shoulder, but there was no one there, just endless rows of empty parking spots and thick shadows. I kept walking, trying to move faster without breaking into a run. I just wanted to get to my car, lock the doors, and drive home. The air down here felt incredibly heavy, almost hard to breathe. The damp smell of the concrete was making me feel slightly nauseous. I told myself that once I was inside my car, I would be perfectly safe. I just had to make it across the remaining distance. I was about halfway across the garage, navigating through a particularly dark section where several lights had burned out completely, when the first strange thing happened. About 30 feet ahead of me, a single overhead fluorescent light suddenly flickered to life. It buzzed loudly, flashing twice before settling into a harsh, bright white glare. It illuminated a small circle of concrete right in the middle of my path. I stopped dead in my tracks. My logical mind immediately tried to find a rational explanation. I told myself it must just be a motion sensor. Many garages use them to save electricity. But I had been parking down here for 8 months, and these lights had never been motion activated. They were either permanently on or completely broken. Even if they were sensors, the light was 30 feet away. I hadn't moved close enough to trigger it. I stood in the dim gloom, watching the bright circle of light ahead. The loud electrical buzzing was the only sound besides my own breathing. I told myself my exhausted imagination was getting the better of me. I took a deep breath, tightened my grip on my bag, and started walking again. I kept my eyes fixed on the illuminated patch of concrete, treating it like a safe zone. But just as I took my 5th step forward, something else happened. The light directly above the elevator bank, all the way back where I had just come from, shut off. It didn't flicker or fade. It just snapped off with a loud, heavy mechanical click. I whipped my head around. The area around the elevators was plunged into absolute darkness. The comforting glow of the doors was completely gone. The distance between me and the safety of the exit suddenly felt impossibly far. The darkness back there looked thick and impenetrable, like a solid wall of black ink. My heart started beating a little faster against my ribs. I swallowed hard, trying to keep my rising panic in check. I forced my legs to keep moving toward the light ahead. I reached the bright circle of concrete and stepped into it. The harsh white glare was almost blinding compared to the gloom. I felt a tiny, brief moment of relief standing under it. That relief lasted less than a second. The exact moment I stepped directly under the bulb, the next light in the row violently snapped on. It buzzed aggressively, casting another stark circle of light 30 feet down the path. Simultaneously, the light I was currently standing under went completely dead. The loud click echoed through the garage. I gasped, stumbling forward into the sudden darkness. The only light source now was the new bulb 30 feet ahead. The darkness rushed in around me, pressing against my sides. I stood frozen in the pitch-black space between the lights. My eyes struggled to adjust. The silence was back, heavy and terrifying. This was not a motion sensor. This was not a random electrical glitch. This was a pattern. The lights were turning on ahead of me, waiting for me to reach them, and then shutting off behind me. It felt like someone was sitting in a control room, watching me on a security camera and manually flipping the switches. Or worse, it felt like something was moving through the ceiling fixtures, packing me, guiding me forward while simultaneously cutting off my route back. A wave of pure, unfiltered panic washed over me. My hands started to shake. I looked around, desperately trying to find an alternate route. To my left and right were rows of concrete pillars leading into unlit sections of the garage. I thought about trying to cut across the darkness, to break the path and run blindly toward where I thought my car was. But staring into those pitch-black voids, my courage failed. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see the ground, I couldn't see the pillars. If I ran into the dark, I would be completely blind and totally vulnerable. The only visible thing in the entire garage was that single circle of light 30 feet ahead. It felt like a trap, a clearly marked path leading me deeper into the underground structure, but I had no other choice. I started walking again. I didn't walk slowly this time. I speed walked, my shoes hitting the concrete in a rapid, frantic rhythm. I practically threw myself into the next circle of light. Click, the next light ahead buzzed to life. Click, the light above me died, plunging me into darkness again. I kept moving. It became a terrifying, twisted game. I would reach the light, the next one would illuminate, and the one behind me would plunge into the abyss. Click on, click off, click on, click off. The sounds of the heavy switches were deafening in the echoing space. The electrical buzz of the bulbs sounded like angry hornets. With every light that shut off behind me, the wall of absolute darkness grew closer. The area I had already walked through was completely gone, swallowed by the blackness. I couldn't even see the elevator bank anymore. I was completely cut off from the exit. I was being herded. Something was actively pushing me deeper into the lowest, most isolated level of the building, and I was powerless to stop it. As I frantically power-walked from light to light, I noticed the distant dripping sound again. The slow, rhythmic drip from earlier, but it didn't sound distant anymore. It sounded closer, much closer, and the rhythm had changed entirely. It wasn't the steady, mechanical drip of a leaky pipe anymore. It sounded heavier, wetter. It sounded exactly like the wet, slapping sound of bare feet hitting damp concrete. Slap, slap, slap. It was coming from the darkness behind me, from the exact area the lights had just abandoned. I let out a quiet sob and broke into a full run. I abandoned any pretense of staying calm. I sprinted toward the next light, my laptop bag bouncing heavily against my hip. Click on ahead. Click off behind. Slap, slap, slap. The wet footsteps sped up, matching my running pace perfectly. Whatever was out there in the dark was keeping up with me. It was staying just beyond the edge of the light, hiding in the absolute blackness that it was actively creating. I was hyperventilating now. My lungs burned from the cold air. Tears were stinging the corners of my eyes, blurring my vision. I strained my eyes, looking desperately for the recognizable shape of my car. I knew I had to be close. I had parked in the very last row against the far wall. Finally, through the gloom, I saw the dull reflection of my sedan's rear bumper. It was parked alone, wedged between a massive concrete pillar and the back wall of the garage. I was about 60 feet away, 2 more lights. I sprinted to the second to last light. It snapped on just before I reached it. I didn't even pause. I pushed through the circle of illumination and kept running as fast as I could. The final light, the one directly above my car, suddenly exploded into bright, flickering life. It was much brighter than the others, buzzing with a violent, erratic energy. It cast harsh, moving shadows across the hood of my car. The light behind me clicked off, plunging my back into the cold darkness. The wet, slapping footsteps stopped instantly. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. I reached the driver's side door and practically slammed my body against the metal. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold my keys. I fumbled with the keyring, desperately trying to single out my car key. It slipped from my sweaty fingers and hit the concrete floor with a sharp, terrifying clatter. I dropped to my knees, scraping my skin against the rough concrete. The area beneath the car was shadowed. I frantically swept my hands over the floor, feeling the freezing dampness of the ground. My fingers brushed against the metal keys. I snatched them up and scrambled back to my feet. I stood up and shoved the key into the lock. I twisted it hard. The lock clicked open. Just as my hand pulled the door handle, I realized something horrifying. I was standing under the final light, the only light remaining in the entire massive underground garage. The rest of the structure was completely swallowed by impenetrable darkness. I was perfectly illuminated, a sitting duck trapped in a single spotlight. And the violent, erratic buzzing of the light bulb directly above me was starting to slow down. It was flickering. It was dying. I didn't look back. I didn't try to look into the darkness to see if anything was standing there watching me. I knew that if I looked, I would see it. Whatever had been turning off the lights, whatever had been making those wet, slapping sounds, it was right there, waiting at the edge of the light for the final bulb to go out. I yanked the car door open, threw myself into the driver's seat, and slammed the heavy door shut behind me. I reached over and hit the central lock button with the heel of my hand. The heavy clunk of all 4 doors locking simultaneously was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I dropped my keys on the passenger seat and pressed the push-to-start button with a trembling finger. The engine roared to life, breaking the suffocating silence of the garage. My headlights automatically flared on, casting 2 bright beams of light against the gray concrete wall in front of me. There was nothing there, just the dirty wall and some faded painted lines. I slammed the car into reverse, ignoring the backup camera entirely, and practically floored the gas pedal. The tires screeched against the smooth concrete as I whipped the car backward, swinging the front end around toward the exit lane. I shifted into drive and hit the gas again. The car surged forward. I drove recklessly through the pitch-black garage, relying entirely on my high beams to navigate between the thick pillars. I didn't care about the speed limit or staying in the lanes. I just wanted to get out. I found the upward ramp and sped up it, the tires squealing loudly around the tight curve. Level -2, level -1, ground level. I blasted past the automated ticket arm, which was thankfully raised for the night, and shot out onto the empty city street. The orange glow of the street lamps and the distant traffic lights felt like a warm embrace. I was back in the real world. I was out of the dark. I drove for about 10 minutes before my heart rate finally started to slow down. The sheer terror was beginning to fade, slowly replaced by a deep, exhausting sense of relief. I convinced myself that it was all in my head. The lights were just on a faulty circuit timer. The footsteps were just my own echoes playing tricks on my tired brain. It was a terrifying experience, but there was a logical explanation for all of it. I had let my imagination run wild because I was alone in a creepy place. That was all. I stopped at a red light at an empty intersection about a mile from my apartment. The street was incredibly quiet. I took a deep breath, letting my head fall back against the headrest. I felt safe in my locked car. But as I sat there waiting for the light to turn green, the interior dome light of my car directly above my head suddenly clicked on. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I hadn't touched the switch. The doors were perfectly locked. The car was running normally. There was no mechanical reason for the interior light to suddenly activate. I sat perfectly still, staring out the windshield at the red traffic light, the harsh yellow glow of the dome light illuminating the entire inside of the cabin. My heart began to hammer violently against my ribs once again. The air inside the car suddenly felt incredibly cold, carrying the faint, unmistakable smell of wet concrete. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. I just stared straight ahead, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white, waiting in terrified silence for the light inside my car to click off.
Story 13.
This happened while I was visiting my grandmother in an old hospital in rural Maine. The creaking floors didn't bother me until they started following me. My name is Ryan, and at the time this happened, I was 22 years old. It was late November, and the winter weather in Maine had already turned brutal. The days were short, and the nights were freezing, with bitter winds that constantly rattled the windows of every building. My grandmother had suffered a minor fall at her house. It wasn't anything life-threatening, but because of her age, the doctors wanted to keep her overnight for observation. Her house was out in the middle of nowhere, and the nearest medical facility was a regional hospital that looked like it had been built decades ago and mostly forgotten about. It was a massive, sprawling brick building surrounded by dense pine trees. Half of the hospital had been renovated and updated with modern equipment, bright lights, and new flooring. The other half, from what I could tell, had been left to slowly decay. The hospital simply didn't have the funding to update the entire property, so they just boarded up or locked the older wings and pretended they didn't exist. I volunteered to stay with her for the night. My parents had to work early the next morning, and I didn't want my grandmother waking up alone in a strange room. I dragged a terribly uncomfortable vinyl guest chair right next to her bed and settled in for what I assumed would be a long, boring night of scrolling on my phone. By the time visiting hours officially ended, the hospital had gone completely dead. It was incredible how quickly the atmosphere shifted. During the day, there was the constant hum of doctors talking, carts rolling, and visitors walking around. But at night, the silence was heavy. It pressed down on you. The only sounds in the room were the slow, rhythmic beeping of her heart monitor and the howling of the wind hitting the glass outside. Around 1:15 a.m., I realized I was incredibly thirsty. I hadn't had anything to drink since dinner, and the dry, artificially heated air of the hospital was making my throat scratchy. I also felt a dull headache starting to form right behind my eyes. I knew I needed some water and maybe a terrible cup of coffee from a vending machine to help me stay awake. I quietly stood up, making sure not to wake my grandmother. She was sleeping peacefully, her chest rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm. I slipped out of her room and stepped into the main hallway. The fluorescent lights overhead were painfully bright, but there wasn't a single person in sight. The nurse's station for her floor was located around a bend in the hallway. I walked quietly, my sneakers squeaking faintly on the polished linoleum. When I reached the station, it was completely empty. The computer monitors were glowing, and there was a half-empty cup of tea sitting on the counter, but the nurse on duty was nowhere to be found. She was probably doing rounds or checking on a patient. I didn't want to wander around aimlessly, so I looked up at the ceiling for directional signs. There was a faded blue sign hanging above the intersection that pointed down a long corridor to the left. The white letters on the sign read cafeteria and vending. I figured it would be a simple walk down the hall, grab a drink, and come right back. I started walking down the corridor. As I moved further away from the main patient area, I noticed the environment slowly beginning to change. The bright white linoleum flooring eventually gave way to older, scuffed tiles. The lighting changed too. The bulbs up ahead had a sickly, yellowish tint to them, and they were spaced further apart, leaving wide pockets of shadows along the walls. I passed a set of double doors that were propped open. Beyond them, the hallway continued, but the air immediately felt different. It was significantly colder, like the heating system didn't reach this part of the building. The smell changed as well. The sharp, clean scent of antiseptic and bleach faded away, replaced by the musty, stale smell of undisturbed dust and old paper. I remember hearing a distinct, rhythmic clicking sound coming from somewhere above me. I looked up and saw a loose metal vent cover near the ceiling, vibrating slightly from a draft of air. It was a small detail, but in the absolute silence of the hallway, that metallic clicking sounded incredibly loud. I kept my eyes on it for a few seconds before continuing forward. According to the signs on the walls, I was still heading in the right direction for the vending machines, but something felt deeply wrong. I hadn't seen a single patient room, doctor, or nurse for several minutes. The doors lining this hallway were all made of heavy, dark wood, not the modern glass and metal ones from my grandmother's wing. Every single door was closed tight. I checked my phone to see the time. It was 1:27 a.m. I figured I had walked far enough and that maybe I had missed a turn. I stopped walking and stood perfectly still in the middle of the empty hallway, trying to decide if I should just turn back and go back to the room. That was when I heard the first creak. It came from the floorboards directly behind me, maybe 20 feet away. It sounded exactly like the heavy, deliberate shift of someone stepping onto an old wooden floor, but this floor was covered in tile. The sound didn't make sense. I turned around slowly, expecting to see a nurse or a janitor walking down the hall toward me, but the corridor was completely empty. The sickly yellow lights hummed above, casting long shadows, but there was no one there. I stared into the empty space for a few long seconds, trying to rationalize the sound. Old buildings settle. The wind outside can cause the structure to shift. It was just an old hospital making old hospital noises. I turned back around and decided to keep going just a little bit further. I could see the hallway ending about 50 yards ahead, and there was a faint glow coming from an alcove near the end. I assumed that had to be where the vending machines were. I started walking again, picking up my pace just a little bit. About 10 steps later, I heard it again. Creak, creak. It wasn't just a random structural noise this time. It was rhythmic. It was the distinct sound of footsteps, mimicking my own pace, and they were coming from right behind me. My heart immediately started to race. The feeling of being completely alone suddenly vanished, replaced by the terrifying certainty that I was being followed. I stopped walking instantly. The footsteps behind me took one more step and then stopped as well. The final creak echoed slightly in the quiet hallway. A cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I didn't want to turn around. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to just run forward, but human curiosity is a dangerous thing. I slowly looked over my shoulder. Once again, the hallway was completely empty. There was nothing but the long stretch of dirty tiles and closed wooden doors, but the air felt heavy. It felt like someone was standing right there, just out of sight, watching me. The sense of an unseen presence was so strong it made my stomach drop. I turned back around and started walking very quickly toward the end of the hall. I wasn't running, but I was moving as fast as I could without breaking into a sprint. I just wanted to reach the alcove, find another way back, or find a security guard. As I moved, the creaking footsteps started again, but this time they were faster. They weren't just mimicking my pace anymore. They were trying to catch up. The sound was getting closer, moving from 20 feet behind me to 15 to 10. The heavy, unnatural creaking on the solid floor echoed loudly in my ears. I finally reached the end of the hallway, practically breathless from panic. I turned sharply into the small alcove where I thought the vending machines would be, but there were no machines. The alcove was completely empty except for a pile of broken folding chairs in the corner. It was a dead end. I spun around, bracing myself to face whatever had been following me down the corridor, but there was nothing there. The footsteps had completely stopped. The hallway was dead silent again. The sudden lack of noise was somehow more terrifying than the footsteps themselves. I stood there for a moment, my chest heaving, trying to process what was happening. I felt completely trapped. The only way back to my grandmother's room was to walk all the way back down that exact same hallway. I was trying to build up the courage to make a run for it when I noticed something I had missed in my panic. At the very end of the hallway, directly across from the empty alcove, was a single patient room. It was the last door in the corridor. Above the door was a small, rusted metal plaque that read Room 404. But what made my blood run cold wasn't the room itself, it was the door. Every other door in this abandoned wing was shut tight, locked, and covered in a thick layer of dust. But the door to room 404 was cracked open. It was only open about 2 or 3 inches, just enough to leave a narrow vertical gap. The light inside the room was completely turned off. Looking into that gap was like looking into a void. It was absolute pitch-black darkness. But as I stared at it, the temperature in the hallway seemed to plummet even further. I could see my own breath forming small white clouds in the air in front of me. I took a slow, hesitant step toward the door. I don't know why I did it. I should have turned and ran back to the safety of the lighted ward, but I felt drawn to it, almost paralyzed by a morbid need to understand what was wrong with that room. I stopped about 6 feet away from the cracked door. The silence in the air was deafening. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of movement, any sign of life. That was when I realized something horrifying. The creaking footsteps hadn't just disappeared. They had led me exactly to this spot. They had pushed me down the hall, directly to this specific room, and then stopped. Whatever had been behind me was gone, but the heavy, oppressive feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. It wasn't coming from the hallway anymore. It was coming from inside the room. I stood frozen in front of the door. The gap was narrow, but I could clearly tell that the darkness inside wasn't empty. My eyes were trying desperately to adjust, trying to make out any shapes or outlines in the blackness. Then I felt it. It wasn't something I saw or heard at first. It was an overwhelming, primal instinct that triggered every alarm bell in my nervous system. Someone was standing right on the other side of that door. They weren't on the other side of the room. They weren't sitting in a chair in the corner. They were standing directly behind the wooden door, mere inches away from the 2-inch gap. I knew, with absolute terrifying certainty, that if I were to walk up and look through that crack, I would be looking directly into someone's face. My breathing became shallow and jagged. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the dark vertical line. I was waiting for a hand to reach out, or for the door to suddenly swing open. A few seconds later, I heard a sound that will stay with me for the rest of my life. It was a very soft, very slow exhale of breath. It was unmistakably human, but it sounded wet and heavy, like the person breathing had fluid trapped in their lungs. The sound came directly from the gap in the door, just a few feet away from my face. I wanted to scream, but my throat felt completely closed off. I was paralyzed by a fear so deep it felt like my muscles had turned to stone. The person inside the room shifted slightly. I couldn't see them, but I heard the faint rustle of clothing brushing against the wood of the door. They were adjusting their stance, getting closer to the opening. They were waiting for me. They wanted me to look inside. They were standing in the pitch black, right against the door, just waiting for me to put my face up to the crack. In the heavy silence, a sudden, sharp noise echoed from down the hallway behind me. It was the rhythmic clicking of that loose metal vent cover I had noticed earlier. It clicked loudly 3 times, snapping me out of my frozen state. I didn't turn around right away. I kept my eyes locked on the cracked door, terrified that any sudden movement would cause whatever was inside to burst out. I slowly took 1 step backward. My sneaker squeaked loudly against the floor. From inside the dark room, another slow, ragged breath echoed through the gap. This one was slightly louder, almost sounding frustrated. I took another step back, then another. I was putting distance between myself and the door, keeping my eyes fixed on the black void. I backed away for about 20 feet before I finally hit my breaking point. I turned around and ran. I didn't care how much noise I made. I didn't care if the creaking footsteps started following me again. I sprinted down the yellow-lit hallway, my arms pumping, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard it actually hurt. I ran past the closed wooden doors, past the clicking vent cover, and pushed my way through the heavy double doors that separated the old wing from the new one. I burst back into the modern hallway, the bright fluorescent lights blinding me for a second. I didn't stop running until I reached the nurse's station near my grandmother's room. The nurse was back at the desk, typing on her computer. She looked up, startled by my sudden appearance. I must have looked completely deranged, pale and sweating, breathing heavily. She immediately stood up and asked if I was okay, and if there was an emergency with my grandmother. I shook my head, trying to catch my breath. I pointed frantically back down the hall toward the vending machine sign. I told her I had gotten lost looking for a drink. I explained that I had wandered down into the older section of the hospital, past the double doors, and that I thought there was a trespasser or an unauthorized person standing inside one of the empty rooms at the very end of the hall. I told her the door was open, and I could hear someone breathing inside. The nurse stared at me for a long time. The look of professional concern on her face slowly melted into an expression of deep, unsettling confusion. She stepped out from behind the counter and looked down the long hallway in the direction I had pointed. When she turned back to me, her voice was much quieter. She told me that I must have been mistaken about where I was. She explained that the corridor past those double doors was part of the original East Wing built in the 1950s. She said the entire wing had been permanently sealed off and decommissioned over 15 years ago due to severe structural issues and asbestos. The double doors were supposed to be heavily padlocked from the other side. She assured me there was absolutely no power running to that section of the building, meaning there were no yellow lights turned on. She also told me very firmly that every single patient room door in that wing had been welded shut by maintenance years ago to prevent urban explorers from getting inside. I didn't say anything else. I didn't try to argue with her or explain the footsteps that chased me there. I just nodded slowly, thanked her, and walked back to my grandmother's room. I sat back down in that uncomfortable vinyl chair and stared at the doorway for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep a single second. I just listened to the steady beep of the heart monitor, terrified that at any moment I would hear the faint, wet sound of someone exhaling in the dark outside the room. I never went back to that hospital after my grandmother was discharged the next morning. I know what the nurse told me about the doors being welded shut and the power being off, but I also know what I experienced. I know the lights were on. I know the door to room 404 was open. And I know with absolute certainty that there is still something standing in the dark behind that door, just waiting for someone to finally look inside.
Story 14.
This happened on a cold Pine County night. I thought the tapping on my window was just branches, but it was. My name is Madison. At the time, I was 22 years old and living in a very rural part of Oregon. It was a small, quiet town where everyone mostly kept to themselves, but it was incredibly spread out. It was the kind of place where you could drive for miles and only see endless rows of tall, dark pine trees. I was working at a small, independent grocery store near the center of town. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it paid the bills and kept me busy. My usual shift ended around 5 in the afternoon, but on this specific day, one of my coworkers had called in sick at the absolute last minute. My manager asked if I could cover the closing shift, which meant staying until almost midnight. I agreed, not thinking much of it at the time. I didn't mind the work, but I hated being out that late. I usually drove an old, beat-up sedan that my parents gave me. But of course, earlier that week, the alternator had completely died on me. It was sitting in a local repair shop waiting for a specific part to arrive from out of state. That meant I had to rely entirely on the county public bus system to get back and forth to work. During the daytime, it was perfectly fine, but at night, the bus schedule was severely limited. There was only one bus that ran late enough to get me home after a closing shift. It was the absolute last route of the night. It departed from the center of town right at 11:45 p.m. If I missed it, I would have to walk almost 7 miles in the freezing dark along roads with no sidewalks. I made sure to leave the store the exact minute my shift ended. The walk to the bus stop was only about 10 minutes from the grocery store, but that night the weather was absolutely miserable. It wasn't snowing yet, but the temperature had dropped well below freezing. The bitter, sharp wind was blowing steadily down the empty streets. Every time a strong gust hit me, it felt like it was cutting right through my heavy winter coat. I pulled my thick scarf up over my nose and walked as fast as my legs would carry me. When I finally reached the bus stop, the town was completely dead. There were no cars driving by, and all the nearby storefronts were dark and locked up tight. The only source of light came from a single, flickering street lamp hovering directly over the metal transit bench. I sat down and almost immediately regretted it because the cold metal seemed to absorb what little body heat I had left. I checked the time on my phone. It was exactly 11:35 p.m. I had 10 minutes to wait, and they felt like hours. I kept looking down the dark, empty road, hoping to see the familiar headlights of the bus approaching. The silence of the town was almost heavy. It wasn't a peaceful, relaxing quiet. It was the kind of unnatural quiet that makes your ears ring. Every time the wind rustled through the dead leaves piled up on the sidewalk, I jumped a little. I just wanted to get home, lock my apartment door, and go to sleep. Finally, right on schedule, I saw 2 bright halogen lights turn the corner at the far end of the street. The heavy, low rumble of the large diesel engine echoed loudly through the empty town. It was a standard public transit bus, but it looked worn down and old. The bright LED sign on the front glowed with the words Pine County Outskirts. I stood up and moved closer to the curb, feeling a huge wave of relief wash over me. The large bus pulled up with a loud, high-pitched squeal of its air brakes. The folding glass doors hissed open, and a sudden blast of warm, stale air hit my freezing face. It smelled heavily of old dust, wet rubber floor mats, and cheap pine air freshener. But right then, it felt like absolute heaven compared to the freezing wind standing outside. I climbed up the 3 short steps and reached into my coat pocket for my monthly bus pass. The driver was sitting slouched behind the massive steering wheel. He was an older man with thinning gray hair and very deep bags under his eyes. I had seen him a few times before on daytime routes, but I didn't actually know his name. He looked incredibly exhausted. He didn't say a single word to me, just stared blankly out the large windshield as I scanned my card. The transit machine beeped loudly, and I turned around to find a seat. I was completely expecting the bus to be empty at this hour. To my surprise, there were 3 other people already on board. One was a man in his 30s wearing dirty brown work boots and a bright orange construction jacket. He was sitting near the front, staring intensely down at his phone with large headphones covering his ears. The other 2 were a younger couple sitting side by side about halfway down the long aisle. They were leaning against each other, both seemingly fast asleep. I decided to walk a few rows past the sleeping couple to give everyone some personal space. I walked down the narrow aisle, firmly gripping the metal support bars on the seats to keep my balance as the bus suddenly lurched forward. I chose a window seat on the right side of the bus. It was far enough away from the other passengers to feel private, but not all the way in the very back. I hate sitting in the extreme back of empty buses. It always makes me feel trapped. I slid into the hard plastic seat and took a long, deep breath. The heater installed under the row of seats was working perfectly. I could feel the incredibly warm air blowing directly against my freezing ankles. I unzipped my heavy winter coat slightly and leaned my tired head against the cold glass of the large window. For the first 15 minutes, the bus ride was completely normal. We slowly drove through the remaining residential streets of the small town, stopping at a few quiet red lights. The guy in the heavy construction jacket didn't move an inch. Soon, we finally reached the edge of town. The bright streetlights ended abruptly, and the smooth road turned into a rough 2-lane highway surrounded by dense, overgrown forest. The darkness outside the windows was total and consuming. The only thing clearly visible was the small stretch of road illuminated by the bus's bright high beams. The incredibly tall pine trees on either side of the highway looked like massive black walls pressing in on us from both sides. The gentle, consistent rattling of the old bus was the only sound I could hear. About 20 minutes into the bumpy ride, the bus slowed down and pulled over onto the rough gravel shoulder. The loud hiss of the air brakes woke the sleeping couple. They slowly gathered their shopping bags and shuffled quietly toward the front doors. The doors opened, letting in a wild swirl of dead leaves and freezing air. They stepped off into the pitch-black night together. I couldn't even see a house, a driveway, or a street lamp where they got off, just trees. The heavy door slammed shut and we were instantly moving again. About 10 minutes after that stop, the guy in the orange construction jacket randomly reached up and pulled the yellow stop cord. A loud electronic chime echoed clearly through the bus. The driver immediately pulled over at a small, dimly lit gas station that looked closed for the night. The man stood up, didn't look back once, and walked straight off. The bus idled loudly for a moment. The tired driver checked his side mirrors, and then we pulled back out onto the dark, winding road. It was just me and the older driver now. The entire atmosphere inside the long bus completely shifted the moment that last guy left. When there are other people around, even strangers who aren't talking, you feel a certain basic sense of safety. Now, the dozens of empty seats suddenly seemed to multiply. The long center aisle felt like an endless dark tunnel stretching to the front. I nervously looked up at the digital clock mounted at the front of the bus. It clearly read 12:15 a.m. I still had about 25 long minutes until my scheduled stop. The road grew much narrower and more aggressively winding as we went deeper into the county outskirts. The massive branches of the ancient pine trees hung incredibly low, occasionally scraping loudly along the metal roof of the bus. The sound was shockingly loud and harsh, like metal fingernails dragging across a chalky chalkboard. I tried my best to ignore it and focused purely on my phone screen, but I quickly realized I had absolutely no cellular signal out here in the woods, just a small, depressing icon showing no service. I sighed softly, put my phone securely back in my coat pocket, and rested my head heavily against the freezing window again. I closed my tired eyes, letting the rhythmic, deep rumble of the diesel engine lull me into a light state of relaxation. That was exactly when I heard it. A sharp, distinct tapping sound came from right beside my head. It was tapping firmly against the thick glass of the window. I opened my eyes quickly and frowned in confusion. My first logical thought was that it was just the heavy tree branches hitting the side of the bus again. We were driving very close to the edge of the dense forest, after all. But the sound was entirely wrong. When a rough branch hits a moving transit bus, it loudly scrapes and drags. It makes a long, chaotic, scratching noise. This was completely different. This was a clear, steady, rhythmic tap, 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 tap. It sounded exactly like someone rapidly rapping their hard knuckles against the glass. I turned my head quickly and looked directly out the large window. But because it was so incredibly dark outside, and the harsh fluorescent lights inside the bus were so bright, the window acted like a perfect, flawless mirror. All I could see was my own pale, exhausted reflection staring widely back at me. I couldn't see the dark trees, the rough road, or absolutely anything beyond the reflective glass. The tapping sound suddenly stopped completely. I let out a very slow, shaky breath, firmly telling myself my overtired brain was just imagining things. I decided to forcefully look forward instead of at the window. I stared straight down the long, completely empty aisle toward the front windshield. The older driver was sitting perfectly still, tightly gripping the large steering wheel, but something specific about his rigid posture caught my attention. He was sitting completely stiff. His tense shoulders were hiked up extremely high near his ears, and his neck was totally locked. He didn't look relaxed or tired anymore. He looked like he was nervously bracing for a sudden impact. Right above him was the large, rectangular interior rearview mirror. It was specifically angled so he could easily see the entire passenger cabin of the bus. From exactly where I was sitting, I had a very clear, direct view of his wrinkled face in that mirror. His wide eyes kept darting quickly up, over and over again. He wasn't casually checking the dark road behind us. He was nervously checking the brightly lit interior of the bus. He was staring directly into the mirror, looking far past me. Every few terrible seconds, his eyes would flick quickly up to the mirror, linger for a terrifyingly long moment, and then quickly snap back down to the dark road ahead. His worn face was completely pale, and his jaw was visibly clenched tight. At first, I foolishly thought he was just cautiously keeping an eye on me because I was the only passenger left on board. I figured it was just a standard safety protocol for late-night public transit drivers. But the longer I carefully watched his eyes dart around, the more intensely uncomfortable I became, because he wasn't actually looking at me. I shifted my body position slightly in my hard seat to silently test my theory. I leaned far over to the left, leaning out toward the center aisle. When he nervously looked up at the mirror again, his eyes didn't follow my movement at all. His frightened gaze remained fixed firmly on the reflection of the right side of the bus. Specifically, he was staring intensely at the empty row of seats right directly behind mine. A heavy, cold knot formed deep in my stomach. Why was he staring at an empty plastic seat? I desperately wanted to turn around. My stiff neck actually twitched strongly with the overwhelming urge to look directly over my shoulder. But a sudden, overwhelming sense of invisible dread completely pinned me in place. You know that intense feeling when your deepest primal instincts suddenly kick in. A deep, silent, screaming alarm bell ringing in your brain telling you absolutely not to move a muscle. That's exactly how I felt in that moment. I sat completely frozen, just blindly staring at the driver's terrified eyes reflecting in the rectangular mirror. The heavy bus suddenly hit a very rough patch of uneven pavement, violently rattling all the loose windows in their metal frames. The sudden, chaotic noise made me jump in my seat. As the heavy bus finally leveled out smoothly, the driver suddenly slammed his foot on the air brakes. We were quickly approaching a randomly scheduled transit stop, but we were literally in the absolute middle of nowhere. There wasn't a single house, a street lamp, or even a dirt crossroad anywhere in sight, just endless black towering trees fiercely pressing against the very edge of the narrow gravel shoulder. The bus came to a complete, shuddering halt. The loud engine idled roughly. The doors hissed aggressively and swung wide open. The incredibly cold, freezing night air immediately rushed into the warm, stale cabin. I stared blankly at the open doorway, fully expecting some random person to walk up the rubber steps. Nobody did. There was absolutely no one out there, just complete, terrifying, empty darkness. The driver didn't move an inch. He didn't speak. He just sat there, rigidly staring blankly ahead at the dark trees. We sat there motionless with the front doors wide open for a full, agonizing minute. The heavy silence outside was absolutely deafening. It felt like the massive forest itself was silently holding its breath. Then, slowly and deliberately, the terrified driver simply reached out and firmly pressed the metal button. The large doors hissed loudly and closed tight, sealing us completely back inside. He silently put the heavy bus back in gear and stepped firmly on the gas pedal. As we slowly accelerated forward, it instantly happened. Directly behind me, the hard, molded plastic of the seat gave a sharp, incredibly loud creak. It was the exact, unmistakable sound a cheap seat makes when someone very heavy suddenly sits down hard. The tight fabric stretched loudly, and the underlying metal frame groaned heavily under sudden, extreme pressure. My breath instantly caught tight in my throat. I clearly felt a very subtle, but very real, heavy vibration travel directly through the rubber floor and quickly up into the back of my own seat. Someone or something was sitting directly behind me right now. My racing mind frantically searched for any logical, sane explanation. I repeatedly told myself it was just the incredibly old bus naturally settling. Maybe the stiff suspension randomly shifted when we stopped abruptly. Maybe the sudden, drastic change in temperature caused the cheap plastic frame to warp loudly. But the loud creak hadn't happened while we were sitting completely still. It happened specifically the exact second we started moving again. It sounded perfectly, deliberately timed, just exactly like someone shifting their massive weight to finally get completely comfortable. I stared intensely, almost painfully, into the driver's interior mirror. He was slowly looking up again. But this specific time, his terrifying reaction was impossible to ignore. His tired eyes went incredibly wide, clearly showing the stark whites all around his pupils. His mouth fell slightly open in shock. He looked absolutely, genuinely terrified to his core. He intensely held eye contact with whatever horrible thing was in the reflection directly behind me for a long, horrible, silent second. Then he violently, almost aggressively, jerked his head back down and fixed his wide eyes strictly on the dark road. He totally refused to look back up again. Blind panic started to rapidly bubble up high in my chest. My hands began to uncontrollably shake, so I folded them incredibly tightly in my lap to force them to keep completely still. I felt completely, utterly trapped. I was stuck in a moving, locked metal box, miles away from any actual civilization, with a genuinely terrified driver and something totally unseen sitting inches behind my exposed head. I desperately tried to focus purely on my breathing. In slowly through the nose, out slowly through the mouth, trying desperately to keep completely quiet. Then the ambient temperature drastically changed. It didn't get generally cold everywhere inside the bus. The loud heater under my tense legs was still forcefully blowing very hot air, but a localized, intensely freezing draft slowly crept directly down the back of my exposed neck. It honestly felt like someone opened a commercial freezer door right directly behind my head. Every single tiny hair on the back of my cold neck stood perfectly straight up. The freezing, circulating air carried a very faint, incredibly sickening, distinct smell. It was very hard to easily describe. It mostly smelled incredibly old, like wet, rotting fall leaves and dark, damp earth that hadn't properly seen sunlight in dozens of decades. It smelled heavily like slow decay. I strongly pressed my stiff back as firmly as I physically could against my thin seat, desperately trying to create as much physical distance as possible from the empty space behind me. But the cheap seat cushion was incredibly thin. I could clearly feel the unnatural cold strongly radiating straight through the rough fabric. I desperately wanted to scream for help, but my dry throat felt completely, totally tight. I squeezed my eyes tightly shut, silently praying for the terrifying bus ride to be completely over. The massive engine hummed incredibly loudly as we carefully navigated a very sharp, dark curve. As the heavy bus violently leaned into the tight turn, the invisible seat behind me distinctly shifted once again. It wasn't a subtle, small creak this time. It was the extremely distinct, incredibly heavy sound of rough fabric forcefully sliding against rough fabric. It sounded exactly like a very large person aggressively adjusting their rigid posture to firmly keep from completely falling over during the sharp turn. The horrible sound was so incredibly clear, so completely undeniable, that a single, cold tear randomly rolled down my pale cheek. I was completely beyond terrified. I physically felt a dark pressure steadily building behind me. It wasn't direct physical contact, but rather the heavy, incredibly oppressive, suffocating feeling of an intensely focused, hateful gaze. Have you ever randomly felt someone silently staring directly at the back of your head? Your fragile body just somehow knows. Your deepest instincts silently scream that you are absolutely being actively watched. That exact, terrifying feeling was strongly radiating directly from the dark seat behind me. I slowly opened my teary eyes and looked straight forward. The older driver's knuckles were stark, pale white as he desperately gripped the steering wheel. He was driving much faster now. The heavy bus was loudly rattling violently over every single minor bump in the ruined road. He was clearly speeding, incredibly desperate to finally get to the absolute end of the long route. He still entirely refused to look up at the interior mirror. He was purposefully, actively avoiding it. He clearly didn't want to see whatever it was ever again. The glowing digital clock mounted at the front of the bus finally rolled over to 12:30 a.m. My specific stop was finally coming up in less than 5 agonizing minutes. I absolutely had to get up. I had to bravely ring the bell, firmly stand up, and quickly walk away from this horrible seat. The mere thought of actually moving filled me with absolute, paralyzing dread. What if I accidentally bumped the back of the seat behind me? What if I suddenly turned around and clearly saw something I could never ever unsee? I stubbornly kept staring straight ahead. I completely refused to let my terrified eyes wander toward the incredibly dark reflection in the large window beside me. The freezing, isolated draft on my neck rapidly grew much stronger. It felt incredibly close. I suddenly heard a faint sound that made my rushing blood run completely, totally cold. It was incredibly, terrifyingly faint, barely audible over the roaring diesel engine and the loudly rattling windows. But it was right directly next to my left ear. It sounded exactly like a very slow, incredibly ragged, wet inhalation. Just a single, solitary breath drawn slowly in through clenched teeth. It was totally shaky and sickeningly wet. My entire body instantly locked up tight. I completely stopped naturally breathing myself, absolutely terrified to make even the absolute slightest noise. The rotting smell of damp earth rapidly grew overwhelmingly, chokingly strong. I tightly closed my eyes again and silently, desperately begged the universe to just make the heavy bus stop. I simply needed to reach my stop safely. Through the massive windshield, I finally saw the distant, faint orange glow of the single small street lamp that marked my bus stop. We were roughly about a mile away. It was a totally isolated, empty intersection that eventually led toward my dark apartment complex. I slowly reached a violently shaking hand up to the cold window frame. My numb fingers fumbled nervously until they finally found the thick yellow stop cord. I pulled it down very firmly. The loud, oddly cheerful electronic chime rang out clearly through the totally silent bus. It sounded incredibly, completely out of place. The terrified driver didn't vocally acknowledge the chime, but I definitely felt the heavy bus begin to gradually, slowly slow down. The loud brakes squealed strongly in loud protest. As the forward speed steadily decreased, the incredibly heavy, invisible presence directly behind me suddenly seemed to aggressively intensify. It honestly felt totally angry that the ride was finally ending. The localized temperature immediately behind my head quickly dropped another 10 freezing degrees. The bus slowly pulled over onto the rough gravel shoulder directly beneath the faintly flickering street lamp. The massive air brakes hissed incredibly loudly and the bus came to a complete, shuddering stop. The heavy front doors swung wide open. This was my absolute moment. I absolutely had to move right exactly now. I quickly grabbed my heavy work bag from my lap and clutched it incredibly tightly against my chest. I took a deep, violently shaking breath and nervously prepared to stand. As I forcefully pushed myself up off the hard seat, the massive weight directly behind me distinctly shifted one final time. It clearly sounded exactly like a very large person leaning far forward. The cheap fabric rustled incredibly loudly. I quickly stood up and hastily stepped directly out into the very middle of the center aisle. I strictly kept my head tilted down, staring absolutely directly at the dirty rubber floor mats. I instantly started walking incredibly quickly toward the open front doors. I actively didn't want to look back. I really, truly didn't. But base human curiosity is a genuinely terrible, completely powerful thing. As I quickly reached the front of the bus, literally just small steps away from the open safety of the doors, a terrifyingly morbid compulsion totally took over my brain. I absolutely needed to know. I desperately needed to clearly know if I was simply losing my tired mind, or if something totally impossible was actually sitting there. I suddenly stopped, tightly gripping the cold metal pole directly near the driver's seat. I very slowly turned my stiff head and cautiously looked straight down the long, brightly lit center aisle. There was absolutely no one there. The entire bus strongly appeared completely, totally empty. but my wide eyes instantly, firmly locked onto the specific seat directly behind the exact one I had just been sitting in. The trapped breath completely left my tight lungs in a sharp, painful gasp. The thick, dark, patterned fabric of the specific seat cushion was deeply, severely compressed. It was forcefully pressed down incredibly hard, clearly holding the exact, distinct shape and heavy impression of a very large, incredibly heavy person sitting firmly against it. The cheap fabric completely wasn't magically springing back up to normal. It remained completely, deeply indented, exactly as if someone entirely invisible was still actively sitting right there in the empty light. The massive, heavy impression remained perfectly, terrifyingly still. I blankly stared at it for 3 incredibly long, impossible seconds, my terrified brain completely struggling to somehow process the totally impossible sight. Then a sudden, violently cold shiver rapidly ran straight down my spine. The freezing, isolated draft from the very back of the dark bus suddenly, aggressively swept forward, physically brushing coldly past my pale face. I quickly spun around and looked directly at the older driver. He was staring absolutely directly at me. His worn face was completely pale white, and a single, large bead of cold sweat was slowly rolling down his wrinkled cheek. He looked completely exhausted, genuinely terrified, and incredibly sorry. He didn't say a single, solitary word to me. He just slowly gave me a very small, incredibly slow, confirming nod. He totally knew. He had clearly seen it the entire horrible time. Without thinking another rational thought, I leaped quickly down the rubber steps and completely out the door. My boots hit the freezing, solid pavement hard. The heavy glass doors violently slammed completely shut closely behind me almost instantly. The massive diesel engine roared loudly, and the heavy bus quickly sped off rapidly down the dark, empty road much faster than it ever should have. I stood completely alone directly under the faintly flickering, dim street lamp, quietly watching the glowing red taillights rapidly disappear completely into the endless black forest. I numbly walked the final mile back to my quiet apartment in absolute, terrifying silence. I never took the late-night transit bus ever again.
Story 15.
During my summer job staffing a firewatch tower in Montana, I was staying in a basement apartment. At first, the noises upstairs seemed normal, until I realized they weren't coming from upstairs. My name is Dylan, and I took this job because I thought I wanted to be completely alone. I was in my early 20s, fresh out of college, and feeling totally burned out by the endless noise and stress of living in the city. When I saw the online listing for a fire lookout position in a remote part of the Montana wilderness, it felt like the perfect escape. The pay was decent enough, but more importantly, it offered total isolation. I would be miles away from the nearest town, with nothing but radios, topographic maps, and endless pine forests for company. It sounded peaceful. The setup of this specific outpost was a bit unusual compared to what you might normally picture. Most fire towers you see in photographs are just a single glass cabin sitting on top of tall, spindly wooden stilts in the middle of a clearing. This one was entirely different. It was built directly onto the edge of a steep, rocky cliff face. There was the main observation deck, a square glass room perched on top of a heavy steel frame. But right below it, carved directly into the rock at the base of the structure, was a small concrete living quarters. The previous lookouts jokingly called it the basement apartment. It was dark, cramped, and always smelled slightly of damp earth and old concrete, but it was where I slept, cooked my meals, and kept all my supplies. To get to work every morning, I just had to walk out the heavy wooden door of the basement, climb 4 flights of exposed metal stairs, and unlock a heavy wooden trapdoor to enter the glass tower above. It was a strange commute, but I got used to it quickly. For the first 2 weeks, the routine was surprisingly peaceful, almost meditative. I would wake up at 5:30 a.m., make coffee on a small propane stove, and climb up to the observation deck to watch the sunrise over the mountains. The view was absolutely unbelievable. There were miles and miles of untouched green pine trees, rolling valleys, and distant, snow-capped peaks. I spent my days packing the glass room with binoculars, scanning the horizon for any signs of smoke. During my first week, I noticed a broken metal bracket on the second flight of the external stairs. Every time you stepped on that specific metal grating, the loose bracket would smack against the steel support beam with a loud, distinct metallic clank. I meant to fix it, but I never got around to it with the limited tools I had in the basement. It quickly became just another normal, familiar sound of my daily commute up to the glass room, a small, comforting piece of the routine. But as the days bled together, the isolation started to get under my skin much faster than I ever expected. When you're truly alone in the wilderness, you realize very quickly that the silence is never actually silent. There's always the wind howling through the metal struts of the tower. There is the subtle shifting of the rocks under the foundation. There are the strange, distant echoes of wildlife that always sound uncomfortably close. By my 3rd week, the romanticized idea of the job had completely worn off, leaving behind a deep, heavy sense of paranoia. I felt like I was constantly being watched by the dark tree line below the cliff. I started closing the blinds in the observation deck earlier and earlier each evening. At night, the temperature would drop drastically. I would lock the trapdoor, climb down the freezing metal stairs in the dark, and lock myself inside the basement apartment. The door to my quarters was a massive, solid wood thing reinforced with dark iron bands. It had a heavy brass deadbolt. I always felt a brief wave of safety once I slid that bolt into place. The only connection I had to the outside world was a two-way radio sitting on a small wooden table by my cot. Cell phone service was completely non-existent out there. The nearest paved road was a 2-hour drive down a rugged dirt trail, and that trail had been officially closed to the public since early spring due to severe mudslides and washouts. Nobody was supposed to be up there. I was the only human being for at least 20 miles in any direction. Every evening at exactly 6 p.m., I had to radio base camp just to confirm I was alive and everything was clear. That brief burst of a human voice was the highlight of my day. Around the start of my third week, the weather took a sudden and depressing turn. A thick, heavy fog rolled in over the mountains, swallowing the valleys and hiding the tree line entirely. The sky turned a permanent, bruised gray. I couldn't see more than 50 feet in any direction, even from the very top of the observation tower. It made the silence feel even heavier, like the damp air itself was pressing against the glass. It was a Tuesday night, right around 11:15 p.m. I was down in the basement apartment, sitting on my narrow cot, trying to read a paperback book by the dull light of a battery-powered lantern. The wind had died down completely outside. The silence was absolute and suffocating. That was when I heard the first noise. It was a faint, muffled thud coming from somewhere above me. At first, I didn't think much of it at all. The wind often banged the metal shutters of the observation deck upstairs, or sometimes a large bird would land heavily on the flat roof. I just turned the page of my book and tried to ignore it, but then the sound happened again, slightly louder this time. It wasn't a random rattle of wind, it was deliberate. It sounded exactly like footsteps, heavy and slow, packing back and forth on the metal grating of the catwalk that wrapped around the glass tower upstairs. My heart gave a slight, uncomfortable jolt. I froze, holding my breath, straining to listen to the ceiling. The rhythm was too perfect to be nature. I looked up at the bare concrete ceiling. I expected to hear the sound echoing down from the tower above, but as I listened closer, my blood turned to ice water. The sound wasn't coming from the catwalk 50 feet in the air. The sound was coming from right outside my heavy wooden door. Someone was knocking. It was a slow, deliberate rap against the thick wood. The sound echoed painfully loud in the small concrete room. I sat there completely paralyzed on my cot. My mind raced, frantically trying to find a logical explanation for what I was hearing. Maybe a hiker got lost in the fog. Maybe a park ranger came up to check on me because of the weather, but none of that made any sense. The trail was completely closed and washed out. No vehicle could make it up that dirt road, and it would take a person all day to hike it in clear conditions, let alone in the pitch-black fog. Besides, if it was a ranger, they would have radioed me first. And they definitely would have announced themselves instead of standing in total darkness, knocking on a basement door near midnight without saying a word. I slowly set my book down on the blanket. My hands were visibly shaking. I stood up, my bare feet quiet on the freezing concrete floor. The only light in the room was my lantern, and I suddenly felt totally exposed, like a beacon in the dark. I crept toward the door, my heart pounding so hard I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I took a deep breath and leaned my face against the thick wood of the door, pressing my ear against the cold surface. I tried to hear breathing. I tried to hear the crunch of boots on the dirt landing outside. I heard absolutely nothing, just the ringing silence of the forest. Next to the door was a small, narrow window reinforced with a wire mesh grid. It was coated in dust and grime from the storms, but it looked directly out onto the bottom landing of the metal stairs. I hesitated for a long moment. I really didn't want to look outside. I was genuinely terrified of what I might see staring back at me through that dirty glass, but the uncertainty was driving me completely crazy. I reached out with a trembling hand and slowly wiped a clear circle through the condensation and dust on the glass. I pressed my face close and peered out into the darkness. There was nothing there. The dirt landing was completely empty. I could clearly see the bottom few steps of the metal staircase fatting up into the thick gray fog, but there was no one standing there. No shape, no shadow, no movement. I checked the perimeter as best as I could from that narrow, restrictive angle. I didn't see any flashlight beams cutting through the fog down the mountain. I didn't see any vehicle headlights. The entire forest was completely pitch black and still. I let out a shaky breath that I didn't realize I had been holding. A wave of nervous, dizzying relief washed over me. I tried to convince myself that I was just going crazy from the intense isolation. Maybe a heavy branch had blown against the door. Maybe a large raccoon had bumped into it while scavenging for food. I backed away from the window, rubbing my eyes in frustration. I walked over to the small wooden table where I kept my radio. I picked up the heavy microphone, intending to call base camp just to hear another human voice and ground myself. I didn't care if I woke someone up. I pressed the call button on the side. I waited for the familiar beep. All I heard was the thick hiss of static. I pressed the button again, harder this time, more static, not even the faint crackle of a distant transmission trying to break through. The radio was completely dead. A cold, heavy knot formed deep in my stomach. The radio had been working perfectly fine just a few hours ago when I did my evening check-in. It was hardwired to a massive antenna on the roof. It shouldn't be failing on a calm, windless night. Before I could even process the broken radio, the knocking started again. My head snapped toward the door so fast my neck cracked. The sound was much louder this time. It wasn't the tentative, polite tap of a lost hiker anymore. It was forceful. It sounded heavy and deeply impatient. I backed away from the table, my heart hammering against my ribs. Silence fell over the room again. No footsteps walked away. No voices called out. Just the quiet rustle of pine needles in the faint, freezing breeze outside. I walked back to the narrow window, a sudden spike of anger temporarily overriding my deep fear. If some local kids were hiking up here to mess with me, I wanted to see them. I pressed my face to the glass again, fully expecting to see a teenager from the nearest town laughing on the landing. But the dirt landing was still completely empty. I couldn't understand it. It defied all logic. The door was perfectly flush with the exterior concrete wall of the bunker. There were no blind spots on the small landing. If someone was close enough to knock on the wood, they had to be standing right in front of the window. It was physically impossible for someone to knock that hard and then hide completely out of sight before I looked out. I stood there for what felt like hours, just staring through that tiny, dirty window into the terrifying void. My legs started to cramp from the tension, but I refused to move an inch. I was terrified that the exact moment I turned my back, the deafening knocking would resume. It was exactly 12:30 a.m. when the rules of reality seemed to finally break completely. The knocking didn't come from the wooden door this time. It came from the solid concrete wall to my left. I slowly turned my head, my eyes wide in the dark. The sound was distinct and incredibly unnatural. It was the undeniable sound of hard knuckles rapping directly against the thick, reinforced exterior of my basement apartment. But the apartment was dug directly into the side of the cliff. The wall to my left didn't face the dirt landing or the stairs. It faced a sheer, 80-foot drop straight down the rocky, jagged side of the mountain. There was no ground outside that specific wall. There was no ledge to stand on. There was absolutely nothing but empty, freezing air. The sound moved. It shifted a few feet further along the concrete, heading slowly toward the back corner of the room. I backed away slowly, bumping into the metal frame of my cot, my eyes locked in horror on the blank gray wall. Whatever was outside wasn't walking, it was climbing. I listened in absolute frozen terror as the tapping sound traveled along the exterior of my underground room. It moved with a slow, deliberate rhythm, completely ignoring the laws of gravity. It sounded exactly like something was scaling the sheer, impossible rock face, pausing every few feet to test the solid concrete with its heavy knuckles. The sound finally reached the back corner of the room, hovered there for a long, agonizing moment, and then stopped entirely. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. I didn't move a single muscle. I didn't want to make a sound that might let whatever was out there know exactly where I was standing inside. I just stood in the dead center of the cramped room, trembling uncontrollably, waiting for the very next noise. 10 minutes passed in complete silence, then 20. I desperately started to think that maybe it was finally over. Maybe the animal or the person or whatever impossible thing it was had lost interest and moved on into the woods. Then I heard the faint, metallic groan of the stairs outside. Someone or something had just stepped onto the bottom rung of the metal staircase that led up to the glass observation deck. I crept back to the window, moving as silently as I possibly could. My panicked breath fogged the glass instantly, and I wiped it away frantically with my sleeve. I stared at the metal stairs, straining my eyes against the thick gray fog in the darkness. The stairs wrapped tightly around the outside of the concrete base before ascending to the tower above. From my narrow window, I could only see the very first flight. The metal groaned again, then again, heavier this time. It was a slow, agonizing rhythm, footsteps. They were climbing the stairs, taking their time. But as I stared at the metal grate of the steps, illuminated only slightly by the ambient moonlight cutting softly through the fog, I saw absolutely nothing. The stairs were completely empty. The thick metal was physically bowing downward under a massive, unseen weight, groaning and creaking violently with each heavy step, but there was no visible body making the climb. I watched an invisible mass slowly ascend the first flight of stairs, turn the sharp corner, and head up toward the second, landing entirely out of my view. I waited, holding my breath, listening to it climb. Then it reached the second flight. A loud, distinct metallic clank echoed clearly through the fog. My stomach dropped into a bottomless pit. It was the exact sound of the broken metal bracket I had noticed during my first week. Whatever was out there wasn't just a trick of the wind or a hallucination. It had real physical weight. It had just stepped directly onto the broken stair. Pure, undeniable panic finally set in. The wooden trapdoor to the glass observation deck upstairs was locked, but the glass walls themselves were fragile. If something heavy got up there, it could easily shatter the massive windows and drop straight down onto the wooden hatch that separated the tower from my stairwell access. I backed away from the window, grabbing the heavy metal flashlight from my table. It was the only thing I had that even somewhat resembled a weapon. I sat heavily on the edge of my cot, gripping the cold metal flashlight so tightly my knuckles turned completely white. I stared blankly at the ceiling, tracking the horrifying sounds. The heavy, invisible footsteps finally reached the metal catwalk surrounding the top tower. I heard the familiar, sharp squeak of the metal grating as it walked slowly around the perimeter. It was circling the glass room. Then the terrifying knocking started once again. It wasn't tapping on concrete or solid wood anymore. It was tapping directly on the thick glass windows of the observation deck, 50 feet directly above my head. It moved to the next large window pane. It was testing every single piece of glass, working its way entirely around the square room. It sounded incredibly methodical. It sounded exactly like it was looking for a weak point to break in, or maybe it was just looking for me. I realized with a sudden, sickening jolt that the lantern in my basement apartment was still turned on. A faint, yellow glow was almost certainly visible through my narrow window, projecting softly onto the fog outside. If it looked over the edge of the catwalk, it would know I was hiding down here. I lunged forward in a panic and clicked the lantern off, plunging the small room into total, suffocating darkness. I crawled backward to my cot, curled my knees tightly to my chest, and pressed my back firmly against the cold, damp concrete wall. The tapping upstairs stopped immediately. The sudden silence was agonizing. I didn't know where it was. I didn't know what it was doing. I just sat there in the pitch black, listening to the erratic, deafening thumping of my own heart in my chest. About 5 minutes later, I heard the trapdoor handle rattle violently. Someone was grabbing the heavy iron latch of the tower hatch and shaking it with incredible force. The metal clattered loudly against the frame, a harsh, aggressive sound that echoed horrifyingly down the empty stairwell. It yanked on the handle again and again, trying desperately to rip it open. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying to God that the old deadbolt held strong. The rattling stopped as abruptly as it began. Then I heard the unnatural footsteps again, but they weren't walking back down the metal stairs. The sound was coming from the side of the tower structure itself. It was climbing down the outside. I heard the horrifying metallic scrape of something heavy sliding roughly against the thick steel support beams. It was descending the outer framework of the tower, bypassing the stairs entirely in the dark. The sound grew closer and closer, moving down the structure until it finally reached the exterior concrete wall of my basement apartment. The scratching moved slowly along the outside of my wall. It sounded exactly like thick, heavy nails dragging forcefully against the stone. It moved past my cot, scraping along the exterior, until it finally reached the heavy wooden door. It stopped right outside. I stared blindly into the absolute blackness where I knew the door was located. I couldn't see a single thing, but I could vividly feel the intense presence standing just on the other side of that wood. Then a single, incredibly heavy knock struck the door. It didn't knock again, it just stayed there. I sat frozen in the corner of that freezing room for the rest of the night, entirely too terrified to even adjust my cramped legs. I didn't sleep a single second. I didn't even blink. I just listened to the heavy, unnatural silence of the forest, waiting endlessly for the heavy wooden door to splinter open. It never did. Morning eventually broke. I could only tell because the tiny sliver of light creeping under my door slowly turned from a bruised gray to a pale, sickly yellow. I waited another full hour after I knew the sun was completely up before I finally found the courage to move my stiff body. My legs ached intensely as I stood up. I kept my heavy flashlight raised defensively as I slowly approached the door. I listened closely to the wood. I heard the familiar, normal sounds of the morning forest, distant birds, the rustle of wind through the pine branches. I undid the deadbolt with a loud, echoing clack. I slowly turned the brass handle and pulled the heavy wooden door inward. The bright morning sunlight blinded me for a few seconds. When my eyes finally adjusted to the light, I looked out onto the dirt landing. It was completely empty. I stepped outside, the freezing morning air hitting my face sharply. I looked around frantically. Nothing was out of place. There were no strange footprints in the soft dirt. There was no visible damage to the metal stairs. Everything looked completely normal. But when I turned around to pull the door shut, my heart stopped completely in my chest. The outside of the heavy wooden door was covered entirely in deep, jagged scratches. They were gouged deeply into the thick wood, starting from the very top of the massive door frame, almost 8 feet high, and dragging violently all the way down to the bottom edge. The scratches didn't look like they were made by a curious bear or a mountain lion. They were way too thin and far too clustered together. It looked exactly like someone had spent the entire night frantically clawing at the thick wood with bare human fingernails, trying desperately to dig their way inside. I didn't even bother going back inside to pack my bags or grab my radio. I just grabbed my car keys off the hook, hiked the 2 hours down the closed, muddy trail to my vehicle, and drove away as fast as I could without ever looking back in the rearview mirror. I quit the job the exact moment I reached a town with decent cell service. I never told the Forest Service exactly why I abandoned the post. They probably would have just blamed it on a large animal or told me I was suffering from severe isolation psychosis. But I know exactly what I heard that night. I know the knocking didn't come from a lost animal. Animals don't check for locked trapdoors. Animals don't climb sheer concrete walls just to methodically tap on glass windows. Sometimes when I am lying in bed at night in my secure apartment back in the city, I hear the old pipes in the walls groan or the winter wind rattle the window panes. But I always freeze completely when I hear a sudden, unexplained sound coming from the hallway. Because I learned that night that just because your door is locked tight, it doesn't mean whatever's out there in the dark isn't waiting patiently for you to open it.